Happy Sunday, Smite fans. It's day number 6, the dawn of the final day of the Smite World Championship placement rounds. And we got 2 big explosive sets ready for you guys. And all of that thanks to our good friends over at Alienware for sponsoring Season 8 of the SPL. Make sure to go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to see all the cool things that we have to offer for you and to see what all the pros are playing on here in the studio and here at home. In fact, we've got some teams here in the studio today to play on that Alienware gear. The Aurora Ryzen 10 desktop, the 240Hz gaming monitor, all that and more can be yours. Go over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Thank you, Alienware, for being the title sponsor here of Season 8 of the SPL. And make sure to follow them on their social media on Twitter and Instagram at Alienware. And go to AlienwareArena.com to see all the cool things they've got going on. It's J-Mac Tucker and Mifflin here on the final sets of the SWC placement rounds. We've been here for, this is now day 6, Mifflin. We're running 6 days in, and we still got 2 more sets and 2 more teams to send to the SWC.
I mean, you've said it. That's it. That's all there is to say, right? I mean, this is the day of some salty runbacks. We got some huge implications for Worlds as well. You better stick around all day. I don't care if you've watched all 50 hours of Smite that we've broadcast already. This is a must-watch here today.
Yeah, we've got 2 big sets. We'll talk about Group B first. The set's going to be coming up on the second half of the day. And kind of the run that we've got to see some of these teams make out here. The Olympus Bolts and Sleekness, that'll be the second set of the day. Sleekness, the SCC team, making it all the way to the last chance run. And boy, what a team they got to face off up against the Olympus Bolts for their chance to make it to the Smite World Championship. You can see the run that they've made. They got their win over Elysium. Hard loss over the Dragons, a 5-game barn burner yesterday up against the Valhalla Valkyries with a backdoor to win Game 5, and now they get to go up against the Bolts tomorrow. But that's Group B. That's the second of the groups. We got one big one coming up right now here in Group A. The Solar Scarabs and the ONI Warriors rematch that went all 5 games the last time these 2 teams squared off.
Man, I can only imagine it's a salty run back as well. I hope whoever's taking the interview later on can speak a little bit to the mentality of it, but you got to imagine that a lot of emotions were running high in the initial set, a near reverse sweep, as you said. The Solar Scarabs go up, and then, they go down, and then come back immediately. Wild, dude, just wild.
The actual reverse sweep of the weekend. We've had 2 almost reverse sweeps, and 1 actual reverse sweep, and that one happened with the Scarabs and the Warriors. And maybe for the Warriors' sake, they're hoping that that one doesn't happen again as they have to take their rematch here up against the Solar Scarabs in our first set of the day. And kind of talking maybe to a testament out here, I mean, let's talk about the junglers for these 2 teams. We got Cuvo Fred out here kind of playing, back on American soil with the rest of his team. And Cuvo Fred, I'm especially going to highlight that game 2 in that set, man. This man pops off on the Fenrir, gets like 13 kills in like 10 minutes. This guy's an animal.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred clearly freed up now from the overseas curse, no longer playing on that foreign ping, and he's been looking a lot better for it. The Fenrir performance, of course, something you got to keep your eyes on, but it's not as if he's a Fenrir one-trick. Mans is just good at Smite, bro. He's got an immense god pool. He can shift up his style between either a facilitator or just a straight-up hyper carry. He's really been synergizing well with Dardes through mid, which allows Dardes to go towards the picks that you're seeing on the screen right now, like the Morrigan. You think a Morrigan's going to succeed without a phenomenal jungler behind her? No, that's just not how it works. Cuvo Fred has continually impressed me this week, and I'm expecting him to do so here today.
I think you're right to definitely say that he is no one-trick. I mean, the Circuit that he's pulled out, it's his most played god throughout the entirety of this season. And with all due respect, I mean, you saw how it performed up against the Winter Dogs. You can only imagine we'll probably maybe see a couple of bans targeted his way once it comes to the picks and bans for Game 1, 2, 3, maybe even onwards to 4 and 5 if we have that out here. Just become a pillar for this team, a real big initiator more than anything.
Yeah, man, if Cuvo Fed ever switches roles to, like, support, he's hitting 5-man taunts on cooldown. That's just the truth of it. The Hun Bat's ultimates really were phenomenal in this game up against the Winter Dogs. I'm pretty sure he was the only one on his team burning beads. He'd walk up, hit a 3-man ult, say, all right, all 3 of their beads are down, give me like 40 seconds, I'll do it again. And then he just did, man. I cannot wait for this set.
Yeah, the presence of mind of this jungler is really what's helping this team out here. Now that they've once again all reunited, they're all under the same roof, they're all here in the studio. And they're playing up against the Solar Scarabs also out here in the studio today. Sure to be a big set between them. And we've been talking a lot about him. Let's go ahead and talk to him. Cuvo Fred standing by with Dolson for our pregame interview.
Cuvo Fred, jungler for the ONI Warriors, joins me pregame. Cuvo, I'll start with a fun one here. The anime memes have taken over Twitter, all the pregame posting. Would you say that the SCARABS have the advantage just by sheer amount of anime memes posted before this set, or you think you guys are unconcerned?
I mean, personally, I don't mind too much. I think it's funny. I like it. Gets the hype going for the match,
Sure.
but I mean, I don't really care too much.
Look, you guys have already played the Solar SCARABS this week. Long set, 5-game set. Not going to ask you to reveal any changes that you have made, but is there a strategy overhaul from set 1 to set 2? Do you guys completely change your mentality or small tweaks?
For sure, we changed a lot, I think. We saw both their draft and they see some of ours, so I think we have a good idea what we want to do, and I think like we're just super ready to play now. I think our first set, we kind of did a lot of mistakes. Our first set on LAN and together in person, so I think we are in a really good spot today.
Talk to me about your personal growth. You know, I talked to Chuck yesterday. Obviously, the team has found it easier to come together now that everyone's on LAN. Personally, have you noticed a difference in your play style being here with the rest of the team?
For sure. I think all year on the U-Ping, it makes you kind of scared. Like, am I going to hit this and that? And it makes you hesitate on the plays. Whereas now I'm just like super confident in my abilities, and like having some good games gave me the confidence back to know I can be the best as I can be, you know?
Yep. Well, look, Mifflin's looking forward to some 5-man Hunbats Ultimates today. I'm looking forward to it as well. Let you get back with the team. We'll go back to the desk to start off the set.
I think it's super important what he kind of closed his interview question there with, is having a lot more confidence now that he's here on American soil, playing on the same ping as everybody else. And I think that does change a lot, not just in the play style, but also in some of the picks that we get to see. You know, typically you go for some of the safer picks when you're playing on a higher ping because you want larger area skill shots. That way you don't have to worry about missing as much. But now you get to come in here with some of these tighter picks and come up with some real big playmaking.
I mean, I'll say this to speak to your point. Gods like Susano in the jungle, you're not playing that on ping. You think you're hitting auto cancels on like 120 ping? No shot. Cubo Fred now, I think Unleashed is the best way to word it. He really has been looking a lot better. You can see the confidence that he was talking about as well. It's not just that he thinks he's going to land more abilities. He's jumping in aggressively more often. He's making proactive plays on his own. In a very individualistic style of gameplay. It's something that we've seen from Cubo Fred of past. Throughout the year, we've said, man, where's Cuvo been at? It's been a little bit quiet from him. Well, it's because he was over across the pond. Now that he's here, he's back.
And he's going up against the Solar SCARABS today, and his opposition in the jungle, Scream, who has been making some waves here for this team. Some unconventional picks, some maybe not so standard ones here. The Naja is kind of the one that really rings big here. Didn't work out so well in Game 2 of their set the other day. And then Games 4 and 5 just turns up, and ends up being a huge pick. So much that teams were straight up banning the Naja every single time up against Scream afterwards.
Yeah, I think Aggro worded it best. He said, Scream's the type of guy who's going to force you to have a Naja on your team, but he'll occasionally just make that game-winning play on Naja, do it all on his own. That's not to say that Scream is without fault on his unorthodox picks. He'll also go towards things like the Bastet, which has not looked so great this year. He'll go towards the Naja. First time we saw it this week, I believe it was a 1-6 performance from him. But that high end, the Lucas Spracklin that we're used to seeing, that's that good stuff. The aggressive, hyper carry style of play where he's Voltroning up with Solar Retrol in the solo lane, just really facilitating his team, controlling the pace of the map, playing these early game aggressive picks. The Erlong Shen fits his playstyle incredibly well. The Kleena looks good with them too. I've been continually impressed by Scream, and I think the community has been as well. When there are all these jungler tier lists coming out, who's number 1, 2, or 3, despite being on a team that has been struggling throughout the entirety of the year, Scream continually finds himself in the top 3, 4 players of the jungle pool on every single tier list.
And I think it's something that we have said to death here, but I think cannot be understated. As this man is one of the highest, if not the highest, kill participation players in the league, and especially for his team here. I mean, Scream is all over the map, left, right, and center, in the enemy jungle, in his own jungle. I mean, we saw Game 2 of that Leviathan set. They were sitting on Panatom's speed buff for the first 10 minutes of the game because they felt that was their strategy to win. It worked out. And then, well, unfortunately, they had a bit of a spill in 3 and 4,
yeah,
but
kind of worked out.
But you still get a, I mean, yeah, kind of. Only kind of absolutely, destroyed in game number 2 here. But game 1, picks and bans between the ONI Warriors and the Solar SCARABS are here to go. And what an important set this is. The loser of this set goes home. Their season's done. All over with. The winner goes to the SWC quarterfinals taking place January 7th. And what a big one you got to win here. It starts all out in Game 1, picks and bans. It's going to be Fafnir and Camazotz for the first ones. no surprise, these seems to be kind of the bans that have been, Fafnir specifically, kind of just against the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these bans start to roll out, and the picks as well, considering both of these teams have got a lot of data on each other, not only from watching these incredibly long sets like the ONI Warriors going 5 yesterday, but also, or 4 rather, but also they played against each other 5 times. So there's not much left that I think either of these guys can hide from each other. It's more so about straight up play on field. The Solar Scarabs may have got some dubs off of their Naja pick, something that nobody else is playing. You're not going to sneak that up on the ONI Warriors anymore. They're privy to it. They played against it. They've banned it out.
And this Amuz and Cobb, man, the one little buff that we got to Amuz and Cobb, some of the slow buffs that we've seen to, the Mace Tree and things like that over time have now all accumulated to this god being a first pick, first ban material for so many of these teams. We've seen some flexibility with him over in the Hunter role and the mid role, but something obviously a little bit less flexible to Izanami on the opposite side, who's kind of been the number 1/number 2 Hunter pick so far.
I mean, Izanami just nets you so much pressure in the long lane. She just clears wave faster than everybody else, and that is so useful when you want to invade these large harpies. The purple buff's so invadable now as well, so Izanami just going to keep rising throughout that priority pick list. That said, the Fenrir, something I'm very excited to see. Likely going towards Cuvo Fred, but does certainly have some flex potential, could head over to the solo lane. I think it is very likely that we do see it in the jungle, and that's also going to pair very well with this Izanami. If you want to gank out early, that works. If you use Ragnarok on a support and they land into a dark portal, they're just essentially not playing the game for 6 entire seconds. So it seems as if the ONI Warriors, with their top 2 selections, are really just drafting around pressure.
And those first bans that came out, we kind of grazed by a lot of those bans. We'll get the on her here out of Dardes over in that mid lane. But kind of back towards these bans here, the Camazot's very standard. He's been a top pick throughout the entirety of this weekend. I'd say even through Phase 3, he's been such a monster of a pick out in the jungle. The Naja is a targeted ban over towards the Solar Scarabs. The Olaran has also been seeing a lot of priority in the bans. And it's not just against, Stewart over here on the Solar Scarabs. It's kind of across the board that we've been seeing that. And then to round out these bans here in the second half of them, we have Kali and Gilgamesh, so a lot of respect thrown over towards the jungler hero of the Scarabs.
Yeah, I mean, Scream's just proven time and time again that he can win games on his own for the Solar Scarabs, so you gotta believe that all the other teams in the SPL, the SCC, the SOC have taken notice and decided to just try and limit some of that potential. I really do like this Freya selection for the Solar Scarabs. I think that when Stewart is playing these magical hunters, that is Stewart at his best, the ability to just scale very well into the late game. The Scarabs do not often like to play through the long lane in the early, so it makes sense to just put your long laner, your hunter, on something that is going to be able to just sit on their own in lane, play pretty safely. And Freya is incredibly safe now. Banish, a phenomenal disengage tool. The ultimate Valkyrie's Discretion gets a buff, so it's essentially just an instant Aegis, whereas beforehand you did have some opportunity to knock her out of the sky before she got all the way up there. And then once you do start to get to these late game 5-on-5 engagements, Freya's going to slam you. There's no other way to put it. She's just going to slam.
Ganesh and Ardio were the bans out of the Solar Scarabs in the second half of their ban phase, and that leaves Xing Chen open. And with all these double Hunter and, Hunter, Magical Hunter compositions coming out here, Mifflin, I'm a little surprised that we've been seeing so little of Xing Chen out here this weekend.
Yeah, I think Xing Chen is just a little bit one note in his engage. It's, all right, is Skyhook up? I'll probably use that. If not, Whirlwind of Rage and Steel feels pretty good, but very easy to beads out. A lot of the meta selections have got great ways to deal with his engagement. He also still gets shredded. A lot of the double Hunter compositions are running either AMC or Charybdis, or even potentially both of which have great ways to just shred defense. So even if you are doing a percentage less on auto attacks, you're still getting a whole lot of that value as well. I think Xing Chen certainly can work out. He's been strong in the past, but maybe not one that I would say you're really going towards super often.
Hunbats and Nike will round out the drafts here for the Solar Scarabs. Hunbats over in the jungle for Scream. Nike going over to SOT in the solo lane. So now we get a nice little holistic look at the Solar Scarabs draft. And the ONI Warriors still need their one final pick, whether that be jungle, whether that be solo lane, depending on where this Fenrir is going. How are you liking the 5 strong that the SCARABS have drafted here so far?
I like it a lot. They've got great late game. AMC and Freya going to be very strong and around the 20 or so minute mark. Hun Bots is going to be a phenomenal disruption tool. Synergizes really well with Terra. All very similar to how Gilgamesh Terra lines up. You drop the Earthen Fury, wins a Shamash, instant procs it. Fear No Evil does the exact same thing, but also fears them, which is very nice. And then Nike as well, just as this backline disruption tool. When you're playing something like On Her and Izanami, I would not say that either of those two hunters really have the greatest answers to Nike. So she could just create some space for the rest of her team, allow her Freya and AMC to free cast in the backline of these team fights. On the other end, the ONI Warriors have got some pretty strong dive, but the peel potential of the Solar Scarabs against the dive of the ONI Warriors is very good. Fenrir's Brutalize, probably never going to work on either AMC or Freya. Stinger from AMC is a cripple, so he's just stuck there. All of a sudden, Unchained isn't an option either. Freya can whoop you off. Failing that, Valkyrie's Discretion gets you out of the Brutalize as well. So, I am concerned for Cuvo Fred's ability to get involved come late game, but that's not why you picked the Fenrir. You picked the Fenrir for that early game power, and in the early, AMC and Freya are going to struggle.
You know, it's interesting. We've been seeing, a lot more of this Fenrir come out, and a couple of times we panned over to the ability levelings of this god. And more often than not, it's been the Seething Howl that's kind of been maxed out first. We see a point in Unchained, we see a point in Brutalize, and then it's 3-4 of them over in that Seething Howl, just that extra bonus power proc early on.
When you max Seething Howl, you're essentially getting some points in both your other abilities. Just adding power is going to increase the scaling, as well as just in the late game as well. Brutalize is generally going to be a DPS drop over your auto attacks. You also lose out on that lifesteal, so it makes a lot of sense to me. It's a lot more consistent as well. But this might be a game where we see Unchained get maxed first, just because you want that initial bit of burst damage. So I'm going to keep my eyes throughout the duration of game 1 on what Cuvo Fred really is prioritizing.
We do have an Odin as the last pick here out of the ONI Warriors, so that Fenrir most likely now set to go into the jungle there for Cuvo Fred. But when you're looking at the Odin against the composition you've got there, Hunbats and Nike can easily get out of the cage. Freya, I believe with that Valkyrie's Discretion, she can go ahead and fly right out of there. So you're looking at locking down this Terra and the Amuzen Cob as far as this cage is concerned. How do you feel about the holistic synergy here of the Odin with this team?
I think Odin fits well. On her can pin people to the inside of the cage. Jing Shen can toss them a little bit closer to you, make it easier to set up. But the damage output inside of the cage, not exactly the greatest. I really like standard AoE mages when I have an Odin, something like a Discordia. The age-old Zeus combo as well feels very good. But what are you doing here? He's going in, and you're hoping that like Desert Fury and Dark Portal are going to finish off whoever's inside the cage. It's a little bit hard to ask, I think. But having 2 priority targets that are going to be easy to shut down throughout the mid-game, Terra and Amuzen Cob with the Ring of Spears, is very nice. It feels to me as if the ONI Warriors have put themselves on a timer with this composition, or maybe the Solar Scarabs have put the ONI Warriors on a timer. If this goes to like 25, 30 minutes, I don't really see how the ONI Warriors are going to win a team fight in a 5-on-5 engagement from an even state. They need to establish a lead early on and leverage that into objectives, fire giants, put themselves in a position where the Solar Scarabs are on the back foot.
And that lead's got to come from, one of these lanes, I'd imagine, probably the dual lane or the mid lane. If you're Cuvo Fred, which of those lanes are you throwing your priority towards? You're going to have pressure in duo with that Izanami just alone.
I think you're probably putting a lot of pressure in mid. You've got an aggressive mid laner with On Her, and you've got great setup on an immobile AMC. So that's one way to get yourself started, but you could even potentially start rotating towards the solo lane. Sure, Nike's going to be very survivable, but with an Odin, the chase down's good.
It's a big set on the line, and it's all going to start here in game number 1. We've got the ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs facing off for their final opportunity to get to the Smite World Championship. Who's it going to be? We all got to start it out here in game number 1. Let's throw it right down to the casters to get it all started.
Now, shall we get cooking? Is what I've been told is from...
You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
I've been told that's from a great anime, right? I don't know.
I've only been begging you to watch it for months, but you'll get around
maybe it's
to
pretty apt for this matchup between the ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. 2 teams that are no strangers to one another, aggro. One more spot in the Smite World Championships on the line. These teams already went 5 games, and I think it's a matter of what ONI Warriors do we get here going into this matchup. Even yesterday in the ONI Warriors victory, some games that didn't completely convince us. Same thing with the matchup against the Solar Scarabs. 2 games that were incredible for the Warriors, and then some self-inflicted wounds caused a loss there in that set. And so if you get that early set ONI Warriors, this could be a good omen for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Warriors have had great moments this weekend. There's no doubt about that. But they have not been able to do it consistently, as Stewart is going to have to use the beads. One last auto may have done it, but inbound did end up using the med at the last second. So Stewart will get a little bit of health back, and by a little bit, I mean a lot. He's already half HP off that med. But the Warriors duo lane already getting off to some pressure. And obviously the guy who has really stepped up in a lot of these lead situations has been Cubo Fred, and he's on the pick that he's been doing it with in this Fenrir. I think that, you know, when the Warriors have gotten off to these good starts, it's always been through their jungler. And giving him the tools to do that, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah,
Fenrir's felt good for him. On the other side, Scream on the Hunbats, also been a very good pick for Cubo Fred. I imagine we will see I don't know, Cirquette for Scream, maybe, maybe not, but the Hunbats, the Fenrirs for sure, I think will be jockeying back and forth in picks and bans here in this set. I expect this set goes beyond 3 if history has taught us anything.
Yeah.
And so the strategy will have to adapt and change moving forward. But in talking to the ONI Warriors this week, Aggro, you know, and I talk about self-inflicted wounds. When I talked to the coach Chuckles yesterday, talked to Cubo Fred before the set today, even talked to Neoma in the post-game yesterday. It's all the same. It's that we caused our own mistakes, and so our mental is good because we feel like we know where things went wrong. Solar Scarabs, of course, happy to be in this position. Stuart, be careful. You've already been low once or twice in this lane, but he will walk away with his life yet again. Plenty of pressure on the Freya early on.
Yeah, this Izanami is just going to give you guaranteed pressure every single time. And Terra Freya is not going to be able to contest with Izanami basically by herself, let alone whenever there's someone like a Xing Chen alongside. So I love what Neilma's doing, just keeping Stewart uncomfortable, keeping him away. But Inbound's doing good work as well. He put Vote down to about a 3rd HP.
Yep.
And because Baranek is going to be called missing on that side of the map, I imagine that the ONI Warriors are going to have to play this nice and slow. But they do end up getting that invade. And that's the concern, I think, if you're the Solar Scarabs, is that you don't have any pressure whatsoever on this left side of the map. Mid should be in favor of the AMC for a little bit, but by the time Dardes maxes out Impale, he'll be able to keep pace and rotate around with Baronek's speed. And then over here on the right-hand side, it's pretty even. So, you know, the question for Fred becomes, do I exert pressure on the side where we have the lead?
Inbound first blood around the corner. Med is doing so much work, but needs a little bit of extra carrying power as Vote finally connects for first blood. It has been on to Stewart a couple of times, but Stewart has staved off death. Inbound no further, and the ONI Warriors grab first blood in the set.
No Fred needed, baby. We got this one all on our own. We can just sit over here and make sure that we get that first blood. Huge play for the ONI Warriors. It goes to Stewart, or to Vote rather, which is best case scenario. He gets to cash in on that extra gold from the first blood bounty. And Stewart is going to be pushed under tower for a while now, I think, with how Vote should be able to play this lane. And if he can just, you know, freeze waves on his side of the map, make sure that it puts Vote in a bad spot, or Stewart in a bad spot, these are easy ganks for Fred to make.
You wonder then where the targets look outside of that duo lane. Everyone's got beads. Opportunity maybe to head on over towards Baranek in the mid lane. AMC in particular, Aggro, and I know the phrase you've used is either not picked at all or he's first picked. Seems like here as of late it's been the latter. And players have really adjusted to this play style well. Baranek, I think in the Hunter mid conversation in general, has adapted to that style of play. Charybdis has been very popular for the Solar Scarabs team.
Yeah.
I would argue there's some mid laners in the league right now that we saw this week that have played more Hunters than traditional mages.
Yeah, Dardes is certainly one of them. He hasn't played many traditional mages at all and has really elected for these Hunters. And normally they've put Vote on a magical ADC to try and balance their composition. You know, I thought Nika might go on something like Cerberus as Dardes playing aggressive, trying to get Baranek off his red buff, but just a little bit shy of being able to find him. I do think the Warriors composition, the 4 physical plus a Xing Chen, I'm very surprised to see Inbound going Lotus Crown first, even though it is really good. I just don't know that you have room for Lotus Crown and Sovereignty and Thebes. I think you probably have to give one of those up. And I'd be going Sov right off the rip here, just to make sure that we get that passive physical protection to everyone around me. It makes you so tanky against them. And the Warriors just don't have any real threat from their magical damage dealer in Neil Ma. So
Right.
Neil might be able to go. He's a big fan of building a damage item in support. You know, we've seen him go Divine. You know, I think that it's pretty likely we could see him do that.
Might need it up against the Terra. Scream in mid has Fear No Evil, but Leap and Beads available for Dardes, so Scream will hold on to the ultimate red buff Invade instead. Whereas Kivo Fred, he is back on his speed buff. And so Scream early in this game starting to make his rotations through the jungle. And now it feels like a matter of time, Aggro. You're 6 minutes in, both junglers rather. Of course, you've already hit level 5. They're cresting the level 7 mark. Both have these big setup potential ultimates.
Right.
Both at a point now where, whether team fight-wise or ganking duo lane-wise, you might be able to get something done. Beads out of vote, and he goes back into the Draugr pit, but Scream is there on the chase, and Scream there for the kill, and the Solar Scarabs tie up the kills.
I expected jungle presence over here, but not Scream. I thought it was going to be Cuvo Fred. Good setup as Scream. Going to hold on to the beads wisely, but here comes Fred.
Fred is over, has Ragnarok, but Scream up, down. It's Inbound who's gobbled up, and now Cuvo Fred doesn't have much more utility. Stewart flips the script on this lane, and the Solar Scarabs make the ONI Warriors pay.
Very confused at how that target selection happened there for Fred, but Nika in trouble here on the right-hand side, far away from his side of the map. But Odin does have that survivability plus the blink, so Nika will end up making it out. I don't think that'll be enough.
Oh, maybe.
Uh-oh.
On the other side of it, SOT takes one too many tower shots for his liking. Maybe if Cage was still there for Nika, things would be interesting. But you're right, you figured there'd be some pressure over on the duo side of the map. Cubo Fred in there on the reply, takes Inbound up into the Ragnarok instead. Scream ends up having to use the beads anyway. All said and done, Solar Scarabs grab 2 kills.
Yeah, I mean, just with Med and Terra Ultimate, I just don't think there's a real way where Fred gets that kill. But surely he should be hitting Scream if he's trying to kill him. I mean, just makes no sense to pull away Inbound, but just puts him in a spot where he can't run away that way anymore because he's put Inbound behind him. And then he runs back in, brutalizes, realizes that's not going to work. Just don't love that decision-making there from Fred. I mean, I think going for the relics in that situation, making sure you make Inbound use his ultimate in Med, making sure you make Scream use his purification beads, all that tracks for me. I think just the all-in commit was ambitious, to say the least.
Solar Scarabs feeling fine with the way that trade went. 5-600 gold in the lead now, 8 minutes into the game. Both mid laners opting for a similar start here. Of course, difference in the starter items, but both stacking up that Transcendence. So maybe not an immediate spike for one or the other between Baronic and Dardes, both taking up that time to get the damage nice and stacked up. And so Scream has been plenty active on the left side of the map early on in this game. Nika and SOT aggro, you know, they both hit level 9. Blackthorn Hammer picked up for both of them. Actually, the exact same build at this point in that lane. Feels pretty even on the right. Probably starting to shy away from putting too much pressure over there on those two, unless maybe Cubo Fred feels like he's got an opportunity to go behind SOT here. Instead, it's blue buff up. And so maybe that's where Cubo Fred will start to put some pressure here. Let's see if Nika and Cubo can snag away this blue buff. If anything, they'll turn their eyes towards the back camps and maybe buy some time for Dardes, and that's a nice force out from Sot just to jump in and Ragnarok out from Cubo Fred.
Yeah, I mean, trading your ultimate for a buff at this point in the game is usually okay, but Ragnarok is so high value, and you only get back harpies for it. Just not enough, in my opinion, as Neil just not fast enough. Baronic in that hive zone is much faster, has that extra movement speed, and he puts it to good use. So now, 2 big ultimates down for the ONI Warriors. I think if I'm the Solar Scarabs, I might just group around gold. There are already 4 here. Inbounds on the left side of the map. There isn't vision guarantee there. It's actually the ONI Warriors who guarantee have that Oracle vision. But with those 2 ultimates on cooldown, if they show up, great, we can drop it. But might as well make them be there.
If you are Neil, you're hoping you can at least get beads from Baronic there, but as you mentioned, unable to even get in range. So it is a 4-man grouping from the Solar Scarabs in the left side of the jungle. A red buff invade had just happened by Scream, so they have this timer. Dardes, Neil, and Cubo Fred are all here, though. Scream back onto the red buff once more. Inbound will clap the walls together, but the Solar Scarabs drop the red. Inbound dashes away, and the ONI Warriors just have to watch it happen.
Very surprised that we see the ONI Warriors play that pretty slowly, but no beads for Fred means that he can't really commit and jump in, or else he's just going to get Fear No Evil'd and killed. So he makes the right choice, even though he could have. I think Scream's really trying to bait him in. He's leaving the red buff at a low health total that Fred could have easily just unchained in and secured the red, but he almost certainly would have died for it. So good attempt by Scream, but better patience there from Cubo Fred. And it wasn't the Gold Fury, but it's still the Solar Scarabs being proactive on the map and leveraging a little bit of an advantage because they know that they don't have ultimates. Now both Fred and Neil have their ultimates back up, so no more forcing just based on that alone. But strip away another red, keep Dardez behind, still got something for it.
I am curious. I mean, we've already talked plenty about the Hun Bats, the Fenrir for good reason. It's a high-powered jungle matchup, and there's plenty of setup between those two. But when you kind of zoom out from there, compositionally, do you feel like Scream or Cubo Fred is more important to their respective team as far as general team fight setup goes? Do you feel like Oni Warrior, Solar Scarabs have more opportunity outside of just their jungler?
It's a good question. I think that the Warriors probably do a little bit more without their jungler there, but their jungler is supposed to be doing more in the early game.
Right.
It's not concerning to me that where Scream is. I think Scream is in a really, really good spot right now in his build. Whereas, Fred, to be 0-1, 11.5 minutes in on the Fenrir is usually not part of the game plan. It's not like this pick doesn't scale at all, but he's already passed his strongest point in relation to what we're seeing from Scream. I think Scream should be able to really hit some pretty big power spikes quickly from this position.
Man, this red buff invade is just on cooldown. Scream is back. Baronic is going to go into the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel this time, drops his beads. And Neilma will connect with the ultimate this time on the Solar Scarabs mid laner. So now Baronic minus an ultimate, minus a set of beads, minus a lot of mobility outside of some movement speed in that kit. Have to play a little extra safe over the next 143 seconds or so. And I am curious, Aggro, we mentioned some options for inbound as far as build go. Cubo Fred jumps on out of the mist. We wondered if we'd see a Sovereignty, a Thebes. We do see the Lotus Crown, but it's a Witchblade. Second overall, and I guess against double hunters, that feels all right.
It's good. It's not as good as Sov. Like, Sovereignty is just such a slam dunk buy here. I'm shocked that we don't see one. Maybe Solar Troll is building into it. I doubt it, but they need a Sovereignty. Like, there is no excuse for not having Sovereignty against a 4 physical comp like this.
Gold Fury pulled. If there's a team fight to be had, you'd love to have a Sovereignty right now if you're the Solar Scarabs. Neilma in range. Fear No Evil down from Scream. But the Oni Warriors kind of separate out from it, so they set up a bit by the wayside if you're the Solar Scarabs. A good banish onto Vote, who will drop the beads and slide on out. But Dardez has been killed off by SOT in the team fight, regardless of Fear No Evil. Going to the Solar Scarabs, Dardez and Neilma down.
Solar Troll just 1v1 Dardez and killed him by himself between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. And that fight starts off so well for the Oni Warriors. The fact that we know Baronic doesn't have beads, Neilma completely makes Fear No Evil whiff, completely jukes it, sets himself in a good position, but because of Dardez's positioning, he can't get any help from anyone. He's got to have that isolated 1v1 up against Solar Troll. He gets cut off from the rotation entirely, and I feel like if that team fight is Solar Troll near the Gold Fury and in front of everyone, and that Fear No Evil happens, that the Oni Warriors are in a great spot to win that fight. But because Solar Troll just does such a good job of cutting off Dardez's positioning, make sure that he's a complete non-factor, it means the Oni Warriors know they don't have a lot of damage, so even though Neil has juked Fear No Evil, that they can't withstand the damage from the Solar Scarabs and buy time for Fred, who was trying to loop around the back, because what's Fred going to do? His game plan is to blink in, Ragnarok pick up Baronic, and bring them to the carries. But it's just Vote, and I don't think Vote could have killed him by himself. I don't think they have the damage to do that at that point. Just a really well-played fight from Solar Troll in particular. Even though the Fear No Evil wasn't good, still works out well.
And Vote the only one who has to use the beads, and it's on the banish later on in that fight.
Right.
So at least a small win for the Oni Warriors that you've held on to the 3 sets of beads outside of Votes there. So, maybe not dire straits just yet. You're 15 minutes in. You're only down 3.5k gold. Of course, you'd love to be in a better situation if you're the Oni Warriors. Maybe the XP starts to be a little bit more concerning. That doesn't concern Cubo Fred, though. He's jumped in the back. It's Baronic yet again, but the cage, it's all around the Solar Scarabs. It doesn't matter. That's a nice ultimate from the Oni Warrior support. Neoma sends Baronic to the grave. The bead stripped away, and the second engage is good.
Dardes has the beads and jump away.
Portal.
Dark Portal, great from Vote, but not enough to kill Scream yet.
No, the healing, it's big, but it's not big enough. Nika jumps in and puts Scream down. Neoma trying his best to jump on away from this fight. Here is Valkyrie's discretion from Stewart. It's an opportunity for the Freya to go big, and he has hit Paydirt on one. Vote around the corner, finding the auto attacks. 2-for-2 trade mirrored in the kills.
Beautiful patience there from Stewart at the very end. So easy to just dump all your buttons out of Valkyrie's discretion as soon as you can, but waited out the Aegis perfectly, still make sure to pick up the kill onto Dardes with those last few shots. Really well done rotation. As Solar Patrol goes in?
He goes in. Aegis out from Foe. The damage is surely there. Yes, it is. But will Sot survive? There's a lot of lockdown onto this Nike. Beads get used as well. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but Beads and Blink down from SOT, but you keep Vote off the map, who is, I guess, closest levels-wise here in this game.
Yeah, the only thing I don't love there for Sot is using the beads. I think everything else is fine. I'm fine with him taking that trade, keeping Vote down, making sure that the Scarabs are getting Pyro, though they would have gotten it anyways. And it's also just like, that's the type of play that's annoying. If you're Vote, like,
Right.
what the hell, you know, he just suicides for me. Like, he knows he's going to die. He's level 16. What is he doing? But that type of play that, you know, mathematically probably close to worth it, but maybe not a slam dunk. Still, I think the mentality it shows and, you know, just keeping the Oni Warriors off balance and being like, man, this guy's a psycho. Who knows what he's going to do next? I think that has some value in and of itself. So I've got no problem with Sot limit testing a little bit there. Just wish he would have held on to the beads when he knows he's dead, no matter what.
Yep.
And on the sovereignty discussion, as we've been kind of burying that one over and over again, it is sovereignty for Solar Patrol instead, is Inbound will go with the Spectral Armor. Just, you know, Solar Patrol is not going to be near Baronic and Stewart in these team fights. Look at how he played during the Gold Fury fight. Look at how he played after that. Sovereignty is, you know, it's a good personal defense item.
Right.
I think that you could make an argument that having 2 sovereignties is probably fine on both Solar Patrol and Inbound, but last time I'm going to bring it up. I think Inbound should still have.
Well, then the question becomes aggro, at least with one sovereignty, right? And then, you know, Lotus Crown for Inbound. What type of penetration do you start to itemize towards if you're the Oni Warriors? I mean, double XE
Yeah.
seems like the obvious choice for Dardes and Vote. Vote's got the Crusher as well. Do you continue to lean in that tree if you're the Oni Warriors? Try to prot shred as much as you can, because the itemization seems pretty straightforward for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I think that the double XE does make sense. You know, we could see a dominance this game. I wonder if they're going to go crit builds. I mean, seeing a Spectral already done, even though there isn't even a tier 1 of Wind Demon there for the Oni Warriors, maybe just there as an insurance policy for Inbound, but it might dissuade the Oni Warriors from going for that Wind Demon and Deathbringer and that type of build. But I still, you know, we haven't seen a whole lot of Chinsai build for a reason. They don't feel particularly great right now. So you're either forcing yourself into a build that, you know, isn't going to get countered by Spectral, but also isn't going to feel that good the rest of the time. I think that I'd probably still build crit just because of the threat it would put on the Fire Giant in particular. Having crit for Fire is a huge deal, and that Chinsai's build might be marginally better against the actual players, but way worse up against the objective.
Scream in the Ragnarok, Fear No Evil down as a reply, but not much damage onto the Oni Warrior. Scream looking worse for wear after that. Uses his beads as well. And on the topic of physical penetration, Baronic has got a Titan's Bane, 3rd item overall.
Love it.
So he's going to deal a lot of damage on this AMC. The next time we see a scrap breakout, it is a close grouping of 4 members right now, 2 for the Onis, 2 for the Scarabs. And that is a big cage into a nice dark portal. And the Oni Warriors have found a fight that they're happy with. But Inbound, sustaining up himself and the rest of his team. Stewart on a killing spree. And it's the Solar Scarabs, despite being engaged upon, that have found the first kill.
That Terra healing, man, this shell, this meditation, this ultimate. There's no real anti-heal at all for the Oni Warriors. And so they are getting full value out of this. Now, they were in the Odin cage, but then they stood in the Odin cage way too long because Gold Fury actually broke 2 walls. And then they stayed in it anyways. They didn't realize that the walls were down. But by the time they get out, they're able to get their heal. They're able to get the meditation. And Inbound is just an unkillable force right now on this Terra, whereas Neil is anything but. He got absolutely chunked down by Stewart and by Baronic. Baronic hit him with the stinger, and it was all over for Neil, even though it looked like he was about to get a really good ultimate. Did get beads from both Baronic and Stewart with it, so that is good. But ultimately losing the team fight, losing that Gold Fury. And Neil is level 11. Stewart's level 19. Baronic's level 18. I mean, it's not itemization for Neil. It's just the levels, I think, that are making the biggest difference. I mean, it's a 3-level gap between inbound and the back line of the ONI Warriors. It is a 7 and 8 level gap for Neil. That's too much.
Yeah, we've come a long way from first blood over in the duo lane, isn't it, where the ONI Warriors just had all that pressure on the inbound and Stewart. Only Nika has escaped death. Everyone else on the ONI Warriors has died off a couple of times so far this game. And as SOT continues on with this build here, we talk about straightforward itemization, an item we don't get to see all that often, but makes some sense here if you're going up against Dardes and Vote. Hide of the Nemean Lion.
Yep.
Add it into this build. And so you talk about block stacks. Of course, that item gets changed, but still finds value here for SOT.
Yeah, I like the Nemean in general, though it isn't great up against the Izanami because it'll take a block stack for the auto going out and for the auto coming in. So you'll lose those stacks pretty quickly, but it's still physical protection, and then you immune a couple of autos. You know, if it's Dardes' autos, it feels way better because he has such low attack speed in comparison to Vote, and you know he doesn't have the double proc. Is it perfect here? No problem with it, though. You know, he doesn't have to look at how easy the game is now for the Solar Scarabs because they just can build so much physical protection. And no Ankh for the Warriors. I thought for sure that's when Neil was going to go.
Nope, he goes under. Nika goes into the cage. Will he get out? The answer is no, and it's inbound who finds the pick for the Solar Scarabs, and it's right around this FG. 45 seconds on Nika's respawn. You got everything but the Fear No Evil. All of your relics are going to be ready to go. Seems like a straightforward Fire Giant pull now for the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, this one's easy, and the Warriors are not going to contest. They know they can't win the fight 5-on-5, let alone 4-on-5. But, Dave, I just don't see a world where they win a fight from here. They just can't because they don't have any anti-heal at all up against this Terra, which is crazy to me. I mean, just absolutely nuts that they can't go Brawlers on Dardes or Vote. You know, that's an inherent weakness of double hunter compositions is that they can't really build anti-heal super well. You know, I think that Vote in this game, we've seen it before where when the anti-heal is going to be good and you're a character that doesn't really utilize Crusher that well anyways, we've seen Shadow Steel Shuriken in that spot.
Yeah,
I would have loved that first item for him. I think it's very similar in what it's going to give you. Yes, you don't get the flat pen, but it scales into your build much better. Sure, they were going to build Spectral, but they're building it anyways, and there's no crit for the ONI Warriors. So I just don't, I'm not really buying that argument. I think that the ONI Warriors, I mean, there's no excuse for Fred to not have Brawlers. There's no reason that Nika or Neil couldn't have gotten a Contagion or Pestilence. I don't like the Sunder pickup at all from Neil. I know that they probably feel like they need it up against the Nike Shield, but you're guaranteed losing to Terra Ultimate in my mind. You can maybe not die, or you can maybe still kill Sot eventually through that Nike Shield.
Yeah, eventually it seems to be the operative word here, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're relying on Odin Cage anti-heal, but that's just not going to be enough. It just won't be. That ultimate covers too much ground.
Kinsize for Vote. See if he has enough time to add another item. At the end of the build here, the Solar Scarabs far and away ahead of game number 1. It has been clinical outside of a first blood dropped. And the ONI Warriors will take a breather before what aggro we assume is looking like one of the final fights here of the game. It must be frustrating for the ONI Warriors, even their fans. Of course, it's been very clean play from the Solar Scarabs.
Sure.
But it's been a lot of the conversation around composition and how you're itemizing against the enemy team.
Yep.
And so the Solar Scarabs deserve every ounce of due credit here in this game. They've set up what looks like a winning game here in just a few minutes. They've played the game as it's been presented to themselves and have earned every ounce of it. But it feels like the self-inflicted wounds almost from the ONI Warriors that they've talked about.
Yeah, I mean, the self-inflicted wounds for sure. I mean, look, every team that's ever lost a Smite game pretty much goes, we just played bad. If we play well, we win that game. That's everyone will always tell you that. And that's true, number one. And number two, the right mentality to have as a competitive player. But I think when it comes to this game in particular for the ONI Warriors, their itemization choices, I just spent a long time talking about how I don't love those. Yep. The composition itself, I think is kind of hard to execute with. And I think the Solar Scarabs have just drafted themselves a very easy front-to-back sort of team comp. It's
Agreed.
much more balanced. They've got team fight element. They've got CC. Solo Troll is playing really, really well right now. And solo lane is just so important to the meta. You know, solo, in my mind, is maybe the most impactful role in competitive right now. You look at what Solo Troll is doing versus what Nika's been able to do, it really has not been close. Solo Troll's been much more impactful.
Agreed. And Aggro, in all of the times that these two teams have faced off against one another, all the impactful sets that they've played against one another, this one, in all of Season 8, easily the most important for both of these two teams. There have been a lot of parallels drawn between players on both sides. So many individual matchups to talk about here, and I'm glad we talk about the solo lane a little bit, because Cubo Fred, of course, pivotal for the Warriors, as Scream is for the Solar Scarabs. The battle throughout this best-of-5 set between Nika and Solo or Troll, tantamount to success for both of these two teams. And SOT in the power position now for the Solar Scarabs feels like a raid boss on this Nike. We're diving tier 2 towers 10 minutes ago. Why not dive a Phoenix here shortly? SOT agrees. It's Sentinel of Zeus on 3. Nika will use the cage and he backs away, but it's a 3-man Dark Portal from Vote. Is this the signs of life that the ONI Warriors have been looking for? No, Stewart says life no more. Cubo Fred, you're in the dirt, and the rest of the ONI Warriors will follow. It's all but a deicide. Nika might make his way back to the fountain, but the Solar Scarabs capitalize. Looks like they'll take game 1.
No doubt about it. The ONI Warriors just did not show up in this game 1. They just were not ready. And this looks like the ONI Warriors we saw regular season of the summer split. You know, you could have showed me that VOD, and I would have said exactly what, it's Fred not being active on the map, which was a huge problem for them earlier on in the year. It's Neil not being, getting picked a little bit too often in that Sunder in that last play. If you're going to build Sunder and Solar Troll blink ults your backline, you have to turn and Sunder him.
Yeah.
Why are you picking it up if you don't? And Solar Troll just gets the whole value from the shield. So just really, really sloppy play there from the ONI Warriors. And in a do or die where they cannot lose this set or their season is over, and you've got 2 world champions on your team, I'm very surprised at that effort in game 1. I'm not saying they didn't want to win. When I say effort, I just mean what they put out there. Very, very surprising. That's what we saw.
And on the flip side, the Solar Scarabs, it feels very methodical, clean cut.
Played great.
Easy game plan to execute on for the Solar Scarabs.
100%.
And they earned this game 1 win with every ounce of effort that they put in. Solar Scarabs, they take game 1. Good thing game 2 is the most important in these best-of-5 sets. We'll see if the ONI Warriors can tie it up after this break.
Well, game 1 is done, but this time around, it's the Solar Scarabs who come up out on top to start the set out. And if you want to support your favorite teams, support any of your favorite teams out here in the SPL, whether it be the Warriors, whether it be the Scarabs, or anybody else, go over to hrz.io/SWC merch in all caps and check out the new SWC Champion Edition jerseys, joggers, and mouse pads that we have available to you, all thanks to our good friends over at Inside Apparel. Make sure that you pick those up before you don't have the opportunity to do so. If you don't remember the link before, you can always just go to shop.smartproleague.com, and then you'll be able to route your way over there. So make sure and pick up your Championship Edition gear before it's too late. And what sick gear this is. I said it all yesterday. I'm going to say it again every time I look at them. The black and gold just looks sick no matter what team you're out here representing, no matter which pair, which jersey, if you get the joggers, the mouse pad. It all looks great. Thank you so much one more time to our good friends over at Inside Apparel for providing all of this to you at home, to us, to all the players out there. And what a game 1 that the Scarabs get to start out here up against the ONI Warriors. And even though this was a game 1 pretty big victory out here for the Scarabs, if time has anything to say, the last 2 times these teams have faced off, whether it was here or back in Phase 3, I can only imagine still Game 5 potentially being around the corner. But what a way to start out for the Scarabs.
Yeah, the Scarabs just had everything working out for them throughout every portion of the game, right? An early game, Freya somehow succeeding. That shouldn't happen.
That's wild.
Yeah, the on her on the other side wasn't able to establish pressure in mid, but I guess you're expecting that. It's just an outpacing in the jungle from Scream, able to get involved a little bit earlier than Cubo Fred. Just nothing worked out for the ONI Warriors in this one. The Solar Scarabs, I would say, probably got off a little bit easy from that first rotation over towards the duo lane. But after that, man, the Warriors really slowed down their game, and the Solar Scarabs aren't going to. They're winning the game at that point. Why would they slow down at all? It really was a very one-sided game 1.
I mean, Scream was all over the place on the map. Stewart, even though a lot of pressure was thrown his way in the early game, the fact that this Freya makes it through the early game, gets a killing spree by like level 12, level 13 is absolutely absurd. And Stewart's just allowed to essentially W key at the enemy team by the time the game comes to an end here. You can even see Cubo Fred trying to dive into the back line. But just look how much damage that Stewart and Baronic have just to pump right back up against him. And then Stewart and Scream just run down the competition under the Phoenix here. 5-0-6 on the Freya, 5-1-6 here for Scream. Both of them part of 11 kills out for this team.
Yeah, generally the answer to these magical hunters is going to be large AoE CC abilities. So had Scream not taken the Hun bots and the ONI Warriors would have been able to adjust some of their picks, maybe that could have been an answer. But there should not be a team fight in the late game, especially on a Phoenix Siege, where a Freya just doesn't get hit. I mean, she was full HP the entire time. Stewart had great space control afforded to him by the rest of his team. Look at every single one of those clips of Stewart. You'll see SOT 50 feet in the future in front of him, just creating infinite space. But you can't allow that to happen. Somebody's got to be diving these hyper carries, and in game 1, it just didn't happen.
And it's kind of the weird conundrum that we're in right now, because Hunter mid is becoming a heavy priority amongst really every team. It's only like the Tiamat that's consistently making her way into the mid lane as far as the traditional mages are concerned. And so now we're starting to get some more of this magical Hunter duo lane out here. Olorun seems to be kind of one of the #1 picks. But do you think at some point in this set we maybe see a couple more of them banned out like this Freya?
I mean, Freya has seen a couple of bans so far this week, so I wouldn't be too surprised if that happens again, especially after the performance we just saw in Game 1. But if you're dedicating bans towards the Freya, all of a sudden some of those dedicated bans you've been tossing Scream's way won't be available. Maybe the Naja comes out. The Kali slides through some of these picks as well. So the ONI Warriors, they've got to concern themselves.
Picks and bans, game number 2 with the Scarabs up 1 game. The ONI Warriors will elect for first pick this time around. And they're going to stick with their guns here and banning away this Naja, making sure that Scream doesn't get his hands on it. It was a strategy that the Leviathans held onto in their setup against the Scarabs. And it's an adaptation that the ONI Warriors are making after their loss to the Solar Scarabs earlier on in the week. And one other thing that's not changing here is this Fafnir by the Solar Scarabs. They are dead set on making sure that Neil does not get his hands on that Guardian.
Yeah, Neil and the rest of the ONI Warriors just look so much stronger whenever Fafnir's on the squad. It makes it so much simpler on what the shot calling is. Once Fafnir transforms, it's, okay, let's do the objective. We have to. He's a dragon now. We must. And the ONI Warriors really do benefit from that kind of just one-note style. And it seems like the Solar Scarabs have certainly taken note of it themselves. One adaptation, though, Solar Scarabs now in the second pick position. Seems like they really, really do value that AMC and do not want to play against it. Take it away from the Oni Warriors.
I think it was Aggro who probably said it best of, this is Dardez's best god when it comes to the mid lane hunters. I mean, he's been doing it for so long with that AMC. Do not let him get his hands on it. Umoja does make it through. That's going to go over to Neilma over here on the Oni Warriors. But one thing that we've seen consistently throughout this tournament specifically has been this Achilles as a first pick selection almost immediately afterwards every time. Maybe a little surprised here that the Solar Scarabs are going to be the ones who grab this up here, couple that along with the Freya.
I think that Umoja still brings so much value that I would likely still first pick her over the Achilles. Sure, she's got some nerfs recently. The healing doesn't, or the health shield from the second ability doesn't stack up. It now refreshes, which means that you are significantly less effective at keeping your teammates alive. But the healing, the pressure, the walls, the repositioning tools, the catch out, all still there. And Umoja's still incredibly strong in the right hands. But you said it, Achilles has been dominant, and it has worked out for the Solar Scarabs, and they have got that Freya going yet again. Well, I've got to think the Solar Scarabs are very happy with the selections they picked up.
I mean, it's not to throw any shade at inbound here, but he hasn't had the best performance on the Umoja. Do you think maybe it could have been an opportunity that they just let the Umoja go, see if the Scarabs want to pick that one up, pick the Achilles for themselves? But no, it will be Umoja, Achilles, Freya, and Charybdis to round out the first three picks for the Solar Scarabs. It'll be a Heimdall and a Nike on the side of the Oni Warriors. We get a nice look at what the Hunter roles are going to look like. And then the team that really kind of brought this Charybdis mid to the forefront, they're going to be grabbing it one more time.
Yeah, Baronic is got to be cheesing right now, man. He loves this pick. It's so incredibly safe. If you're worried about some early rotations towards mid, Charybdis is probably the safest god that you could go towards. Phenomenal escapability, just damage immunity immediately on the third ability, the Whirlpool form, the CC immunity as well as additional movement speed while you're inside of the ultimate, the Maw as well. So the early rotations of the Oni Warriors, specifically this Nike out of the Soul Lane, going to be very hard for Nika to make anything happen up against Baronic. And we were already talking about how strong the backline twos were for the Solar Scarabs, the Freya, and the Charybdis this time. Gonna perform about the exact same way. The burst potential is a little bit lower. AMC obviously has a bit more of that, but survivability, damage output, all still incredibly strong. I think the Solar Scarabs have got a composition that they just wanted. If there were no bans in the game, I think the Scarabs would have likely gone towards something exactly like this.
So we got the front line locked in for the Oni Warriors here, the Umoja and the Nike. So the Solar Scarabs, they're going to expend both of their bans over towards Dardez, taking away two of his signature picks here in that Mage Tree. Oddly enough here, Discordia banned out, and the Morrigan, which I think we've seen a distinct lack of for the majority of this tournament. We're on the opposite side here. The Oni Warriors, they take away the Terra and the Hunbats that gave them so much trouble last time. But Mivla, I'm just shocked that we're seeing so little Morrigan right now.
Yeah, well, we're not seeing it this game because it's banned out, right? But yeah, I think the Morrigan is just a great pick, especially up against this newfound double Hunter meta. One physical, one magical doesn't super matter. Hunters have a bad matchup into the Morrigan. She stealths up, slams you with a Dark Omen, hits you with all of her damage with Polynomicon. There's really not much you can do to fight up against that besides just using your beads and your Aegis, or if you're Freya, Valkyrie's Discretion. So, and a very intelligent ban from the Solar Scarabs. But on the other side, I love this Hunbots ban from the Oni Warriors. I think Hunbots really was the bulk of the teamfight presence for the Solar Scarabs, and now having removed it, Freya is going to be a lot easier to dive. It's also going to be a lot harder for Stuart to apply his damage this game as well. So the Oni Warriors already showing some smart adaptations.
Solar Scarabs have one more pick here coming out of the bans. They've got their backliners. They got one frontliner and Achilles, so jungle and support, likely the two ones that we're looking towards here out of the Scarabs. Do you imagine you want to get Inbound's God first, and that way you give Scream kind of the counter pick option here, or do you want to go ahead and grab Scream's God now and let Inbound kind of take a look at the field?
Considering how many of Scream's favorite picks are still available, I think making sure Inbound is comfortable could be a goal from here, but there isn't really much risk in taking Scream's pick, considering the support is already selected for the Oni Warriors, so you don't really think any more of Inbound's picks are going to be limited. Essentially, it's a moot point for me. I think that you could take either one here. I would prefer to see Inbound's pick just to have Scream have freedom of the field to decide whatever he wants, and that's Inbound's pick. And I don't just mean that in that is going to be the god Inbound is playing. I mean, Inbound loves this god. He is going to be playing Sylvanas given any singular opportunity. It synergizes very well with the Freya, who struggles generally in the laning phase, doesn't really have the greatest clear potential. Sylvanas, sure, doesn't have as much pressure output as a Yemoja, but probably second best in class.
I mean, we talk about gods and players that can become hard carries. Usually you're talking about, the backliners, your actual carries, your mid laners, your junglers, things like that. But this is probably one of those few picks on the Solar Scarabs where when Inbound gets this god, he kind of turns into a carry of his own here. And talking about some hard carries and gods that have kind of exploded into the meta, but we're also not seeing a whole lot of here. Zeus makes his way onto the Oni Warriors and couple that with a Gilgamesh out of the jungle.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons would argue that Zeus should probably be in every single game, picked or banned, but it seems like these two teams do not generally like to go towards these picks, and you can see that the Solar Scarabs were not really expecting this Zeus to be the selection. But with Book of the Dead as it is, with the composition that the Oni Warriors have already established for themselves, Yemoja and Zeus, great synergy. Gilgamesh and Zeus, again, phenomenal synergy. You've got a great front line on the Oni Warriors between Yemoja, Nike, and Gilgamesh to create space for Zeus as well. This composition for the Warriors, I think, is much better than what we saw in Game 1. But in leaving Scream's pick up for last, they allow him a great counter pick into Zeus. If you can't take the Kamazats and just ignore the Lightning Storm, you might as well just ignore death itself with the Destruction Ultimate. And if Zeus is your target, get that reset. It's pretty easy to play inside of that Lightning Storm on this pick as well. I love this Kali for him.
I mean, the Solar Scarabs draft looks like they got just about everything that they wanted. Brana gets a signature pick in mid. Inbound gets probably one of, if not his best gods in the support role. Scream gets one of his hard carry gods that's gotten them so many wins up in the past here in Phase 3. Stewart gets a god that he gets to sit back and farm and then potentially be a hard carry towards like him, and then SOT just gets really anything tanky out there. Kind of hard for me to argue against this Solar Scarabs draft here. I mean, what's the Warriors kind of way into weaving themselves a win here in Game 2?
If the Warriors can make it to a late-game team fight, their composition is incredibly strong, and they've got great bridge pieces to get them into the late game. Gilgamesh going to be doing a lot of the heavy carrying in the mid 3v3. Nike should be left alone on an island pretty safely. Yemoja establishes decent pressure in the long lane, especially with Heimdall. I'm expecting the Oni Warriors to get the better end of the Hunter matchup. But with all that said, all the Oni Warriors have to do in the late-game team fight is survive the Kali Ultimate. If they're getting through that and then they're able to shut down Scream, I think that's just about it.
Well, that's all you got to do is get past the Kali. Let's see if the Oni Warriors can do that here in game number 2.
Solar Scarabs walk away from the pick ban phase with, well, I think aggro a lot of characters that they would be happy to play as individuals, but the deaths set the stage. So that maybe the Solar Scarabs can push that. They got some scaling to go later in the game, but the Oni Warriors have a late game composition that could fight there as well.
Yeah, a lot of AoE for the Oni Warriors this time, which is really the opposite of what they had in Game 1. Totally different styles of composition, and I think that the Oni Warriors have simplified their game, made themselves much better in the team fight. All that I like for them. So off to a better start, I would say, already for the Oni Warriors, just as far as team composition goes. But like you said, Scarabs got a lot that they like, so it's not going to be easy to just beat them for free.
And I'm hard-pressed to ignore Kali and Freya later on in the game as well. So yeah, there will be fight potential for the Solar Scarabs.
Oh, yeah.
Dardes on this Zeus, though, aggro. I know you've been happy over recent weeks watching Zeus find his way back into the meta. I think about like a performance Hurrywind had earlier in this week for the Jade Dragons where, I mean, he just took that game over on Zeus. The potential for this pick to just run things seems to be at an all-time high here as of late. Looks like Dardes is going to opt for the standard Book of Thoth, Book of the Dead at some point. Maybe Wedge, Breastplate of Valor in between those two items. But facilitating Dardes and allowing that ultimate to do some work for this Oni Warriors team should be the winning strategy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously everyone knows that I'm a big fan of Zeus, and I think that it can work pretty well in this composition. The Kali is going to be problematic, but you can still get your damage off in an AoE. Your job is not to live as Zeus, it's to deal damage, and so having someone who's going to use everything and be able to kill you no matter what doesn't really bother me too much if I'm on that pick. The thing I'm most interested in is this Eye of the Jungle pickup for Dardes as his starter item. We see Hurry go Warrior's Axe. I assume that this is just for the attack speed, but I'm a big fan of Gilded for that reason.
Usat and Nika are both low. Who's going to get first blood? Scream's got the DOT on Nika, but Cubo Fred has got first blood. Both solo laners down, but it is Cubo Fred with first blood. And Scream on the other side immediately answers, Nika, SOT, both down.
Love that patience there from Nika to just try and buy. He knows he's dead, just buy time. Just wait it out. Fred's able to use that blink, close the gap. Guess Scream didn't have his stun, was my guess. Probably put 2 points in Lash and 1 in the jump. And didn't have that stun available, and made it so that he still gets the kill, but not first blood, which really isn't the end of the world.
No.
I mean, they both end up getting assists. Both junglers end up getting kills. I don't think that, Solar Troll's like, oh my god, I got first blooded. This is so bad for me.
Right.
But probably just happy that Scream's able to get a kill early on Kali.
How about this Achilles pick? Because this has been the flavor of the week. I mean, we've seen Achilles plenty, don't get me wrong, throughout Season 8. But seems like solo lane mentality has shifted towards this style of play here recently. And I think SOT, the type of player who can make an Achilles look really, really good. The ability to find that backline, some executes, absolutely going to be there for the Solar Scarabs.
He's looked very strong. I think that, obviously the healing on the other side makes it a little bit spooky to play an execute character, because it's very easy to feel like you're about to execute them, then they get healed above the threshold, and then you're not feeling so good. But, Nika, it makes him use his ultimate much earlier because the shield won't stop it, so you can't get into execute range in the first place, so it does change the play pattern a little bit for a character like Nike. And Achilles has just looked really solid no matter what he's up against. So, it's safe. It doesn't have a lot of horrible lane matchups. It does well into a lot of the meta gods. And I like Solar Troll going to it here for the Solar Scarabs. Nika gets the pick that Sot just looked really, really good on in the Nike, but not everyone has looked that good on Nike. It's not, she's not that top of the meta solo laner anymore. A little bit more of a fringe pick.
Yep.
Solar Troll just made her look that good.
Now, Agra, you bring up anti-heals, a hefty topic of conversation in Game 1 for good reason. Both supports be providing some healing for their respective teams here this game. You maybe see some clear-cut routes. Dardes, if at some point wants Divine Ruin, a good applicator of that item. Do you feel like the Solar Scarabs are going to have a hard time itemizing into anti-heal? Do you need to itemize into anti-heal? Maybe first and foremost, Yemoja, of course, has some healing. But is that enough to force you into buying a couple anti-heal items?
Yeah, it's a tough position because much like the Warriors composition last game, they just don't build it very well.
Right.
Scream really doesn't have room for brawlers or a Toxic Blade even. Solar Troll could maybe flex a brawlers in there, can certainly get a Pestilence or a Contagion in one of those defense slots. So, inbound the same way. If inbound's going to build a damage item, it could be Divine. All of those are kind of options, but I think you want anti-heal, but I don't think you need it up against Yemoja. It certainly is good to have. If you're a character like, if Veronic were playing Zeus this game, I would say, yeah, he should go Divine, 100%. But because it's so difficult for the Scarabs to build it, I think it's better to just hit your character's power spikes. It's not a Terra on the other side where you just can't win the team fight unless you have enough.
What is Scream considering here? A dive on a Dardes is the answer. Blink, stun, damage. But Dardes has got half of his HP remaining, holds on to the beads. I admire the effort there from Scream. And Scream has proven to us on this pick specifically that the Kali is late game only style of thinking just does not apply. At level 8, Crusher only in the back pocket. Scream wants to get active.
Yeah, I like the idea, but with Neil right there, Dardes is just really patient. Uses relics appropriately.
Oh my god, it's going to happen to Cubo. Freddick in there is way too much. And the ONI Warriors jungler overextends into the Solar Scarab side of the map. Stun from Scream, stun from Veronic, knock up from inbound. No chance Cubo Fred lives.
No chance. Just doesn't have beads. Tried to drop kick to buy himself a second, but just gets interrupted out of it. A bad position for Fred to be in. And very similar to what we saw last game. Fred has looked so much more aggressive in the early game since arriving here and playing on LAN. And there's no coincidence that the games where the Warriors stomp, it's when Fred is really active in the early stages. These games where he's much more passive in the early stages just have not looked nearly as good. And I know he got first blood, but that was really Nika doing the vast majority of that work.
No, it was all Cubo.
Yeah, all Cubo right there. trying to be too aggressive right there, I suppose, but
Right.
just don't love that position.
Oh no, Dardes, you're immobile, my friend, and Scream is anything but. Walks in for Dardes and walks out with his life. And the Kali off to a 2-0-1 start, and that is just simple aggro.
Yep.
I mean, Scream just walks forward, and those Dardes is going to be somewhere by that red buff and snags a kill.
Really easy, and Neil, I think, was going to ward. I believe he dropped his Vision Shard on the Oracles, and that's why he wasn't right next to Dardes' side. And Dardes just doesn't, run the right way right away. But if he runs towards Neil, Veronica and inbound could have easily been there. So I don't know if he lives by running towards Neil, but he starts running away, then realizes he needs to run for the healer. Tough position. And like you said, Scream's proved that Kali is not just late game, that she can get it done in the early game. Just full comboed Dardes, popped the ultimate for the damage alone, and made it look really easy. Still had the jump to get out at the end of the day as well. So easy kill there for Scream. 2-0-1 for the Kali in the early game. Not looking like the best scenario.
God, is it going to happen again? Beads out from Dardes. Stun is there, though. And the pull onto Neoma. It's that chain CC yet again. Neil will eat the second stun of the fight on Scream, and Scream has got the last bit of tick damage onto Neoma. A killing spree for the Solar Scarabs jungler. And we are 8 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Scream didn't even go back after that kill onto Cubo Fred, or onto Dardes, rather, and upgrade any of his items. He still had the charged bow and now goes back and able to spend some of those items. This is why this pick has been banned against this guy so often.
Unbelievable, because I think Scream was dead to the detonate from Dardes, but because he killed Neil and Neil was his target, he full heals as the detonate damage is going off. I would love, if we can get a replay of that, I'd love to see it, because I'm pretty sure he would have been absolutely toast. Jithin's already on it.
Yeah,
we're getting the replay right away. I'm pretty sure Dardes kills him. He looked like he was going to be low. I mean, he took some tower shots. I love holding the 3. I mean, he doesn't even have it right there. But look at the patience from Scream. Waits out all the CC, waits out the beads, gets a little bit of a heal. And then is it a charged bow tick? Oh, my God. He kills him with charged bow tick.
You're right.
I don't think he would have ended up dying because
He's got
the med
some
was
chain
there.
lightning himself, huh?
Yeah, that is wild, dude. That is absolutely. You want to talk about everything lining up perfectly,
Yep.
and then good execution on top of it. It's not luck.
He put himself in that situation, right? Happened. He was there. That's the way it worked out. Ultimate out from Vote. Beads down as well, and Stewart just hanging out around the corner. But it's you put yourself in a position for things to line up, and that's exactly the way it's worked here for Scream. Think about how often we've seen this Kali banned against Scream, right? I mean, it feels like in the wave of first 3 bans throughout this week, it's been snap ban. That's one thing we just don't want to deal with.
Yep.
Is Scream on this Kali.
And he got it 10th.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Right, not only the first 3, but the second wave of bans as well, and any picks if there's a world where Cubo Fred is going to play this one. He didn't pick it away. And so now Scream 2 levels ahead. 3 kills up on the board for the Solar Scarabs jungler. And the ONI Warriors have just not had much of an answer. And now in back-to-back games, they've had these early kills, and then it's just kind of fallen off.
I mean, have the ONI Warriors looked like they've been in control of any game at any point? They've just been getting crushed by the Solar Scarabs. The Scarabs have just imposed their will so far on the ONI Warriors. And look, the Warriors are not out of this game by any means, but just the feeling, I think, surrounding this game is really leaning Scarabs.
A Gold Fury steal would definitely help out the cause for the ONI Warriors. A dead Dardes would not help. Get some healing to avoid the execute, but SOT arrives all the same. Scream being chunked down by Nika here. Does have destruction. Cubo Fred re-engages, but Scream is going to get out alive, protecting that killing spree. Looks like SOT will disengage as well.
So SOT again. He sees Dardes. He does not hesitate. Just instantly blinks on the Zeus, and he's just not in a position to get peel from anyone on his team. If he runs back towards his squad, maybe Neil could have healed him up, but again, that's bringing the rest of the Scarabs to him at the exact same time. Dardes really getting the full treatment right now.
SOT slowed down by Nika. Here's the ultimate drop. Scream right around the corner. Will the Kali make a difference? Yeah, there's a stun on the Cubo Fred. Destruction on the other side as well, but it looks like Cubo Fred is going to survive this one. Does Nika chase out the killing spree? No, Scream will live. Nice Riptide. Nice River's Rebuke. Gotta be a kill here for the ONI Warriors, and it is for Nika. as Baronic throws a stun in that direction, and finally some signs of life for the Warriors.
Yeah, I think the Warriors really needed that one. You know, when you're having a tough shooting day playing basketball, sometimes you just need to see one go in the hoop. That's all you need in order to start to get some confidence back, and I think they really needed it. Finally, they're able to snag one kill, and it's on to SOT, which might be able to slow him down, which could free up Dardes to maybe, I don't know, play a team fight in this set, because I don't feel like he has up until this point. And that's a good look there for the ONI Warriors. Just a good little riptide back in, and Neilma sets it up nicely. And now Nika has a legitimate lead over here in the solo lane. Level 14 to Solo Retrol's level 12. 1-1-1 for Nika in a good spot in his itemization. You know, highest on his team in the net worth charts. He's up about 400 gold on Solo Retrol. Nika needs to now take this lead and try and start to get involved with the rest of the map because they could use him.
How many times do you think we've said that this year? Nika's got to take this lead and get involved
A lot.
on the rest of the map. It's where the ONI Warriors have put their faith many, many times throughout Season 8. That said, Nika has been able to capitalize on that faith plenty of times throughout Season 8. Vote has maintained some semblance of parity over in the duo lane where we haven't seen much, but you know, Freya not kept down in the early game, allowing the Solar Scarabs Hunter, Stewart, who's played well this week, to just chill out and farm up. A little bit of a worrying trend for the ONI Warriors. Cuvo Fred sends a drop kick Scream's way. Neilma will disengage. Gold Fury still stands, despite the Solar Scarabs having some control around that mid lane. Always got to be careful, though, Aggro, when you're grouping up around these jungle objectives, especially early in the game. Lead not out of control. Dardes has Book of the Dead now, and that's kind of where I look. Lightning Storm around these grouped up objectives still could find some impact.
Yeah, I think so too. And you know, Nika just steals away a blue buff from Solar Retrol, so he's continuing to get the ball rolling a little bit. Yeah, game over now. Worth noting, by the way, that I don't think this is the typical Scream Kali build. I don't think he typically goes Berserker's third. I could be wrong because it's Scream, and who knows what that guy's building on any given day. But normally I think we see a more damage-oriented item there. I think this should allow him to 1v1 Cuvo really easily, and maybe can hold on to destruction with a little bit more comfort, but not as much concern about getting insta-bursted by that damage.
Are you getting enough value out of just the charged bow instead of the fully completed OD bow to let it hang out there?
I mean, this is the classic Scream. He loves doing this. I have tested it a little bit. It feels okay, but not great. I think I'd rather finish the OD bow, but it's Scream, so.
It was all we needed in the mid lane to kill
exactly.
Neilma, right? Just needed the electricity to get the kill onto the Emoja. It is the Gold Fury started up by the Solar Scarabs. Neilma in range, and the Solar Scarabs confirm the Gold Fury. That is decent damage from the Lightning Storm. Cubo Fred wants some more. Winds of Shamash finds value to the tune of beads out of Stewart. Drop kick against the wall. Avoids the stun from Baronic, but Cubo Fred, he's all alone. And 4 members of the Scarabs jump on top of him. There are half HP health bars all over the map right now, but the ONI Warriors cannot collect.
The damage was good, but just not good enough, and Cubo jumps in trying to finish off Stewart, but that lifesteal, the healing, the meditation, all too strong from the Solar Scarabs, and still no anti-heal from the ONI Warriors. I imagine that Dardes is working on it, that he's working towards a Divine Ruin. Nika just finished Pestilence, but he wasn't there in that fight. And Cubo Fred is going to keep getting baited into these fights that look like they're going to be good, that he's going to be able to get kills, and then they're just going to live because there isn't enough anti-heal there. And maybe once Divine is done, finally a Cursed Ankh coming from Neil, which I think is excellent up against the Sylvanas and the Kali. You really want to make sure that Kali is not getting those big health resets in the midst of the team fight. So I like that pickup. You're starting to see again the same sort of thing from last game. Solar Scarabs really abusing the fact that the Warriors aren't itemized against them yet.
What you hope is that last fight for the ONI Warriors isn't the opposite of what we talked about, where you finally get a kill, you remind yourself that you can do it, and then you see a fight where everyone on the Solar Scarabs feels like they're just one rotation of abilities of dying off, and you're unable to capitalize on any of that. But looks like Dardes, maybe Divine Ruin up next here, as you mentioned. So maybe that'll help out the ONI Warriors moving forward. Nika's continued to have control of this solo lane and wasn't there for that Gold Fury fight, and so that's a missing piece of the ONI Warriors puzzle, as the Pestilence will find some value the next time that these two teams are able to group up. In continued, not for lack of trying for Voter Stewart, but continued lack of presence from both the Heimdall and the Freya here. So we haven't gotten a great damage check yet, Aggro, of Crusher, Aussie, Exy. up against the 3 completed rings that Stewart's got. And Stewart has loved this Freya pick. And so I think you talk about important team members rotating into the next fight. More out of this Freya, more out of the Heimdall will answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, I was thinking, Stewart loses his ultimate on that Gold Fury fight. He has to beads. Could Vote be trying to 1v1 him in that position? And I have to guess he probably can. Just having the 3-ring power spike is so big for Freya. I think even with the ultimate landing and actually sending through the realms, something tells me that Stewart might still be able to win that fight. Freya just so good in those 1v1 scenarios. And this is 2 games in a row now where Stewart has been under 0 pressure from Cubo Fred during the laning phase.
Yep.
We got First Blooded, it was inbound they got First Blooded, but Vote got First Blood last game. No rotations over to try and push that lead. No pressure on a Stewart whatsoever. You cannot let this Freya just get through 2 laning phases for free.
Aggro, I'm not sure anyone was under pressure from Cubo Fred in the laning
true.
phases of this game. You saw one kill on Desat, and then back to farming. Scream put all of the pressure, what felt like, on the mid lane after the successful kill over in solo. Kept Dardes a bit behind, but Dardes has hit. I think the 3 core items that we've been harping on are now in the back pocket of Dardes. You get fully stacked Book of Thoth, get the Book of the Dead, get Divine Ruin. And so this next fight around this Zeus would, what you assume, be the best looking fight for the Oni Warriors over the next couple of minutes. Pyromancer's still down though. Fury about a minute away from respawning. And so some time for the Oni Warriors and the Solar Scarabs to continue to spool up. But all this time, Aggro, I mean, 6-2 in kills isn't all that wild, but 5,000 gold is pretty wild, and the Solar Scarabs have got it.
Yeah, it's certainly noticeable, I would say. I mean, the Scarabs, the good news for the Warriors is that they are on completed items right now for the most part, which means that if there's a good lead on the other side, they won't, it's not a big enough lead that they'll have a full completed item over you, but they'll just have some components of it. Look in the mid lane. It's 3 complete items for Dardes, 3 complete items, and then a tier 2 for Baronic. That's the type of gold difference we're talking about, which is more manageable than when you're sitting on the tier 2 and they've got that completed item. That's where it starts to really feel bad. So if I'm the Scarabs, I think I'm looking at where they are in their builds, where I am in my build. If I'm Baronic, I'm saying, hey, he just got Divine.
Whoa.
We can wait until I finish my chin size or my execution or whatever I'm going in the spot. It's going to be Exy. And then we can fight after that, because there's no way that Dardes can get as strong in the next 2 minutes as I can get in the next 2 minutes. And you can really break down the game in those little pockets and find where you're stronger and try and force fights in those zones.
Yep. Baronic on this Charybdis, even outside of the power position in his build right now. It's been a pick along the lines of Scream's Kali, where this Charybdis gets banned out against Baronic a good bit of the time because he's just felt so and looked so comfortable on the pick in the mid lane. It is Exy for Baronic after the Wind Demon, and so Nika early priority into the Spectral Armor, trying to avoid some of that crit damage. Same can be said for SOT. That said, last game it felt like the tanks for the Solar Scarabs didn't have to worry about much. You just build full physical prot, and you're going to be feeling just fine. A little bit more diversified for the Solar Scarabs specifically this game. You got the Wind Demon in mid. Scream, though, not into crit yet. I'd assume we won't get there, but Nika's got to think about both types of physical damage.
Yeah, I think that's the right call to just go for that Spectral early. Better to have it than not whenever you need it. Scream just bought Bumba Spear, by the way. It's 21 minutes, and he's level 20, as are both hunters, as is Nika.
If he upgraded the Odi bow, he probably wouldn't have been able to afford it. Just
true. That is, and in that sense, I suppose it is worth it. So Nika is going to be way stronger than Sot because he has Sundering Axe. That's a huge power spike for Nike in particular because she can very easily poke you with it. But look at the damage Scream's going to do to this.
Yep. Wow, that's a lot. I look up, look at the Fury. It's gone. Literally no chance for the Oni Warriors. Is there a fight after the fact, though? Might be inbound, stunned, and there's chunk damage, and the Oni Warriors have gotten the first kill in this fight, and now it's Scream jumping into the back. River's Rebuke separates things out, and here comes Dardes. We said the Zeus needs to find some momentum, and he's got it, but it's all Nika on the killing spree. Neoma sends his regards as SOT tries desperately to walk away. The Riptide doesn't connect, but sends Sot the opposite direction. Gotta be damage on the other end. There it is. Dardes has a couple. Nika's got a couple. And the Oni Warriors lose to Fury but win the fight.
Absolutely massive for the Oni Warriors. There's life. They're alive. They can actually do something positive in this set because we didn't see it at all in game 1. and it's inbound just on a completely different page than the rest of the Scarabs. He is way too far forward and just gets bumped back by these Riptides. Neil, for my money, hard carries that engagement, just puts inbound in a bad spot. And it's sometimes the Scarabs, maybe more than most teams, you have to have a fast ripcord on your support's life. You know, you got to just say, hey, he's out of position, can't save him. Sorry, bro, you're gone. And if they just back up and trade Bobby for Fury, no big deal whatsoever. But because they step up, they group up, Dardes gets a massive chain lightning, a massive lightning storm, gets both relics from Stewart. You know, Baronic's the only one who survives because he's got Whirlpool form, but Scream gets chunked, Solar Troll gets low. I mean, that's just the dream scenario for a Zeus. And he didn't even have to use Aegis. I mean, he was safe the entire time. Scarabs have just got to be quicker. You know, at this point, there's no point in asking Bobby to not be so far forward because he's proved that that's his style and that's who he's gonna be as a player, and that's okay. Like I really think that having an over-aggressive player who gets picked occasionally is an okay thing if your team knows how to play around it. And the Scarabs just continue to fall into this trap of we've got to help him. If Bobby's not going to fix the positioning, they can at least fix their response to it.
Darda's just full bot a Soul Reaver. So that feels all right.
Good?
It feels okay. So that evens up the item discrepancy that was about a tier 2 item right now. A bit closer to even. That said, Baronic has the starter item upgrade. And so still a difference there in mid. And so it's time for the Fire Giant push now for the ONI Warriors. They have got 2.5 minutes on the big objective. Only 2 tier 2 towers remaining. So you talk about setting the stage for later in the game. You talk about what was a 5K gold lead for the Solar Scarabs that is now gone. You talk about an experience lead that was over 4K. That is now 3K in the other direction. We're all approaching level 20, so that's all more hyperbole than anything. But the ONI Warriors have regained control of this game. And I would argue for the first time in like 2 sets outside of Game 4 yesterday, the ONI Warriors in that fight have shown some comfort and some poise and some control. And now a fantastic opportunity to tie up this set. Push us on to a Game 3, tied up at 1. Still some tricks up the sleeve, though, with the Solar Scarabs. Still have this late-game Kali that apparently is going to split push down this Tier 2 tower and send some minions on into the Phoenix.
And you know what? The ONI Warriors know what the Scarabs like to do. They love to split push you. And Scream has backdoored many a Titan in his day. So Nika has been on it. They clearly have a game plan of who is backing to deal with Scream. Who is backing to deal with Scream. It's been Nika, but look at this. The map pressure is on the side of the Scarabs, but this should be a good fight for the Warriors.
Whoa, Cubo's in the back, wins up Shamash on everyone. 3-man stun in the mid lane, but the damage is just not quite there. It is now. Nika's arrived in the back. Vote has gotten rid of Scream as well. Stewart, Valkyrie's discretion, trying to claw back a singular kill, but it is a double kill for the Heimdall. The ONI Warriors, they're making us sweat here early in this game. They win 2 fights all game long, and it looks like they'll win the game as well.
I mean, the Scarabs forget their place? You're defending the Fire Giant. Why are we sieging a Tier 1 mid on their side of the map when they've got FG? The ONI Warriors would pay you to fight you right there. And again, it's just a good flank from Fred. Dardes drops the ultimate on 5 people. Yep. You're not losing that fight.
Yeah, the thing about the big circular ultimates is that's the potential they bring, right? The siege will go quietly for the ONI Warriors, and the Titan goes down. We are tied up at 1. And ONI Warriors and their fans can breathe a sigh of relief, because in the first 15 minutes of that game, it looks like we're rolling on to a 2-0 Solar Scarabs lead, and the ONI Warriors just didn't have it figured out. The itemization finally catches up. We talked about that big 3-item important spike for Dardes in the mid lane. And the ONI Warriors were able to gain control and gain the win.
I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what I just watched, Dave. Like that whole game, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone.
Like a fever dream.
Yeah, what is going on? I'm like in Mifflin's chair ad right now with what happened in that game.
I was literally in it. No, it sucked.
Yeah, it's wild in here. Let me tell you, I'm on the ride. But look, hey, we've simplified it. 1 game apiece. Now it's just a simple best 3. They've been playing these all year. You know, the Scarabs have bounced back from a lot of games. The Warriors, we know that they're resilient and mentally tough just based on the history of these players and what they've done. But don't forget that there is a lot of pressure on these guys with this set. Your season is over if you lose this set. So both teams have made some pretty key mistakes up until this point. I think we're seeing that pressure really influence their decision-making at
Yep.
times. Hopefully they'll both be able to clean it up, and we'll be able to have a really sick Game 3.
One best of 3 separates either the Solar Scarabs or the ONI Warriors from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. Game 3 coming up next. Stick around.
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Can you believe it? It's already almost time for the Smite World Championships, just a few short weeks away from crowning the champion of Season 8. We've already sent some teams to the Smite World Championships. The Atlantis Leviathans and Jade Dragons have qualified their way there through the placement round, and they'll be playing in the quarterfinals. Awaiting them, and whoever they play, which we will determine later on this week, are the Camelot Kings and the Tartarus Titans, the two teams who are at the top end of the Phase 3 playoffs. Assuming you're a fan of the Tartarus Titans or the Camelot Kings, since they're waiting in the semifinals, they are just 6 wins away from lifting Thor's hammer and being crowned the Season 8 Smite World Champions. So make sure you're marking your calendars. January 7th, 8th, and 9th are when all those games are happening. But of course, we got hi-rez Presents on the 5th, Throwback Thursday on the 6th. So make sure you're tuning in starting January 5th here at twitch.tv/SmiteGame for what's sure to be an amazing Smite World Championship. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite World Championship placement rounds. The ONI Warriors are able to sneak themselves a win here in game number 2 and put themselves that much closer to the Smite World Championships that's going to be happening in January, along with the hi-rez showcase, Throwback Thursday, and then that all-important SWC that'll happen Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Lots of insane stuff going on during all that time. We're going to have community tournaments, we're going to have content creator cups, looks at all the new maps, the stuff for Season 9, all this kind of stuff is going to be happening during that week in January 5th through 9th. And Midland, can you believe we are 13 days away from the year 2022? I mean, where has the time gone, man?
I don't know about you, bro. It's been dragging for me. These last couple of years have sucked, except for Smite. That's been pretty swag. But, like, globally, time's been going a little slow.
Yeah, we're 13 days from the new year, and we are potentially just 2 games away from crowning our 3rd team to go to the Smite World Championships out of this tournament at least. That'll be our 5th one out of the 6 there. And this best of 5 is now turned into a best of 3 between these 2 teams.
Oh, yeah.
And the ONI Warriors with that win here up over the Solar Scarabs, they get themselves that much closer.
Wow, that's a really cool way to contextualize it. I hadn't even considered that. Yeah, best of 3 from here on out. That was a tough game. I mean, for the ONI Warriors, difficult because they had to play into a massive deficit in the early, but it felt like the Solar Scarabs went on autopilot at one point. I mean, it was one flubbed fight around the neutral objective where the ONI Warriors then transitioned themselves into a fire giant, but even from there, the Solar Scarabs still had a slight advantage insofar as gold. All they had to do was withstand a push that, had they chose to defend against, would have likely only gotten the ONI Warriors maybe a couple of Tier 2 towers, put them maybe 1,000, 2,000 gold lead, but instead, the Solar Scarabs, with a baffling decision, decide to group up and push into the Fire Giant team. Yeah. Look, Aggro said the ONI Warriors would have paid to have the Solar Scarabs fight them there. I gotta think they just might have, right? Like, maybe Bobby's getting tipped off in the back rooms here at hi-rez because that was baffling. A phenomenal play from the ONI Warriors, nonetheless, to put themselves in a position where they can allow the Solar Scarabs to make these mistakes, but that is crazy. I really thought this game was going to end in a 2-0 for the Solar Scarabs.
Questionable to say the least here. I mean, 2 team fights is all the Warriors need to turn this game on its head, down from a 5 to nearly 7,000 gold lead, and all of a sudden it's the ONI Warriors who come up on top here in game number 2. A very quiet game out of Vote earlier on. Typically when you're laning up against the Freya, you don't do a whole lot for probably the first 15 or so minutes of the game, and then he gets a turn up big at the end, 2-0-4 out of him. Kivo Fred getting a kill to himself, quite a few assists. Dardez putting out Zeus damage. That's about all I can really say. He played Zeus. He did Zeus things. Puts up some big numbers. And even Neil getting about a little over 5,000 healing here on this Umoja, something that you definitely cannot scoff at. And as we get ready to jump into game number 3, it's a complete reset as far as it goes. No reverse sweep, so we can't have that happen, at least this set now. But it's down to now this best of 3 format for these 2 teams. The 1-1, cool. It's all through. But I think the Warriors getting this reset here in Game 2 to kind of balance things out is a big boon for their mental.
It is for sure. I mean, just having a win at the end of the game feels great, but I think the Solar Scarabs can at least rest on the fact that they know they probably should have won that game considering how the early went. So if we're going to see adaptations in P's and B's, despite a dub lying in the ONI Warriors column, I think it's still got to be the ONI Warriors who shifts some things up because the Solar Scarabs probably won't just be handing away games again like we just saw.
No, the Solar Scarabs got a dream draft in game number 2. Can they get another one here in game 3? Well, that's for them and the Warriors to determine. The first ban going through here, and it is just a relentless Fafnir ban. I mean, we talked to death about the fact that Neilma is getting this god banned away from him. They really any team that's been going up against him after that first set against the Solar Scarabs, they just do not want this Fafnir double hunter comp to really reign supreme around these objectives.
I'll tell you this right now. I don't think we get another look at Neilma's Fafnir for the rest of the season. I don't think he's going to be allowed to play that god. Certainly not within this set. The Solar Scarabs very accurately identify that the ONI Warriors are elevated by that pick. I don't imagine this Fafnir first ban changes at all. I mean, we can just gloss it over, run it back from desk to desk because it is going to continue to happen. Umoja, though, that's a little bit different. Maybe addressing some of the issues and, again, limiting Neilma in that support role. I think this is a nice adaptation from the Scarabs, but it does put the onus now on the ONI Warriors to decide whether or not they're going to allow that AMC through.
Now, we have a Freya ban here, and I would have expected it to come maybe from the ONI Warriors to get Stewart out of his comfort spot. but it's the Solar Scarabs who banned the god that they've been playing the last couple of games.
So with Freya now banned out, the Oni Warriors are in a position where they either allow the AMC through or they allow the Ola run. We'll see which one they would rather play against, and it seems like that is going to be the AMC. Very likely the Solar Scarabs just take that one immediately, probably toss it into the mid lane, establish some pressure, get some great damage output, and now you've got some pretty nice bans. I mean, the best that the Oni Warriors could hope to go for, if they want to run a Magical Hunter now, is Soul. They could try and take that one away pretty early. If they take it here, that would severely limit what the Solar Scarabs are looking towards as well, assuming that they want to go towards a Magical Hunter. But instead, it's the Heimdall locked in. That's a lot of safety, CC immunity available to you. You're able to scale very well into the late game. You've got a decent frontliner from Nike. But now the Solar Scarabs, they've got play on field. They can say, hey, if we want to run Magical Hunter, let's grab Soul. We're limiting the Oni Warriors with that pick. It synergizes well. But with the nature of AMC's Stinger getting the 30% protection reduction, I think that it's not really necessary to split your damage like that. You can go double physical. You can run another Hunter if you so choose in the Solar Scarabs. And they're completely foregoing the last, what I would consider, meta Magical Hunter. If you are talking to the Valkyries, they might bring up Kronos. But not me. That's not where I'm at.
The Oni Warriors, they grab the Nike, they get the Heimdall, so you get your duo lane rounded out for your Hunter at the very least. Nika going over to Nika in the solo lane. Solar Scarabs respond by getting their front line early on in the draft before the second round of bans come through. It's the Artio and the Terra. And then the Morgan that got banned away from Dardes in game number 2 during that second half of the bans. They decided to go ahead and pick his god up early on in this draft. They do grab that Morgan. They're going to give it to him in mid.
I imagine now we see a ban towards the Kali from the Oni Warriors because Kali's got a pretty decent matchup into the Morgan. In base stance, the Morgan does not want to meet up with Kali. She can't even use her stealth because of the Lash. So that does seem like a pretty apt avenue for the Oni Warriors going forward. But considering even that, the Warriors have got already some great transformation targets for the Morgan. The Nike, probably bar none, one of the best transformations in the game, unless you're running like a double Cthulhu composition. So survivability there for the mid laner. Great damage output, a decent target, AMC. Pretty easy to lock down if you're able to isolate them, but in an actual 5-on-5 engagement, the bees, the passive of AMC, makes it super hard to play as the Morgan. It just spreads throughout an entire team fight, makes it so hard for her to flank you. So I'm expecting a high-pressure jungler selection for the Oni Warriors going forward. And I'm thinking the Solar Scarabs are trying to match some of that scaling of AMC. Terra's going to get you into the mid-game pretty easily, just Earthen Fury being a great sustain tool throughout that phase of the match. Artio can sit on her own in the lane very safely. So now the Solar Scarabs are kind of taking their eyes towards the late-game team fight. AMC scaling already great. And with your actual Hunter, Stewart's pick still available, not to say that he can't play the AMC, I just don't expect it, as well as your junglers, I think the Solar Scarabs can really try and slate this game for the late.
Well, you're thinking maybe a Kali ban out of the Oni Warriors, but instead they get rid of the Hun Bats. They gave them trouble in game number 1. The Erlong Shen that's seen such high priority throughout the weekend, whether it be in bans or early picks, slips his way to being the 9th ban. And it's Ganesh and Daji on the other side. Ganesh has been showing a lot of priority amongst teams over the course of this event. And then the Daji just so good, working and really just dealing with some of those stealth kind of characters like Morgan. The dot you apply makes it really difficult for her. Also, some of the lack of CC immunity can put a hindrance on it. But it will be the Gilgamesh for the Oni Warriors here in game number 3. Lock that out and give that over to the jungle.
It's good against AMC, and you can probably expect it to be pretty decent against the next 2 picks from the Solar Scarabs as well. Just a safe selection for the Oni Warriors here. They're going to wait out on Neil's pick, see what he wants to do. He gets to pick against the entire field here from the Scarabs as well. And considering how much emphasis the Solar Scarabs have been putting on trying to limit Neil, I think having him on maybe his 3rd, 4th, 5th best pick does necessarily make it a lot easier for him to counter pick the enemies instead of just taking something against the Solar Scarabs and allowing them to have that counter pick potential as well. So, what do the Solar Scarabs do here? They're essentially lacking pretty greatly in hard CC. It's just Terra, as far as I'm concerned. Artio a little bit more single target in her stuns. So maybe they can go for a facilitator type jungler if they so choose, but this is tough, man. This is a different look at the Solar Scarabs. It's not exactly a composition that I'm used to seeing from them. And I think the Oni Warriors have done a very good job of limiting the Scarabs. Kali, though, still kind of rings out in my mind. I think that still is a great pick for Scream.
Yeah, and that's the one I was kind of thinking here is it didn't get banned away. You were calling for a ban, but instead it will be a pick here for the Solar Scarabs. A 9th pick Kali to go into Scream's hands once again. But it's a Zhonghui paired up here now in the mid lane, so the Musenkov will be going over to Stewart this time over in that duo lane, putting the Hunter back over in his rightful Hunter role here. But the Zhonghui, I know I've asked you many times. I know we talked Aggro and everybody else out here. Zhonghui, much more of a solid pick nowadays than he was back in the eras of like Phase 2, maybe even up into early Phase 3 here to kind of round this out. And the Oni Warriors, they end their 5 with a Xing Chen for support.
Xing Chen does a great job limiting Kali as well as AMC. Maybe not the greatest matchup into Terra and Zhonghui, but you're not too concerned about that. That's not your job as the support in this type of composition. I think the Solar Scarabs now have got a composition that is just run it down. You get to the mid to late game and everybody's W King except for AMC, which means that Stewart likely going to be left alone on an island a lot in these team fights. Terra doesn't have the greatest peel. She's going to drop Earthen Fury and say, hey, I hope that burst of healing is all you need because I'm going to be over there diving the Morgan or diving the Heimdall. You're on your own, Stewart. RDO as well going to be fitting that role. So the safest place for Stewart in these fights is going to be Wing with the rest of his allies, but he doesn't have that same level of survivability as a Zhonghui and a Kali. So I think the Solar Scarabs are going to have to walk that tightrope of how do you play around your ADC in this match. Whereas the Oni Warriors, they've got a much more standard composition as far as execution is concerned. You've got an assassin-style mid laner, whereas the Morgan's going to be acting as a solo agent in the majority of these fights. Nike, Gilgamesh, and Xing Chen have all got a clear target to dive every single time, and that's the AMC. Whereas the dive of the Solar Scarabs, although strong, is going to be pretty hard to perform on. The Morgan's very difficult to get your eyes on in these late game skirmishes around Gold Fury and Fire Giant. So if you are locking eyes with her, you're feeling pretty good on the Solar Scarabs, but that's not necessarily guaranteed. So who else can they dive? Heimdall, one of the safest hunters in the game who could teleport all the way across the map and also has a CC immune dash. That's not to say that the Solar Scarabs draft isn't good. It certainly is, and it can operate very well in the late game team fight. But as far as ease of play, I got to give the favor to the Oni Warriors, which is wild considering they're the ones with the Morrigan and there's a Zhonghui on the other side.
And right now the Oni Warriors are looking at a lot of circles in their composition, some big ones with the Xing Chen, Gilgamesh with their those two ultimates. I mean, Nike, you junk down, you have a giant ultimate, then Morrigan can transform into any one of those if she wants to have another circle of their own. It kind of feels like with both these compositions, you essentially are kind of leaving your Hunter to kind of do their own thing. Kind of a double W key team coming out from both of these Mifflin.
Yeah, a lot of just frontline dive from both sides. I'm expecting to see similar levels of pressure in the last game that we saw from Scream. Kali got involved very early on. Once he finished up that second or so item, got that charged bow available. We saw some pretty wild plays with that passive. I think he's going to have to get really involved and really try and limit Dardes on the Morrigan. And well, Gilgamesh is going to do the exact same thing. You just expect that from him, though. This is a game that is really going to be momentum-based.
This is going to be a tough one for both teams, and they want this win. Who's going to get it here in game number 3?
We are all tied up at 1. Cannot understate how important game number 3 is. The winner of this one win away from the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. The loser of this one loss away from going home. Your season's done. And so the pressure that is built up all year long, Aggro, you play through all of the phases. Now we're really starting to get down to brass tacks to take one out of your back pocket.
Yeah, you've been watching some Alienware promo videos.
Yeah, some Alienware promo videos. But in a game like that, the Solar Scarabs stick with Scream, who gets 9th pick Kali, and despite a loss, looked very good on this pick. But they change a lot up here. They get Baronic, the Zhonghui.
Yeah.
I'll admit my data on Baronic Zhonghui limited.
I think everyone's is. Haven't seen it, if my recollection is correct on this pick. Clearly teams looking at what the Jade Dragons have been playing, it's a Zeus last game for Dardes, it's a Zhonghui this game for Baronic. And I definitely like the Zhong alongside the Terra. You just have so much team fight presence. But I'm a little worried about the effective range of the Solar Scarabs composition. Everything they have is pretty short range. They have to be close to you, and it's not easy to get close to a Morrigan player or a Heimdall player for that mind. So I think that it's a matter of how much do the Oni Warriors group up in these team fights? Can the Solar Scarabs get a lot of value from their giant AoE, or are they going to be so spread out that it won't really matter?
I wonder then, and you talk, anti-heal and healing has been the ebbs and flows of a lot of these games. Scream considering something, but a ward there will spot him out. Now you got an RDO, Kali of course, Zhang Kui, inbound on Terra. I don't think it's an option where it feels nice to have it, right?
Nope.
If you have to have it.
Have to have it.
If you're the Oni Warriors.
To be fair,
who's going to get it?
They also had to have it game one, and no
Right.
one got it.
Right.
So, clearly that isn't the only factor. I mean, Fred should be getting Brawlers. Dardes should be getting Divine. Neil or Nika should be getting Pestilence or Contagion.
Yep.
In a Nonk as well for Neil.
Almost have to do it.
Have to do it. Just don't think you have a choice. I think it's too good up against what the Solar Scarabs have. They have got too much sustain for them to go up against you without it. So you have to do it. Now, I will say that the Oni Warriors do not have a lot of sustain, and
Right.
therefore the Scarabs should not be building anti-heal. But Dardes can punish that by transforming into the Terra and getting a full value Earth and Fury.
Yep.
I really like being able to do that whenever my comp isn't going to, they aren't going to be building anti-heal against my comp. It makes that transformation that much better. So would definitely love to see Dardes try and pull that play off, and we'll see how much value that ultimate could get in a situation like that.
Feels like a bit of a wake-up game for Dardes in Game 2 as well, where the Zeus was held in check through the majority of that game, finally opened the eyes and had some impactful ultimates down the stretch. This is the style of pick that Dardes has flourished on in Season 8, when the Warriors have been able to find some of those flourishing moments. Feels like Dardes is on a pick like this. Zeus maybe, the Discordias, the Harris, things like that. And so I think a fun opportunity for the Oni Warriors mid laner specifically to have a good game here. But Baronic as well, and Zhang Kui in that play style. I think this is going to be pretty telling about the comfort levels of Baronic branching out of what we have seen recently, which has been a lot of the Hunters mid. And, of course, Baronic has his Tiamats. He plays plenty of Hunters at a very, very high level. But this is a pretty unique style. Yeah,
definitely. Zhang Kui is definitely a very different play style than other mages. I do not think that Zhang is a plug-and-play type character. He's not mechanically demanding. He's got a bunch of AoE spells.
That's why I like him.
Yeah, you're not going to be missing a whole lot on Zhang Kui, and that's never the concern. It's about how to get the most out of this kit and how to be in the right places at the right time. And very much like Zeus, living through a fight as Zhang Kui is not only not always necessary, but it's not always optimal.
Right.
I think that you have to take good deaths on this character in order to get your damage off and be impactful in the team fight. And, Baronic hasn't played that style that we've seen. And so with that in mind, is he going to identify those opportunities and be willing to suicide in order to get his damage off and win the team fight for his squad?
And it's interesting because we talked a little bit in Game 2 about how that's something the Scarabs have struggled with, allowing a free death to just to go, right? I mean, this one may be more team fight centric, but will the Scarabs try to rally around Baronic too much if those moments aren't quite hitting? Just some options for things that could happen here in this game. Are you at all surprised, if we're continuing on with Baronic here, when discussing maybe the lack of necessary anti-heal for the Solar Scarabs, though the Terra transformation could just be enough of a threat to force this, that Divine Ruin is the first item here for Baronic?
No, it's just really cheap and, good stats now. It gives it 110 power. That's a bunch to get on a flat pen item, and you don't want to spend the extra gold necessarily for Magus or for Deso, I suppose. I think I would probably go Magus in this game if I were Baronic, but maybe he is thinking about that Terra transformation as a potential problem. I just love Magus' passive on Zhang Kui so much.
Yep.
And then the build that Hurry was going and that we saw other players going as well, as going straight into Rod of Tahuti after their flat pen.
Solar Troll is jumped on by Nika here. We saw this in game number 2. A 2v2 in solo lane that resulted in 2 kills. I think at this point, Sot and Nika healthy enough. And the scrapping not quite as heavy as Achilles plus Nike. And so the kill threshold just a bit out by the wayside. Kivo Fred turned that game around in the late. A bit of an overextension from the Solar Scarabs was punished by a huge Winds of Shamash in the mid lane. I think caught everyone from the Solar Scarabs. Wonder if now you get one game of data if you're Cuvo Fred on how Scream is going to play this Kali. You're still on the Gilgamesh, so it's the same matchup that we just saw. You wonder what some adaptations immediately on the fly start to look like for the Oni Warriors, or if you feel like you need adaptations. Maybe it's, well, Dardes was on Zeus, now he's on Morrigan. That might go a little bit better for us.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there were some game-changing plays made by that Zeus, so both teams need to adjust to not worrying about it. You know, maybe the Scarabs can group up a little bit more than they were in the last game without getting punished. I think that, you know, the Scarabs composition is all about that death ball. It's grouping up, running it down with your Terra ultimate and your Zhang Kui ultimate, and just forcing the Warriors to beat you while you're grouped up, because the Warriors don't have a lot of AoE, and they didn't in Game 1, and the Scarabs were able to really abuse that. They do in Game 2, and they win that game, and now they've gone back to a lack of AoE here in Game 3, and you know, it's a matter of if this fight doesn't, you know, if this game doesn't go well, and it looks more similar to Game 1, I think that if I'm in Chuck's shoes, the coach for the Oni Warriors, I think that I'm just giving the draft as much area of effect as possible. Just making sure we can cover our bases in team fights, hit multiple people, punish the Scarabs for grouping up, because it's not necessarily just lack of execution on these comps from the Oni Warriors. It's also that if the Scarabs are going to draft death ball comps, and then we aren't, and that's their play style, we should draft compositions that punish that, right?
Not equipped,
right? Exactly. So, you know, the Warriors have a tough task this game in my mind of separating a composition that does not want to be separated. And the Scarabs have to try and stay coalesced and make sure they're together.
Neil on the Xing Chen with the blink could be an opportunity at doing so. Likes to blink, find the back line, force some peel out from the Solar Scarabs. Gold Fury up. Will it be for long, though? Yes, it will. Just that was an eyebrow-raising moment, but no full commit here from the Solar Scarabs. But it is a bit of a grouping right around this mid lane. 3 members from both teams and a rotation out from SOT from the solo lane. Just checking the mid lane, checking the response time maybe of the Oni Warriors. And the Ardio will head on back towards solo. No real threat put on the Gold Fury outside of a couple autos.
Yeah, not a great objective burn comp here from the Scarabs. Zhang Kui pretty low on the Gold Fury DPS charts. Morrigan also not great. So both mid laners not really going to be able to contribute a whole lot. Kali better than Gilgamesh, I would say, at just DPSing the objective outright, but still not by much. Neither of them doing a whole lot. So, you know, makes sense that we won't see an early one try to be snuck away. Right. Because remember, the Scarabs, they want to 5-on-5 you. That is what their composition is best at. And if they can do it right now, I think that would really benefit them, because there's no anti-heal yet on the side of the Warriors. So I think if I'm the Scarabs, I'm saying, yo, let's go to Gold Fury. Let's group around their jungle. Let's try and take 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, 5-on-5s, because there's no Ankh, there's no Divine Ruin, there's no Brawlers, and it looks like Fred is not going Brawlers, which is absolutely crazy to me how much healing the Scarabs have.
Maybe later on in the build, but you love it right now for sure if you're the Oni Warriors. Not that the Solar Scarabs have now grouped a couple of times as 3 or 4 pushed a bit into the Oni Warrior side of the jungle. But the Warriors have backed away, maybe realizing the same things that the Scarabs are realizing, and said, right now we don't necessarily want to fight here on our side of the map, on our side of the jungle. And so the farming will commence. Pestilence is locked in for Nika here. And so looks like Dardes considering Divine Ruin with his next item. Should be. And so you're starting to itemize in that direction if you're the Oni Warriors, which is the good news. And aggro, I talked last game about how the style of damage, physical damage, was a bit diversified, you know, between crit, between non-crit for Scream to straight-up auto-attack damage. Force the Oni Warriors into Spectrals and just normal physical defense. Looks like might be a crit mindset here for Scream in this game. Into the, let me count those points. 8-pointed shuriken with, right?
Yeah,
Wait,
no, you're right.
I said it confidently, and then I immediately backed down. Crit, though, on the mind of Scream in Game 3.
Yeah, this is more what we see from him typically. He went Berserkers in that slot last game, and I commented on it. And I'm a little surprised that he won in Berserkers last game, but not this game, where he's going to be more likely to be getting hit by an extra physical damage dealer, because Dardes is probably going to transform into Nike. So I'm a little surprised.
but maybe he just felt like that was one of the reasons why he couldn't do what he wanted to do, was going for that Berserkers in that third item slot. So he goes back to this Wind Demon third. Again, it's a Scream build. Don't know if it mathematically checks out for being really good in that slot, but my man wins a lot of games building Wind Demon third, so at some point I guess it's working.
It mentally checks out for Scream. Maybe that's all that really matters.
Well, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, well, he feels good whether it wins or not. You know, that depends on where his priorities are. Pyromancer secured by the Solar Scarabs. There's no grouping as an attempt by the ONI Warriors to stop that objective. That has given the Solar Scarabs about a 1.5k gold lead here, 12 minutes in. Slow, mitigatable to be sure by the ONI Warriors, and the good news is that XP has not shifted really one way or another. You're talking about dead even across the board in that department. And so just a bit of gold. The ONI Warriors biding their time for a fight that might look good for themselves. Baronic into the Divine Ruin first. Maybe that little bit of extra gold opens up the Charon's coin. And so diversifying has been a bit of a buzzword here. You got a little percent pen, a little flat pen early on for the Zhonghui.
Yeah, I expected it to be the Rod of Tahuti, like I was saying earlier. You know, that's what Nehu built yesterday. That's what Herwin has been building when playing this Zhonghui. I wonder if he just had the gold for Charons on a reset and thought they might be fighting.
Right.
And so went for the more guaranteed power spike. It definitely does a lot less damage than Rod of Tahuti, like a lot less. And you don't get that really, really good Rod of Tahuti passive either for this pickup, but getting the 20% pen early isn't too bad. Your base damage is good, so you can kind of get away with having a slightly lower power spike.
Are we fighting? 13 minutes in, we might be. Nika jumped on by SOT, the rest of the ONI Warriors. Everyone but the Hunters are here on the right side of the map. Sot takes the first bit of damage, but he's sustaining up just fine. Neil takes way too much, and he's got to use his double jump to get out. But there's no Pyromancer here. There's nothing really to fight over. We're not doing a Fire Giant 13 minutes in. And so it's just some poke and a disengage. Could send the Scarabs, though, over to left.
Yeah, I think that the Scarabs are doing the right thing, just being willing to take those fights. And Dardes does finally have Divine. Looks like Fred is working towards the Brawlers, thank goodness. So eventually the Warriors will be equipped with the anti-heal necessary, and Nika already has the Ankh. So I feel like the Scarabs probably could have gotten a little bit more from that window before the Warriors were able to itemize effectively against them. I think they probably could have gotten one Gold Fury, and that doesn't change the entire game necessarily, but it certainly could have been good. You know, expanding that gold lead early is never a bad thing.
Well, when you're playing at the highest level, the razor-thin margins to us can actually be quite impactful to these SPL players. That's the difference between Tier 1 item, Tier 2 item fully completed later on in the game. So the Gold Fury does indeed still stand, as both of the Hunters have kept pace with one another. One level lead for Stewart on this AMC. And so immobility on one side aggro, as far as in-kit abilities to send you around the map, and that's Stewart, of course. And then Vote almost in the opposite conversation with good mobility, as far as the Bifrost and the Ultimate go on this Heimdall. And so backline dive as a just general conversation, Stewart's positioning is going to have to be near perfect, it feels like, when you got Nika, Kivo Fred, Neoma, all with Blink, all looking for the back.
And Dardes, who's going to be stealthed around looking to stun you.
Right.
And you can't really get away from him once that happens. But I do think that Stewart, you know, if he just insta-beads on the stun, stinger Dardes right away, even if Dardes transforms into the Nike, they might be able to get that kill. I mean, AMC is the ultimate type of plant your flag type of character. He's just going to be trying to mow everyone down that comes into his zone, and the Warriors are definitely going to be getting into his zone. He just can't let himself be isolated, like we were discussing earlier. This composition for the Scarabs is best with the more overlap they have with all of their abilities, and that's an easy way to make sure that's happening.
Kivo Fred says hello and immediately goodbye to Scream in the mid lane. Dardes hoping to do the same to inbound here, sensing that Baronic is rotating over from mid as well. Stewart also into the Wind Demon here. And so with so much you need to itemize against, namely healing, looks like crit is going to be a priority for the ONI Warriors as well. Spectral Armors, this Gold Fury melting down quickly. Neoma into the back, and he is chasing down Stewart. Double Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, and he's gotten the bees out of the AMC as well, but Neoma all alone with SOT, and he is losing that fight, but he is able to get out just fine. Dardes doing the same thing on the other side of the fight. He is transformed into the Nike. The Scarabs take the Fury, And they want to leave afterwards.
Perfect from the Solar Scarabs. They don't overcommit. They don't try and do too much. They just get the objective, know that it's not a great fight on the back end, and then get out. They lose beads on both Scream and Stewart. Neil had a much better ultimate that time around compared to some of the ones we've seen from him on the Xing Chen. They get him, but Inbound just pops the ultimate, Baronic pops the ultimate, and they know they can just stay on the objective, secure it, and don't force it. Because as long as they stick together as 5 and they have their ultimates up, this Scarabs comp is hard to beat.
And the first transformation of the game that we see is Dardes into the Nike, providing extra dive, extra frontline capabilities. And so the one data point we've got is that Nike is what Dardes had in mind there throughout that fight. Inbound did well on the Terra to sustain up his team, keep himself alive. Can he do so around the Pyromancer, though? Neilma is in behind this. The Scarabs will get the other neutral objective as well, but Neilma not satisfied. Doesn't have the blink for the next minute. Won't be able to close that gap. Doesn't have ultimate anyway. So searching for a root at best is Neilma, and the ONI Warriors will come up empty-handed.
Just again, exact same play from the Scarabs. We group up, we punish, we get out. But this time they are going to lose something. They lose the tier 1 in mid. And that is not a great feeling as a Zhang Kui, who has to get very close to the wave in order to clear it. But still, like the way the Scarabs are playing, that one's a little bit riskier. Their composition is so ultimate-based that taking any sort of skirmish without those ultimates available, probably not in their best interest. But the Warriors just a little slow to respond on another objective, and the Scarabs get to push that lead a little bit higher.
Yeah, we're hovering right around 4K, just under, for the Solar Scarabs. And not that we're at this point yet, Aggro. But it's always worrying in these games where, it's not do or die yet. Of course, you want to take the 2-1 set lead. You just need to win one out of the last 2. Teams will play a little bit more cautious in games like this. You don't want to make the big mistake that then loses you the game. But we've seen games from teams. Dardes has his stealth read by Scream ultimate forced out as well. Inbound's going to get jumped on by Cubo Fred, loses half of his HP. There will be a disengage in mid. But what you would hate to see is a game where the ONI Warriors make no active decision to fight back, contest any of these objectives, and then the gold lead eventually is just insurmountable, and nothing's really happened.
Yep, got to draw the line somewhere. And the ONI Warriors, I don't know if it's going to be on the next Primal Fury. Everyone always goes, they'll defend the next Fire, but it's not about... that one's so obvious, and it's more, the game being out of reach is that you are too far behind on the firefight to matter. It's not, you're not going to show up to anything at all. That's not realistic. It's, have we given up too much to give ourselves a shot at winning this Fire Giant fight is the real question. And so far, the answer is no. But the way that, look at how Scream kind of neuters the aggression of the Warriors by going in, getting beads and ult from Dardes, had no intention of sticking around.
Nope.
Just blink, 3 auto, 2 auto, jump away. And Dardes has to respect it, maybe overcommits on the ultimate, but better safe than sorry for him. But that means that the Solar Scarabs, again, have the priority.
Are we tower diving? Scream positioning like he might be. This time, Neilma.
Wow.
Deleted. Way too much CC onto the ONI Warrior support, and we are 19.5 minutes in. Just found first blood. It's Inbound who gets it, and it's an immediate rotation over towards the FG for the Scarabs.
Because they use nothing. It was just a stinger from Stu that he picks up, and it's right back up. Again, Neil just too far behind in farm. Level 11 again.
And so, have you given up your support? Are you still contesting this FG? Is the game out of reach? If you do not, Scream somewhat low, jumps over the wall. Nika has to use a Sentinel of Zeus, gets a good slow, but loses so much of his HP. In the meantime, Dardes has deleted Scream over the wall. A sigh of relief from the ONI Warriors, is now one of the most pivotal targets, is out of this team fight, but Sot got plenty of HP on the other end of this fight. Dardes transforms into the Nike once again, and it is a disengage from the Solar Scarabs. An immediate call there from Dardes and a big play to get rid of the Kali.
And Kali never got a chance to use that destruction ultimate. Scream dies with a diamond glowing, and there is no worse feeling as a Kali player than having that happen to you. Just, Scarabs didn't seem quite sure of what they wanted to do about the Fire Giant, and Scream ended up tanking it for too long, took too much damage, and made that flank easy.
Are the ONI Warriors sure? Seem to be. It's just Vote and Neilma here, but the rest of the team are going to group up around it. Is there enough time for the Solar Scarabs to get in range, going
It's
somewhat slowly. Inbound is going to be the closest. Neilma low. He might just die in this fight. He has to leap out of the FG pit. Inbound is here. Fire Giant taken by the Solar Scarabs. 99.99 done by the Oni Warriors. But that last .1, it's the Solar Scarabs. And the Oni Warriors lose control of the game. They lose the FG, and they lose 2 members.
Absolutely devastating for the Oni Warriors. A game that has been slow and methodical and all about making those little plays. The Oni Warriors just take too great a risk. Because even if they get that fire, Dave, losing 2 in where the gold lead is for the Solar Scarabs, I just don't think the Warriors would get enough off that FG. But I think they could have kept contesting it at a much better rate. That's a game-losing decision to stick on the FG. Dardes dies to the objective. He didn't even die to a Solar Scarabs member. There are 3 deaths for the Oni Warriors. If you check the scoreboard, only 2 kills for the Scarabs. No one was even in range to get credit and hit them. Just absolutely brutal there for the Oni Warriors. They coin flip the objective. Great blink in from Solar Troll before he can get interrupted. Swipe it down. That's the old bite claw action from the bear of Ardio. Devastating for the Warriors.
And lack of sustain in team fight, we figured might be an issue for the Oni Warriors. Lack of sustain around the Fire Giant really bites them there. Neilma has to leave. That's 1 less person who can contest. Dardes, as you've mentioned, just dives to the objective. All the health bars were just way too low after that fight. Now, if the Solar Scarabs don't answer immediately, that does go to the Oni Warriors, but the right call to go back, reset, and gain control of this game yet again. What a game 3 we've had. 3 total kills, but it feels like over the last couple of minutes, the back and forth has just been palpable, where the Oni Warriors are behind. They're able to find just the 1 kill that makes a big difference, and then immediately fumble it around the Fire Giant. Solar Scarabs, they've still got decent amount of towers to work through, both on the left side of the map, but it's an exposed Phoenix in mid, or dead Phoenix rather, in mid after that push. And you've got plenty of time on this FG to help set up for the next one.
I mean, now you're looking at how this defense is going to go, and I think Morrigan has such a difficult time on Phoenix sieges, more so on offense than defense, but she's not great on defense either because, you know, she has to be melee range in order to really threaten you. And how do you melee range against the backline when they see you the whole time? They can see you coming throughout the entire siege. So her best hope is that Scream tries to 1v1 Fred on an off Phoenix or pushes in mid, and she can, and Dardes can get there and make it a 2v1 out of nowhere. But with the mid Phoenix already cracked, that is going to be a hard task, I think, to find people isolated in this moment. Definitely a difficult situation now for the Warriors because they don't have great wave clear.
No.
Neil is paper to the Solar Scarabs. He's level 12.
Still.
Everyone else is level 20.
Oh my God.
Inbound's got a 5-level lead, basically 6 levels over him right now in support.
Yeah, Neil is good for an ultimate maybe.
If he
can
even
get
get
it off.
yeah.
Right. Not sure he will be able to. Everyone's got Blink ready to go. Everyone's got all of their relics ready to go. Solo or Troll living for free in the back of the fight. Neil will use his ultimate, gets it off, but immediately dies. The Solar Scarabs get left side Phoenix and a kill onto the Oni Warrior support. More methodical, though. We're not sieging the Titan just yet.
But there's no wave coming on the right-hand side. The tower's still up.
Wave in mid.
Yeah, are they going to go for the end?
Neilma, whether or not it's important that he's here or not remains to be seen. Nika, it's important that he's here, and he is not. The Solar Scarabs steal away the Fire Giant in Game 3. The health bar is low, but the Titan a bit lower. Is it low enough? The Dardes comes up big. It's a triple kill on the Titan defense from the Oni Warriors. You thought the game was over. I thought the game was over. I'm standing up, and Dardes tells me to sit down.
Dave, I was turned around. I was buttoning my jacket. I was getting ready to make sure that the camera was coming to us, and all of a sudden, Dardes pulls it back. Just so much damage coming out of the Oni Warriors, and something went wrong there for the Solar Scarabs. It should not have been that definitive.
That was all at once.
Yeah, all at once. They all got insta-killed. I don't even know what happened there for the Oni Warriors. But hey, still playing, and their Titan really didn't even take that much damage. Like, they can get their mid Phoenix up soon. Left Phoenix isn't going to be up for a while. Okay, so let's take a look at what happens, because I
definitely wasn't turned around, right?
Yeah, it doesn't even stun. Gets a massive Dark Omen off. I thought so. Yeah, I thought it was the Zhong. This is a great transformation target, because you know they just all have to be there, and they need the damage. And he brought it That's for sure. Look, Jean-Qui plays don't often look flashy, but they work. And it works there for Dardes.
Icing on the cake is that Dardes lives at the end of it as well. So this game goes on. We've got some drama sprinkled into game number 3. All but over is what we thought just a moment ago. Still a crippled Titan, heavily crippled mid lane Phoenix, and so that will be able to be capitalized upon by the Solar Scarabs if the ONI Warriors don't extend out too far. That said, Titan, again, somewhat low. Mid lane Phoenix, somewhat low. We have seen teams group up and try to take advantage of that while the defending team is hovered around the FG.
Especially the Scarabs. They are classics
Yep.
at backdooring the Titan. So Scream definitely going to have to be accounted for if you're the ONI Warriors, because he can easily get in there. I don't know if he could kill the Titan from that HP without a wave, but you will buy yourself a lot of time with Kali Ultimate. You can't die, and you just get to hit on the Titan the entire time. And that left wave is not very well pushed here from the ONI Warriors.
Nope.
Feel like they had enough time to push it a little bit better than that.
Right.
And that's a pretty big situation now, because someone's got to go back. I like them sending Vote.
Bifrost.
He's gonna be able to Bifrost back. He's gonna have good enough wave clear to actually clear these out quickly, but that's not gonna stop the Scarabs from pulling the FG.
Immediately onto the Fire Giant of the Solar Scarabs. We've seen one steal. Will we see another? It's the ONI Warriors who need to make some magic happen around the objective. Cubo Fred shows face on the back. Immediately regrets his decision. Decent ultimate down as Winds of Shamash gets used to separate out the fight, but the Fire Giant has been dropped. That has allowed Vote to clear out one wave over in duo, but the rest of the waves are still there. Now it's Cubo Fred who has to rotate back.
And I love this patience from the Solar Scarabs. No reason to pull this until you see someone on that wave on left. And as soon as Fred shows up, we pull. Love that patience, really, really smart. But the Warriors have FG warded, and Scarabs don't know.
ONI Warriors, are they in range? No, they are not. All of them will back away. And that's just a call, I suppose, where you're saying, Cubo Fred, just try to push that wave out as far as you can. We're going to try our hand at a Phoenix defense. We're 2 minutes away from an enhanced Fire Giant. And so playing the map state well are the Solar Scarabs, who get their second Fire Giant of the game, but only the first that they themselves started. All 3 Phoenixes back on the map now for the ONI Warriors. Titan will start to regain some of that HP.
That's big. And the left side is pushed enough. That Fire Wave won't do enough, so they don't have to worry about losing it to minions. It would only be someone else heading over there, and Scream is visible on this right-hand side. Wonder who Dardes has queued up here. Is it the Jean-Qui again, or is it going to be the Terra? You know, which direction does he want to go with his transformation? See the ping on that Fire Wave on left, that is almost certainly the Solar Scarabs pinging that, saying we can wait for that wave to pressure Phoenix. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe that is enough to actually threaten that Phoenix all on its own.
Might be. You wonder if, the grouping nature of the Solar Scarabs, if it's another Jean-Qui transformation from Dardes, is that one way to punish it? If you're going to group up, sweet. I'll play someone who wants you to group up. Fight into me. I'm happy about it. Dardes, you can see the awkward nature of a Morrigan defense, though. Got to play way far back. Can't quite stealth all that far forward. Right side Phoenix starting to get whittled down now by the Solar Scarabs. Jump in from Nika and Nilma. Nilma still feels so squishy at level 14, 30 minutes into the game. Cubo Fred waiting for his opportunity to jump in the back line of this fight. Inbound has lost everything. Dardes finds another opening kill. The Solar Scarab scattering to the wind. Stewart, he's found a kill, a return kill, an important kill, but it's all the Solar Scarabs have. Dardes has got a double. Nika finds one as well, and this Fire Giant is done.
Unbelievable defense from the ONI Warriors. We thought this game was over. I'm sure the Scarabs thought this game was over. But we play on, because Dardes keeps finding these huge initiations. I don't know what did that much damage. Yeah, he's done everything so far. He really has. I don't know what did that much damage to inbound, but if I'm inbound, I'm going, I need a lot more defense, like quickly, because something happened where he just got absolutely popped. There's no Sunder for the ONI Warriors, and remember that they're playing these fights basically 4v5. Like, Neil is a non-factor right now. Eventually, he will get tanky enough to actually contribute, and that upgraded Horrific is going to be really good up against Kali and up against Jean-Qui, reducing their damage throughout the team fight. So I really feel like if you're the Warriors, I think I'm feeling really confident, because I don't know, there's, like you said, the Scarabs need to group up. That's how their comp wins. And if they keep grouping and Dardes keeps just going beads Jonquil,
Right.
what do? You're just going to end up losing to your own Jonquil. Kind of crazy.
Suffering from success.
Yeah, seriously.
How far?
Here's the real strat, and I'm not kidding when I say this. If Baronic gets picked, and then they think what he should do is you can sell all of your items while you're dead,
Yeah.
and then if he transforms into you, he gets no items, and then you just press undo whenever you spawn, and you get all your items back.
Requires Baronic being dead at the beginning
Which
of
is
the
not
fight.
a great way
to.
admittedly, not a great way to start the
That
fight.
said, you said, Jonqui, sometimes your job is to die.
Get in there. Okay, that's it. Baronic hard ints. Make sure that Dardes doesn't transform yet. Gets picked for free. Sells all his items.
Yep.
Baits the ONI Warriors into a bad fight 5-on-4. Yeah, this is sounding good.
Not enough moving parts, though, to make it complicated. That seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
For the ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. We go into this next Fire Giant, Enhanced Fire Giant, which will spawn up in 1 minute as the first one falls off with nothing to show for it. Actually, there are more Phoenixes on the map now than when that Fire Giant power play started for the Solar Scarabs. We go into the Enhanced Fire Giant about as close as we have been since the start, or since the 15 or so minute mark of this game when the Solar Scarabs really pulled ahead. That Fire Giant steal made a big difference. Maybe I was closer to 20 minutes. I don't know. Time's a construct. But the ONI Warriors now in a position where you assume they'll feel more comfortable stepping up, contesting. All their Phoenixes are on the map. And the headache seems to be over. And so much of it, Dardes on this Morgan has kept this team in the game at different points this year. Different members of the ONI Warriors have had to step up. And this game is on Dardes.
And remember, man, I mean, Dardes, before he had to play from European ping, was considered one of the best mid laners in the league. Was always in that conversation and was just a transformative player for what he did for this team in drafting phase and gameplay. And you can tell that this year has definitely bothered him, that he doesn't like the way that he's been playing and the lack of success from the team, as any competitor wouldn't love. But seeing him have a big game in a big game, I'm sure has got to be a big boost.
Remember, no matter what happens here, we'll at least go one more. Cuvo Fred.
Fred doesn't win this fight.
Roundabout. Way behind the Solar Scarabs. I'm looking for wards. I don't think they're going to know that Cuvo Fred is way behind him here. And so once this fight starts out, you got to watch out for the Winds of Shamash that is going to be setting up around the Solar Scarabs.
Better not cry either.
Too late. Already happened.
Right,
if you're the Solar Scarabs, maybe so far this game. Has he been spotted? I don't know. Maybe that's just good.
They still don't know.
They still
finally.
don't see him. Like two ships passing in the night.
Yeah, he finally stepped on a ward right there.
He's
but
able to slink away. And Aggro, this feels like it's going to be a tense moment unless SOT has something else in mind. He will walk forward, full build on this RDO. Just force the ONI Warriors back.
And Inbound does have a lot more defense now, has picked up a full Spirit Robe since that fight on the Phoenix. So that's going to help him a lot if he's getting bursted off of the Morgan stun. Yeah, he's so far behind in itemization. I mean, and the big thing is that Inbound's level 20, and that matters a lot for Terra. Getting that 5th point in your ultimate and just getting that extra damage, extra healing, all that kind of good stuff is a huge deal for him.
Inbound has been deleted at the beginning of the last couple of defenses. With that extra defense, maybe it makes a difference. Mika not taking a whole lot himself. As the Solar Scarabs definitely positioning more aggressively here. SOT on the RDO. At the forefront of it all, Cubo Fred attempting to do something similar. Unfortunately, there's going to be a wave to spot him out if he goes that route. Gilgamesh will rejoin the rest of his team. You got to look at map state. What's under threat right now in these moments where minutes can go by? What's happening? Well, there's a wave pushed up for the Solar Scarabs on the left, but that Phoenix healthy enough. Mid lane all the way pushed in. Right side is even. The ONI Warriors have plenty of time to sit around and hang out.
Yeah, I don't think that wave is going to get the Phoenix by itself because it's kind of stagnated right outside of it. So I don't think that that's going to be a huge issue for them. ONI Fury's coming up. But all of this time is really good for the ONI Warriors because Neil just got to upgrade his starter and got some farm.
Yeah.
Every camp that he could absorb is worth a ton at this point because it's 35 minutes into the game. Every wave that he can get is worth a ton in experience. And he's not going to hit 20 for a while still, but being 17 and upgrading that starter and getting that extra aura protection for your squad is definitely going to feel quite good for him.
You just wait and see where will the Solar Scarabs put their pressure. It's on the Oni Fury now.
This could be a big steal for Dardes.
Could be. Won't attempt it. In a moment like that,
that's big.
You know, steal but dead. Probably not worth it there for the Oni Warriors. But you mentioned a wave that's not going to get the Phoenix on its own. That's the left side of the map. As Scream has stuck to the left side of the map, the Oni Warriors have everyone either in mid or in right vote backing. And so it's known where Scream is. And this is where the headache could begin.
Yep.
Where you're wondering, what is this colleague going to do? Somebody's got to go back and deal with it. But Scream is going to be able to leave and call the shots before Vote is going to be able to leave. He's got Bifrost, so that helps. But that's just the nature of one of these split pushers and how difficult it is to shot call against him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I love Scream going to the left side right then. I mean, that was a stacked wave on the left-hand side, so clearing that one out I like. But I kind of wish he would have done it from a distance, so, you know, if you just throw Lash from the jungle, they can't see that.
Right.
And because you kind of led Vote over to this Oni wave, and you wanted this Oni wave to really open the door for you to pull this fire a little bit more.
Look at the way Vote's playing. He is inside of the Phoenix line. It's humorous to us because we can clearly see nobody's here. Scream, blinks in, beads out of Cubo Fred. Enhanced Fire Giant's low here. All this time the Solar Scarabs have been on the objective. Baronic taken low at the beginning of this fight. Cubo Fred, he's found Stewart. The Oni Warriors with the opening kill. Immediately answered by the Solar Scarabs. Cubo Fred would be a big target for Scream, but it's Neoma instead that goes down. Solo or Troll, if you can chase down the jungler. Big dropkick, oh no! Greater Scorpion gets it done. Oni Warriors, they'll lose 3. It's Vote and Nika up against the EFG.
But they don't have a lot of DPS. It's only Scream that's going to really put threat on this objective. Do Vote and Nika want to take the 2v4, and they decide they do not. Stewart for EFG and 3 members of the Oni Warriors. That is absolutely a massive dub for the Solar Scarabs. Just an overcommit. In that time, look at how much more spread out the Solar Scarabs were. They let Baronic and Stewart stay grouped. And so, yes, they're going to take damage. They're going to need to use their relics. But the rest of the team don't just get insta-killed by that Jonquil ult. A really good adjustment there.
Immediate call to rush down the right side Phoenix, and for good reason. That goes down so quickly. 8 seconds on Neoma, 10 on Dardes, 20 on Cubo Fred.
Or not.
Does not look like the mid lane Phoenix is going to be the answer here from the Solar Scarabs, and the Oni Warriors respawning shortly enough. The right side goes down, and so it's the next push, the next regrouping from the Solar Scarabs, where this game could end, or some more magic could happen. The Oni Warriors could push us back one more time.
And this is really big for the Solar Scarabs. That fight goes so well because they split up number 1, but number 2, because Vote is still on that left-hand side, was clearing out that Oni wave, and then has to Bifrost, which is going to take him a lot of time. And think about where that Bifrost portal is going to be. It's going to be on the Warrior side of the jungle. Vote's going to put that somewhere where he's going to be safe to TP in. But that fight was taking place south of the Fire Giant, towards the Solar Scarabs base. So Vote coming in is irrelevant right there. I mean, he just never gets a chance to impact that fight. And whether it's Vote not coming over early enough, you know, the Fire Giant was below half. Maybe the Warriors could have been slightly more patient in trying to get them off of it without needing to full commit and commit to the fight being in that zone. But I think that's more credit to the Solar Scarabs in understanding how the Oni Warriors had to combat that and how Vote was going to be coming into that fight, that if they can take it on their side of the map, it's going to be big for them.
There is the seed of doubt, though, Aggro. But the way that the last couple of sieges have gone for the Solar Scarabs, a sprinkle of doubt has to be there. They didn't have an Enhanced Fire Giant last time. This time they do. But can Dardes make the next big play? Will the Solar Scarabs finally capitalize on the lead that they've built? Gold mattering a little bit less. Still matters a hell of a lot to Neoma, who's hoping to finish off his 4th completed item after his starter item. And so the Oni Warriors and their support limping into this left side Phoenix defense. Scream is going to split up the fight here. Vote right around the Titan. Scream's able to find that pick. Might as well call it game over. You need Vote on this Titan defense. You need it on the left side. Phoenix as well. Neil and Nika in alone. Cubo Fred has found the backline. Stewart has been the target time and time and time again. Triple stun for the Oni Warriors on their Phoenix defense. Fred has got 1, but Baronic stays alive long enough to turn around to kill himself. Dardes transforms, uses the Aegis, but SOT runs him down. It's all on Vote now to deal the big damage numbers. Z-Kite's back.
Vote's the only hope now for the Oni Warriors. Mid Phoenix gone, left side Phoenix gone. It is just Vote
and a couple of unhealthy tanks in between the Solar Scarabs in a Game 3 victory.
Inbound SOT and Scream up against 3 of the Oni Warriors. Enhanced Fire Giant still around their waist. Look at how far back Vote has to play. Scream still has Destruction. You're going to have to kill this Kali twice effectively and survive in the meantime. The call is leave by the Solar Scarabs. 30 seconds left on the Enhanced Fire Giant, but you've got 3 Phoenixes down.
I don't know, man. That's a close call. And it makes sense when the Scarabs, remember, this game, they tried to all in the Titan and didn't, and it really put the game back in parity. I understand the hesitancy to make the end call in the 3v3, but Scream's got Odysseus bow, so you can't body block all his damage. He's got ultimate. We didn't have relics. I think that's the big one. He would have just gotten high malted, and then he's toast. Vote has not participated in either of the last 2 team fights, by the way. I mean, it's a full build hunter with upgraded relics.
Yep.
Everything there for him, level 20, and he has not participated in either of the last 2 fights. So maybe things go differently if he's there.
KDA looks better for Stewart. Damage numbers relatively the same, though. Seems like both of the hunters have found similar levels of impact. It's out of Stewart's hands, right? He is being relentlessly dove by Cubo Fred, by Neilma. And so the eyes have been on this AMC. Immobility was a question early in the game, 42 minutes ago, something we've talked about. Now it's about wave control for the Oni Warriors and allowing yourself time to contest this next Enhanced Fire Giant, because you're not going to have your left or mid Phoenixes come back, and that's easy enough to deal with, but where do you put your pressure?
In a 5-on-5, if the Solar Scarabs don't, if they have EFG, they can walk in and just ignore the Oni Warriors and kill the Titan. The Warriors won't be able to stop them. So the Warriors have to make a choice. Are we fighting here before they get EFG, or are we fighting after they get EFG outside of our base?
Right.
And I think I'm a much bigger fan of fighting here on this EFG. And, it requires a lot of wave pushing. They've got to get it done. Nika is just toast.
No, but it is a Sentinel of Zeus down. He will leap away. SOT on the chase.
Blink.
And look at the posturing of the Oni Warriors there, leaving their solo laner by the wayside. An overextension from Nika keeps the Oni Warriors in a 4v5, 43 minutes in to a pivotal Game 3.
And I don't think that changes how they have to defend this EFG. I really don't think that they could afford to give this up. Yep, here comes Vote as well.
Vote is rotating into the back of this fight. Neilma and Cubo Fred around the backside of the Solar Scarabs. Fire Giant low here. Dardes jumped on. He has been left alone, and the Solar Scarabs get another easy pick. Cubo Fred jumps in, but he is all alone. Neilma gets the kill on a Stewart. Look at Vote. He's swinging away. Baronic goes down. Cubo Fred gets a kill on a Scream as well. Suddenly it's just Sot. It's just inbound. Vote's got the damage, but Neilma doesn't have the HP. This game will not end.
Vote just stepped up big. Finally there, but finally he's going to take some damage. But he is down to keep on eating.
Now it's a 2v1, but Sot, the raid boss, running down the Heimdall, and Vote gets stunned on the other side. That's a big old crit. A second one connects as well. The juggling of aggro, massive, but SOT walks on out of the back of this fight. You might try to chase down Neilma. One more kill, a 4-4-4.
And that's huge that he gets Neil, because Vote needs to go back and defend this Titan. SOT is not going to be able to get any Phoenix with Nika respawning. And we talked about it, Dave. We said Vote has not been a part of these last few fights. My man shows up, and he makes sure that everyone knows he's here, because that fight does not go any way that has gone well for the Warriors up until this point. Nika gets picked, doesn't get a chance to do anything, really. Dardes doesn't get any type of damage in that fight. He just gets insta-killed. The Scarabs target focus really well on both those 2 players. And then they feel like, we've taken care of the problem. Dardes is dead. He's not just 1v5ing us as Zhang. And then Vote comes in and makes a massive difference in that fight. Huge play from Vote when they needed it most.
He did 8,000 damage over the course of that fight. If I'm doing my math correctly, he jumped from about 12k to 20k.
Crazy.
Like 6 spots, 4 spots, not 6, 4 spots up the damage charts. And 3 Phoenixes back alive for the Oni Warriors. They have defended from 3 Phoenixes down. And Vote rotates in with the Bifrost, the Solar Scarab. There's no way you lose Nika. You lose Dardes immediately in that fight, and things are still close. But the Oni Warriors have got to get it done yet again. Enhanced Fire Giant. being taken low here. Neil is
Fire
way
wave
back
on
in
left.
base, but is immediately reset by the Solar Scarabs.
Yeah, I think that the Scarabs maybe needed to stay on that because
They
Neil
are.
is now in a bad spot. I mean, Vote has gone back to defend this fire wave, but Fire's getting low again.
Fire being shredded. Nika and Cubo Fred throwing the back. No
way!
Get the EFG. They will not quit. But the Solar Scarabs, they've got the damage on the other end of this fight.
But no Vote.
SOT finally gets a kill on the Cubo Fred. Vote, the man who made the big plays happen in the last fight. He is just now rotating in from the back. Can Neilma and Nika buy enough time for this Heimdall to spool up some damage? Big ultimate from Neilma saves Nika's life, and the Oni Warriors get the EFG and maybe get out alive.
They might go with just losing 2 with the EFG.
Oh.
Big blink from Neil as well, and he should get out. But this left side Phoenix is low enough that I wonder if the Scarabs can go over and take it in the 4v3 before everyone starts to respawn. They're going to try and get something, but they don't have any damage here. Yeah, no way these 2 tanks can do it alone. They need Scream. I cannot believe this game, man. We all thought that surely Neil Ma passive has worn out by now. It looks like it struck midnight in game 1 and game 2, but it just keeps happening.
God.
It's Nika that makes it happen
shield.
on that Fire Giant steal. And the fact that they don't just insta-lose this fight
Yes.
either, because again, Vote wasn't there. That's a 5-on-4 where they get the EFG and only lose 1 more member than the Solar Scarabs did. Absolutely wild game 3.
I'm going to throw up. This is too much. I need food. You promised pizza. I need it.
Yeah, all right, we'll order it after this, Dave. Well, I was hoping for the end of the set, but we needed stats.
16-16 in kills. 3 somewhat hobbled Phoenixes back up for the Oni Warriors. 2.5 minutes on the enhanced Fire Giant power play for the
And
Oni
Neil
Warriors.
has
That's been
finally
stolen
hit
away.
level 20. They were on the. They were
good-
going to end the game with like him at level 11.
Right. It's horrific for Neo, and he finally hits level 20. 1 tier of an item away from being full build.
And Vote's got EFG.
Vote's got EFG. You wonder, is this a moment where you feel like you need to wrestle some map control package
Yes.
that you have been
Yes.
backs in your own base the entire game? You got 2 minutes with Enhanced Fire Giant, everyone on the map, all 3 Phoenixers are there. You need to get some map pressure because you can't fight against the wall all game.
And again, the Scarabs, just like in game 2, Oni Warriors had Fire Giant, Scream splits the map, and then they start to siege on the Warriors tier 1 and mid. The Scarabs are up really far right now, and surely a 48-minute Oni wave is not good enough to earn you that. But I mean, look at how slow the Warriors are to get on offense, and this can happen in a game where you have been in your shell, literally, just playing as much defense as humanly possible for the last 28 minutes. That when it's finally your time to get on the offensive, you got to check and make sure that everything's okay. You know, like, are we really allowed to be on the offensive right now?
Yep.
And most of this EFG is now gone from the Oni Warriors. They have 1 minute left, and they haven't even gotten the tier 1 in duo.
We're 48 minutes in. There we go. One auto attack from
Huge.
Vote. Decimates the tier 1 tower. It's just Nika against Scream and SOT. There is going to be a rotation over from Dardes, who's had a quieter last couple of minutes. Was 6-2, now is 7-6. Scream has got to walk out of the back of this fight. Is this how it ends? He dies with destruction up, and the Oni Warriors make Scream pay on the right side.
Cannot happen. Just cannot happen. You cannot die with Kali ult and beads up at 49 minutes. It's unacceptable. You just can't do it.
You know, in stressful moments, everyone reacts differently. I'm a giggler. That's all I could do. I'm nervous, dude. I'm so scared because of the way that this game has gone back and forth. There's got to be one more twist in the ending of this game.
But that was Dardez's ult and Nika's ult. Dardez's beads, the Ankh from Nika, and EFG is gone. Like, I can't believe that Vote and Neil are showing so much respect to this left side Phoenix. This would have been gone if Neil had just tanked it and let Vote hit it 3 times.
Can you do more? I mean, there's 30 seconds left, 35 seconds left without Scream. He's going to have beads and ultimate, though, on the back. The Oni Warriors, they smell blood. This is the first fight we have seen on this half of the map in like 30 minutes. And the Oni Warriors are going to try to take it. Solo or Troll walks forward, takes a lot of damage. Stewart's alone under the left side Phoenix, but Vote and Neilma have been able to find it. CC immunity, yes please. Mid lane Phoenix also down. Oni Warriors to 3 Phoenix is down. And now you got 2 down on the Solar Scarab side of the map.
What is happening, man? What is going on in this game? They finally get both. After EFG has gone, they get the best 2 Phoenixes to get. They don't have to worry about pushing their waves because now it's going to do it all on its own. And Neil
Full
Ma,
build.
ladies and gentlemen, has hit full
Yeah,
build.
bulwark. Nice.
50 minutes in, he finally gets his 6th item. But hey, we've been talking so much about how the SCARABS comp needs to group. And what do the ONI Warriors do on the one time they've been on offense all game? They spread them out.
Separate.
They separate
Left
them.
Stewart alone.
2 and 3. End up getting both Phoenixes. Unbelievable.
Immediately, though, Neilma no ult, Vote no ult, Cubo Fred wins the Shamash, still
And
coming
no,
up.
No beads for Dardes or
That's
Fred.
right. Baronic halfway to his ultimate as well. An immediate advantage maybe for the Solar Scarabs. The map state, though, is for the ONI Warriors, despite being the opposite all game long. Maybe one more fight here in this one. Screen uses the destruction this time, but he's running the opposite direction in the fight. Big grouping, big ultimate from Neilma. We finally hit full build, and I'm sending him into the backline. Baronic's gotten one, but the ONI Warriors have gotten one as well, and it's on to Stewart.
Solar Troll low, but he will escape. And this is why that play is really smart from the Solar Scarabs, because they can all in and take a risky fight, and they don't have risk of their
Surely
Titan
no
dying.
steal, right? Surely no steal.
I don't know, man.
I don't know,
Have
man.
you seen this game?
I have seen this game. I've been living it. I've been experiencing it. And the Solar Scarabs are in range of the Enhanced Fire Giant SOT over the wall.
Oh
looking
my
for
God.
the steal, but it gets reset by the ONI Warriors. Cubo Fred, along with Baronic on the back. Cubo Fred just doesn't win the fight. Nika,
It's
Boat,
still up.
Neilma, they're still whittling down the FG. The Solar Scarabs, they get in range. Solar Scarabs take down the Fire Giant. And the ONI
Oh my
Warriors
God, they lost.
get the kills. Oh, they're getting locked down, shut down. Solar Scarabs. They put them all in the grave. Nika and Neilma, goodbye. Goodbye, Game 3. Solar Scarabs take it.
They have to win it here. 29 seconds until Dardes is back up. And you want to talk about a cardiac arrest on that EFG. Vote is standing on the firewall, taking damage from the objective. The Warriors, they just waffle on what they want to do. No decisiveness on the objective, and the Scarabs finally able to punish.
Oh, my God. The win prediction chart in a game like this all over the place. Neilma will send one final whirlwind of
Dardes
rage
is
and
up.
steal out. Dardes is alive.
Scream has
He
ult.
has already made magic happen this game, but the Titan is way too... Dardes gets
Never mind.
popped. And the
Never
Solar
mind.
Scarabs in a 52-minute game survive and capitalize and push us on to a Game 4, up 2-1.
Just like they always knew they would. Look at how clean that was from the Solar Scarabs, man. Unreal.
Squeaky
Game
clean.
3.
Squeaky clean.
Oh my goodness. I mean, what the emotional roller coaster from both of those players. Yeah, I've been in that pose basically all week, Dave, so I'm right there with you. Just absolutely brutal Game 3. So back and forth. I mean,
Oh, my God.
that last EFG, Fred is on Baronic, whereas the Fire Giant's at like 2k HP for 10 seconds. Just an absolute stress ball there at the very end. But hey, a win is a win is a win for the Solar Scarabs.
We've been standing up for like 30 minutes.
I know, we thought it was
When we
over.
thought Dardes was going to end the
I
game.
know.
And then it was so stressful for 30 straight minutes we couldn't sit back down. Unbelievable.
What is
with these two
happening?
teams? It's unreal. These two teams, they refuse to give us anything but really fun sets. Maybe ONI Warriors send us on to a Game 5. We'll see if they can do it. Game 4 coming up next.
I want to take off my jacket for this one. Dude, this.
No, I know he was supposed to take you out last weekend, but he got busy.
was got to say, that may have been one of the most anxiety-increasing, blood pressure-raising games that I've had the pleasure of watching out here. A nearly 54-minute game out of the ONI Warriors and the Solar Scarabs. It's the Scarabs who probably almost 30 minutes prior were on the cusp of taking that game. Before we get into breaking down that one, we'll talk about our sponsor, Inside Apparel, for providing the SWC Championship Edition jerseys for all of you fans at home. Make sure to go to hrz.io/SWC merch and pick up your jersey, your pair of joggers, or your mouse pad today. Or if you want to, just go ahead and buy all three. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there is a bundle where you can buy a whole little pack there. Thank you so much, Inside Apparel, for providing the Championship Edition jerseys for all of our fans at home, for the players, and everything else. Make sure to go and check out the link and check out the great stuff. Had to take a moment to breathe here, Mifflin, because, I mean, we were going nearly 20 minutes in that game. Nothing happened. No kills, an objective here and there, and finally, like 19 and a half minutes, we get a first blood, and it felt like the game was open, or was broken wide open there. And then a base defense out of Dardas on a transformation delays it even further. We get 3 Phoenixes down. The ONI Warriors almost win. And then at 53 minutes, it all comes crashing down.
Excuse me, fans at home, if the analysis is a bit broad sweeping. The longer a game goes, the less each individual moment means, but every individual moment of that match was one you have to keep your eyes peeled on. That was a high-octane battle between these two squads. For a moment, I was getting flashbacks to the PK comeback, the win condition of we'll just asphyxiate our enemies in a war of attrition. That was how the ONI Warriors were trying to approach their victory, just slowing down and delaying the Solar Scarabs' victory time in and time out. This is a game of objective steals, of back and forth team fights, of 3-for-3 trades at the 40-minute mark. But at the end of the day, the Solar Scarabs, with a phenomenal team fight, are able to just rip this one apart. Scream comes up huge on this Kali. There's a reason the entirety of the SPL has taken notice of Scream's Kali pick and have been banning it out, because at the 50-minute mark, you better believe he's going to be able to close it for your boys. But what a crazy battle. This might be the most confidence I've ever had instilled in me by the ONI Warriors, though. It is not easy to play at that kind of deficit for that amount of time. 54 actual human minutes, struggling and striving endlessly for just a bit of space. You can see it on the player cams there. Every single individual teammate, all 10 players, exhausted.
Yeah, not jumping for joy, celebrating, popping off. It is a moment of, thank goodness we are finally out of this game. We can finally move on and get set up for game number 4. A lot of kills across the board. A lot happened here in this game, at least in like the last 30 or so minutes of the game. A lot happened, because if you dial back this all the way to 20 minutes in, we had a single kill kind of spreading across the board here. So many close calls, but so much coming up here at the end of the game. Damage across the board, kills, assists, everything. I mean, there's only so many things that I can try and pick out of here individually, but this is a team performance across the board for both of these squads.
My man's Neilma was struggling that game, to be sure, but
Yes.
350 GPM. That's like one item every 10 minutes. Neilma was, he was broke. My man was destitute on the battleground.
Well, that's what it took for him to get full build. He bought his 6th item at 50 minutes in the game. He hit level 20
Legend.
like 45 minutes in. If that doesn't dictate, kind of exactly what kind of a game that we just witnessed, Mifflin, I don't know what will.
Just a crazy back and forth battle. What are the takeaways there? I do not envy the coaches of these teams trying to figure out what exactly needs to change to avoid that happening in the future. Well, maybe the ONI Warriors coach has a little bit of an easier time. Maybe ban out the Kali. That could be one way to start clawing back some space for your boys. But the Solar Scarabs and Slaney, what are the notes you give to your team after that?
This is going to be a big game 4 here. The Solar Scarabs are 1 game away from going to the Smite World Championships. All they have to do is get a win here over the ONI Warriors. And if last game is any indication, that is not an easy 1 game to win up against this squad here in Picks and Bans for our 4th game of this best-of-5 set. The ONI Warriors, they're not going to change too much just yet. They will just start with that Naja. And I guess kind of similar to Neilma never getting Fafnir, we can probably safely assume that Scream is never going to get this Naja when these two teams are playing.
I'm not sure that Scream's Naja is like that crazy though. You know, like it's good. It'll win you some games. It'll lose you some games as well. But the Oni Warriors don't want to roll the dice on that. They will not flip that coin and decide to ban it out yet again in this set. Whereas now, they've got one ban left available, the Oni Warriors that is, I just gotta think it's the Kali, right? Like, you just gotta think that you're not gonna allow Scream to continue playing that pick. He looks good in the early game, both times he gets it. The late game, maybe a couple of missteps. I believe I heard Aggro say, unacceptable play to die late with your ultimate and beats. He's right, by the way. That is unacceptable. It may be acceptable if at the end of the day, it puts you up 2-1 against the Oni Warriors. Time to make that adaptation. This is a hard ban to make. I understand why we're seeing some trepidation. And it is not the Kali. It's Terra instead. Inbound has been, for my money, one of the most improved players for the last 2 years. 2 years ago, I would say probably bottom of the league in power rankings for support. Now, I think he would be an asset to any team that he joins, and now absorbing some bans on his path to Worlds.
And the Solar Scarabs have one final ban themselves. We have the Naja, the Olaron, no surprise out of those two. Those have been a consistent ban up against this team. The Amuzen Cobb, which has been a first pick priority for really both of these squads out here. And then the Camazotz, as his impact has been reigning supreme throughout this tournament. And Solar Scarabs with their final decision to make. And rightfully so, they've got to spend some bank time here to see what they need to take away from this Oni Warrior squad. I think the most interesting thing to note is the Fafnir has been left open for the time being, though that still could be their final ban here.
I don't think the Solar Scarabs can stray away from it. It's got to be the Fafnir ban.
No.
All right, well.
No.
The Warriors probably just take it, right? Like, that's got to be the case. Neilma salivating at the opportunity to play his best pick. If the Oni Warriors don't take it here, Inbound is certainly capable of playing that pick as well, so I think it is very likely if the Oni Warriors aren't first picking Fafnir, it will go the way of the Solar Scarabs, unless this is a Yemoja lock-in. If Yemoja gets locked in here, the Solar Scarabs do not necessarily have to pick the Fafnir themselves. But this is wild. Fafnir has been a pick that has been serving the Oni Warriors incredibly well throughout the entirety of this year. And now with their backs against the wall, it's been banned away from them this entire set. They stray away.
They're going to go towards the Yemoja. That got them a win over in game number 2. And hoping that they can repeat that here in game number 4. But one thing that will not change is this Nike pickup. It seems to have been a quintessential part of both of these rosters. And it seems that they're fine with giving away Achilles at this point so long as they can grab a Nike for themselves. We're seeing the Achilles left up and the Nike showing more priority here, at least for the Solar Scarabs. They'll couple that with a Freya one more time as that does get left open. So that way Stewart can run that pick back.
I wonder if this Nike could also be a red herring selection, right? If the Oni Warriors think, okay, Nike guaranteed headed to the Soul Lane, they could leave the Achilles available here and just wait for a ban out. But if the Solar Scarabs want to, Nike does have flex potential into the jungle, could take Nike jungle and then pick up Achilles with that third pick selection. I'm very excited to see where the Oni Warriors go with the rest of their top 3 selections themselves. But as of now, power rankings, the Oni Warriors get Yemoja. That's so hard to argue against. The sustain, the pressure, the map control in the late game, all incredibly valuable. Whereas the Solar Scarabs, they've got pressure, they've got dive, they've got a great double HP bar god, and some decent late game scaling as well through this Freya.
Well, we'll not wait much longer. It is Achilles out of the Oni Warriors for their third pick. Couple that with the Heimdall. Vote in that last game, very quiet for a majority of the game. It really wasn't until a couple of those very late game Fire Giant fights that he technically actually really didn't do all that much until the end of it. I mean, there were multiple moments where the Scarabs were fighting 5v4 against the Warriors, and the Warriors were still getting 1 or 2 picks up against them and keeping it even here. But he will go back to a tried and true. And so will Scream because this Hunbat's got left open. He doesn't care about the Kali this time around. He wants all that control from the Party Monkey.
Yeah, I think had the Scarabs waited a little bit longer on it, the junglers, that is, they could have probably absorbed some bans. I don't think the Oni Warriors are banning out Hunbots in this phase. They likely would have banned out the Kali. So the Scarabs maybe showing their hand a little bit early, but it is a great selection already into what the Oni Warriors have got for themselves. Heimdall is going to struggle a lot trying to channel that Bifrost up against the Hunbots, Fear No Evil. If Achilles is diving your backline, Well, Hunbots is a great disruption tool as well. All you need from him is to be that CC mechanism for your team so that this Freya can have some space to operate come a little bit later on. I was almost expecting the Oni Warriors to go ahead and ban out the Charybdis or something along those lines, considering it is very likely to be a Hunter mid selection for the Solar Scarabs with Freya already locked in. But instead, they just want to deal with Bobby.
They're going to ban away Bacchus and Fafnir for the Oni Warriors. The Scarabs will ban a couple shots in the jungle there with Gilgamesh and Daji. And a very important pick for the Scarabs. They still need Bobby's pick, and they still do need Baronic's pick here in the mid lane as well. It's going to be a long thought process for both of these teams, really, when it comes to these last couple of picks, because they're ever so important here. Remember, the Scarabs win this game, they go to the Smite World Championships. The Oni Warriors can get a win here. They force it to a Game 5.
Interesting.
And it's going to be a Xing Chen as a 4th selection here for the Solar Scarabs.
Very interesting selection. It's an aggressive pick. It doesn't have the greatest wave clear on the planet, so if that is, and it is likely headed for support, again, if this were like Season 4 console, I would say Xing Chen going to the solo lane, Nike in the jungle, but that's not the case here in the SPL. It is very likely going to be Nike in the solo lane, Xing Chen in support, and with a Freya, you are sacrificing a lot of pressure in the long lane. Your wave clear, not exactly great. Your fight potential, not super great, at least until like level 6, 7, or 8. So the Solar Scarabs are going to have to fight an uphill battle in the duo lane, maybe expecting some early rotations from Scream to alleviate some of that pressure. I like the draft for the 5v5 on the Solar Scarabs already, and that's without even having seen Baronic's pick, so I'm sure once we see what I'm expecting to be an aggressive Hunter selection, that's going to shore up a lot of the damage output and maybe even help out with some of that early game pressure. Whereas the Oni Warriors, now that we get a look at their entire 5-man composition, it's a tried and true style. I mean, this is standard Smite through and through. You've got a Guardian in the support role, a standard Mage in mid. You've got a great Assassin as well in the jungle. Surcat should be able to be very mobile on the map. I am expecting a lot of early rotations over towards this Freya throughout the first 10, 15 or so minutes of the game. The Oni Warriors have got an easy to execute on composition, whereas I'd say the Solar Scarabs, yet again, get themselves a hard to execute.
Wow.
And a different, okay.
The other sister comes out this time.
Was not super expecting that. That actually does shift up the power scaling of your draft a lot. You've got zero early game on the Solar Scarabs. This is going to be a tough first 15 minutes.
And you go from having a Hunter that can kind of shore up some of the weaknesses of Freya's tower push, when you have that Charybdis, to
this is tough.
Now not really having a whole lot of tower or structure presence out here. Late game damage for sure. You get Freya, you get Scylla, another god like Charybdis, the original god like Charybdis, who has that reset with the ultimate and can make a big impact. But I want to kind of go over here to this Oni Warriors side here with this Discordia. We haven't been seeing a whole lot of mages, but we have been seeing one thing consistently out of Dardis, and it has been this Discordia pick over for him in the mid lane. And you're talking about how you do kind of like this team fight when you kind of get over to this Oni Warriors late game. Now you throw a Discordia in the mix. How's that kind of shake things up?
I mean, Discordia is just fine with this comp. Again, incredibly standard through and through with their 5-man core. Discordia passive likely going to be on Achilles throughout the entire duration of the early game. But if I'm the Oni Warriors here, I'm like preemptively celebrating a bit. I think that the early game is so weak for the Solar Scarabs that really now your Surcat can get involved just about anywhere that you want. This Achilles was already likely going to get the benefit of being a lane bully now with Discordia passive as well, even bringing a little bit of that kill potential up against this Nike. Yamoja Heimdall is just dominant up against the Freya Xing Chen as well. If this game does go late, and the games have been going late, the Solar Scarabs have got a good late game team fight, but wow, do they not have very many tools to get them there.
Yeah, the Oni Warriors want to close out this game quickly. The Scarabs are hoping that they can get another 40-50 minute game out of this one here. The 10th pick Freya, so it's the double magical instead of the Hunter. And in a pivotal game 4, the Solar Scarabs want to punch their ticket to the Smite World Championships, and the Oni Warriors want to delay it one more time and take us to another 5-game set. Can they do it here in game number 4? ONI Warriors, Solar Scarabs, World's Implications on the line.
3 Phoenixes down, and then
Dave, we
Fire
got another
Giant,
one.
Fire
It's
Giant
only game
steal.
4. Dave, come on.
Is it
get
game
into
4?
man. Come on.
We got more?
We got more.
You mean I gotta get up and go again?
Yes.
After that, we go 55 minutes in game 3?
Uh-huh.
I gotta go more?
That's correct.
And aggro, if we're leaning one way or another, as far as whether we're going to a game 5, fresh out of the gates, a lot of this might hinge on the way that the early game goes here. Baronic and Stewart playing some picks need a little bit of time to wind up.
Yeah, but I think that with the way the ONI Warriors rather have played these early games, they have been so slow. They have not been playing aggressively at all. Maybe you can just not do it, not worry about it. You can just kind of coast through the early stages of the game and then get to that late game that should be pretty strong for you. But I was talking about it the other day when it was a Scylla in an earlier set. Just really not a believer in this god right now. Just don't think that the itemization falls her way. Don't think that I see her doing enough. And it's such a Scylla is just one of those picks, man. You're either hitting everything and you are absolutely owning, or all of those missed buttons I think are really obvious because they are supposed to be doing so much damage. And if you're not accurate, then you're going to be lacking that damage pretty heavily. So I'm not in love with the Solar Scarabs composition.
You know who I am in love with?
Me?
Outside of you.
Thank God.
Dardes on Discordia.
Yep.
I think that this combo just works so well together. And Dardes had to go big like 4 separate times in game number 3. Ideally, we're avoiding that if you're the ONI Warriors in game 4. But I think this Discordia pick is one that in the right hands can still be up towards that top tier.
Agreed. I think the Disco is still a very safe pick. It bolsters your early game on your side lanes. Just giving that Discordia passive to one of your side laners feels really good, particularly for Nika on something like the Achilles that can start to snowball a lead in that lane and wants to be heavy trading. I think that it can feel really strong. And then the late game teamfight potential is really there. The Cripple is really good up against the Scarabs draft that really affects 4 of the 5 members pretty heavily. I'm as much as I don't like the Scylla pick, I like the Discordia pick quite a bit.
Yep. Cubo, Fred, and Scream have been pivotal throughout this entire set. We've seen plays made on either end, and we're going to stray away for the first time in 2 games from the Kali for Scream up against the Gilgamesh for Cubo, Fred, both playing new picks here. Still set up, or now really set up potential for Scream with the Fear No Evil outside of the jump in and try to execute those targets. Same can be said, though, for Cubo Fred, and Cubo Fred has already put together a good Circuit performance here this week.
Yep.
Yesterday up against their opponents, and so high expectations for them.
Definitely want to see the Warriors play aggressively in the early game, and already much better. I mean, how many blue buff invades have we seen from them over these last 3 games? Like, very few. And they're putting pressure on both side lanes. They get the purple, and they get the blue.
Wow.
Big wins on both sides of the map. And look at where Dardes is. He's walking into red. This is what should happen up against this type of draft
All
for the
3.
Solar Scarabs.
All 3 buffs.
All 3 buffs go their way, and that is huge for them, and that should continue.
Right.
They should not let the Solar Scarabs get away with this much low pressure.
What can we get done here? Inbound, safe enough on the Xing Chen to leap away from that. How do you read the picking of the PK Scylla skin here for Baronic?
I like it.
Do you like it?
Yeah. It makes a statement at the very
It does make a statement. Scream looking for a speed buff invade here. Cubo Fred has taken a lot of damage. Will go back, pick up the speed buff for himself. Can Dardes rotate over? Nika is going to be here as well. Strife no good. But Scream now doesn't have his jump. Stun not there on the Scream, but the damage connects. Nika, Cubo Fred, and Dardes also gets the assist, all in there for first blood ONI Warriors in game 4.
Do not like that decision at all from Scream because, again, you have no lane pressure. You have no one who is going to be capable of helping you on that invade, and it's just good rotation in from Dardes, good rotation in from Nika. I like Nika using the stun through the wall to try and interrupt what could have been a blank, but Scream doesn't have it, so probably should have pressed tab and made sure what he had beforehand. Could have made that a little bit easier and maybe kept Dardes' ultimate off cooldown, maybe his own as well. But at the end of the day, still a first blood for the ONI Warriors. Sets Scream behind, gets Fred a lead.
Yep.
They have to keep their foot on the gas. The ONI Warriors
Gotta keep
many
going.
times this year have just allowed
their map pressure to slip away. They have been willing to go late when they really don't need to.
Yeah.
No need to go late with this style of composition.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, for all of our sake.
I needed it.
We need that
completed.
pizza.
Yeah, we need it. I think Gore is on his way to grab it for us. Cubo Fred jumped on by SOT to Fear No Evil. It's great. The mist is playing a role here. Cubo Fred jumps on out. Scream over to the blue buff. So just empty-handed on the kills, but securing SOT's blue buff, you could call that a win if you're the Solar Scarabs. There was a Jotun's Wrath there for Cubo that there wasn't for Scream, but just caught off guard by the engage.
Yeah, CC chain was excellent there from the Solar Scarabs. Maybe they could have gotten that kill. I didn't see where Solar Patrol used his jump. Maybe he could have tried to, keep the CC chain going at the very end. But either way, you defend your buffs. They got all 3 on the Solar Scarabs. They didn't lose a single buff that rotation. And so often, we've seen teams that are really good at, if they let us get multiple in a row, we'll keep going. But, they've defended.
Right.
They used stuff. They grouped up. They were there on time. Guess we can't invade blue anymore, or guess we can't invade red anymore, or purple. And that's just not the case. The Warriors should still be on the next respawn, standing in the enemy jungle. Probably a little bit more grouped. I think it's a pipe dream to expect to get buffs on both sides of the map. You got to choose one. You got to send Neilma somewhere. You got to fade Dardes on a side.
Right.
But they can definitely still be getting buffs.
Neilma walking towards Scream here. Gets the stun. Sycam not onto Neilma, but crushes there. And so Baronic will chunk a little bit of damage down. Cubo Fred here as well. Jumps over the wall. Baronic dashes away. Red buff still 50% away from being back, so no invade to be had there. A lot of the pressure on the left side of the map. Of course, this Yemoja pick for Neilma. Left open in the first 6 bans. You have to imagine that after the way the last game went for Neil, where he's reached level 20, finally 40 minutes into the game or whatever it was.
Right.
Getting a pick that, I guess every pick has the potential to fall that far behind. But getting something good for Neil right after the way that the last game went, especially that it ends in a loss, and it's also a very good pick. Seems to be a win here for the ONI Warriors.
Yeah, and I really feel like Neil carried the game that he played Yemoja. I thought that he was maybe the primary reason that the ONI Warriors were able to win game 2. So getting him back on that pick and giving him some confidence is definitely an excellent look.
Nika moving towards the blue buff here, but again, SOT able to pick it up. So now on the last couple of buff rotations, outside of now this purple buff, the Solar Scarabs have been able to confirm them for themselves. Still going to take whatever you can get if you're the ONI Warriors. You'd love it to be all 3, but that's not realistic. Purple, just fine. And so getting Vote off to a good start here in this lane, of course, pivotally important. But we've seen Stewart a couple times on this Freya. Has looked good on this Freya. And so keeping, I'll say it a third time, this Freya behind has got to be the name of the game here for the ONI Warriors, because it's that 3-ring spike that we so often talk about.
Yeah.
It'll arrive eventually. You'd love it to be delayed as long as possible.
Yeah, and you'd love to get some kills for Vote. I mean, Fred, again, gets first blood and has not been aggressive since. Got pushed off that blue buff, nearly died, and that near-death experience seems to have slowed him down quite a bit. But your composition is so much stronger, like everywhere right now. And the fact that the Solar Scarabs are getting free farm, crazy.
I mean, Neil knows that Scream is here. I think there's a ward over on the other end. Dardes throws the apple out towards Stewart. That's Valkyrie's discretion. After a little bit of damage, but it's a Riptide forward. There's a River's Rebuke. Watch out. Cubo Fred is way over on the right side of this fight. So kind of ultimates spattered throughout that engagement. Both dual lane ults down for the Solar Scarabs. Dardes throws the apple out. That'll open up the Greater Scorpion for the Warriors.
And Dardes has already got Chronos Pendant, so that's a good exchange for the ONI Warriors. It would have been if Dardes didn't have any cooldown, but the fact that he's got 20% plus Chronos passive, it feels really good.
Beads for Neil, though.
Yeah, you got the beads from Neil, but maybe Scream can really punish you for that. But Inbound's ultimate is down. There's a pretty big window where that CC chain shouldn't be super potent, and the Solar Scarabs aren't dealing that much damage quite yet. Would love to see Neil go a Heartward Amulet next for what it's worth, because that would immune a lot of damage.
What is happening here? Scream has his Fear No Evil. Neil privy to where the jungler is. It's a solo ult on the Cubo Fred. He has taken a lot of damage. Sick him around the corner, and I'm a monster. No good on a Cubo Fred. Please, you gotta finish this kill. Cubo Fred ditching back and forth. Cubo Fred survives. Unbelievable. Baronic just short. He'll die for his troubles. Votes gets a solo kill on a Stewart on the left side of the map. It's disaster for the Solar Scarabs around the Fury.
I mean, how does that all go so poorly? I mean, Fred
botches his ambush. Maybe he was in a wall or something like that he couldn't place it, but the second part of ambush never comes out. So then he just latches on to Boronic and then makes a good decision to head behind him. Boronic tried to time it, but doesn't aim it the right way. That's a tough. It looks really easy, but I think that could have been a tough moment for him right there. But then, missing all the autos feels absolutely brutal. The fact that Stewart gets soloed at the exact same time. And if the ONI Warriors don't step on the gas now, my only conclusion is going to be that their car doesn't have a gas pedal.
Right.
That they only will coast until the hill becomes so steep that they pick up momentum.
Yep.
You have to play aggressive now. No beads on Boronic. Still no beads on Stewart. He just used them. Got to play aggressive against this composition because the Warriors have a legitimate lead.
Over on the left as well, and it's a fantastic spot to have this lead. You can snowball 2 kills at a time if Inbound and Stewart stick around. Unfortunate Fear No Evil to start that fight. Maybe bait it in a way. You get Cubo Fred, so it's fortunate in that regard. He takes a little chunk damage. Almost seemed like it gave the Scarabs a bit of extra confidence. All right, maybe we can grab this kill. Now, outplays, whatever they may be, avoided that kill. It was definitely on the menu, though. The only side of the map, outside of some blue buff invades that hasn't seen much action, is over here on right. That 1 assist and some of that extra XP has helped Nika grab himself a 1-level lead over on right. Nika on Achilles, something that would strike fear into everyone's heart. So that right there is where I wonder, you get baited in a little bit.
So his camera direction decides where he jumps off.
Right.
And so he jumps off behind him, very smart.
Oh my God.
And 27 HP in a dream. Has the moves.
26 more than he needed.
Exactly. And here's the solo kill from Vote. Gets the beads right away and tried to disengage, and Stewart wanted to keep it going.
Yeah, wait.
Must have just ran out of buttons. Wow.
No
that
way.
Is brutal. 1 auto.
I didn't realize it was that close over on left.
Yeah, it was very close.
And so and what a swing that could have been. A 2-kill swing by near 0 HP on both Vote and Dardez. ONI Warriors themselves, some individual plays come up big right when they need them.
And during that replay, Inbound got picked off by Cuvo and Dardez.
What did he do?
They get another kill. They use both their ultimates, and that's exactly what should be happening. There is no reason that those 2 ultimates should come up and someone doesn't die with the relic situation that the Solar Scarabs had. Now, it's not the best target. It's the support instead of the mid laner or the ADC that didn't have beads. But at least it is something. They're not driving the Corvette. They're not slamming on the gas, but no, they're moving at the very least.
Nice, 1995 Honda Civic.
Oh yeah,
reliable.
Nice and reliable.
We're moving along. Gas in the tank, and the car is going when I press down the gas pedal.
Yep. Nothing like those early 2000s mid-level sedans that to really. We had one that got hit by my sister got hit by a Mack truck. She was fine.
Right.
The Mack truck had more damage than our sedan. That thing was a tank. I miss Ava.
Yeah, we had Ava, I assume, was the name of the car. Right.
Yeah, not my sister.
We had a Volkswagen Jetta, a nice small little boxy.
Well, I wasn't
silver
trying
car.
to do an ad read for my car. That's why I didn't say the name of it, Dave.
Didn't you? Oh, you're right. Oh man, I can't take it back now. Can't put it back in the box. Anyway, I had the same type of car. Thanks, ONI Warriors. They are playing with a 1.5K gold lead on the left side of the map. Remember, this might as well be a Smite World Championship match for both of these teams. You win, you go to quarters. You lose, you go home. And Cubo Fred is playing like he wants to stick around. Veronic's got crushed down beneath his feet. But Nika is in range around the back to get the 2nd kill of the game onto the Scarabs mid laner.
5-0 now for the ONI Warriors. And finally, some signs of life in the early stages from the ONI Warriors.
Seen it.
They won game 2, but it was a slow start where the Scarabs dominated the early game. This is the first time that the ONI Warriors have really looked like they are the ones driving the pace of the game in the first few moments of it. And Boronic now 0-2, 2 levels down to Dardez. Dardez has been a part of 4 of the 5 kills for the ONI Warriors, only missing out on that solo kill on the left-hand side. Definitely a much better start for this Order side team.
Unfortunate for Inbound. He's the support that has drawn the I'm going to be very far behind card at level 9 to Neomaz 11. Slight lead for Scream in the jungle XP-wise, just because he's been able to hang out, farm things up, and actually decent little lead there, maybe 1.5, 2 levels as we stand. Pyromancer pulled by the Solar Scarabs, but it's a showing by Cubo, Fred, and Dardez, and Nika, most notably, on this Achilles, who's starting to warm up, and that is just a fear-induced ultimate from Solo or Troll. one more volley of abilities, and maybe you're an execute threshold, and you just want to cover your bases.
Yeah, that's the absolute fear, no doubt about it. Nika, with that Discordia passive, is just able to do a lot when it comes to the player damage. But Dardes isn't far behind, and you really don't want your own disco passive at this point in the game, but I think it just speaks to how much damage Dardes has been doing. He's been in the right spots, this cooldown-oriented build.
Yep.
Just making sure he's getting all that damage out and making sure it's relevant.
And you imagine that means if the fighting continues around this mid lane, apples are going to be going out anytime he sees an opening. If you're going to be getting him back just that much quicker.
It's apple season, you know, like you can't.
Is it apple season?
I don't know.
No, it's like spring.
Does
maybe.
anyone know any season for anything? You know, you like go to the grocery store and you make the comment like, it must be in season for blueberries or something like that, but no one actually
These
knows.
avocados look terrible.
Yeah.
It's not avocados.
Exactly, but no one actually knows.
No one actually knows. Still a 2-level lead, though, for Scream. As we've moved on forward, he has farmed things up, but red buff up is what the ONI Warriors were looking for. Down, of course, over the last couple of seconds as Veronica's grabbed that one. Purple buff is what the ONI Warriors are eyeing on the left. Last one secured by an auto attack by Stewart, but the ONI Warriors were here. Once again, the Solar Scarabs will pick up their own purple buff, but still a showing of face by the ONI Warriors, forcing Scream over.
And even with this gold lead that the ONI Warriors have, and you know me basically begging them to be proactive in the early stages of the game, it does not mean that they can just walk over towards this gold fury.
Cubo Fred takes everything, but he will jump out. Scream uses his jump, and Yuma is in the way. And so Fear No Evil plus I'm a Monster for most of Cubo Fred's health bar. Maybe a little bit later in the game, the items are there. That type of combo could work on a Cubo Fred, but for now, it's just the use of the ults.
Yeah, it gets his beads at the same time, so not a bad exchange there for the Solar Scarabs. That does mean that Fred's going to be vulnerable, but Fred is working towards a Magi's, which I really like. This frees him up to be much more aggressive on his dives in. But Scream has really been farming so well, man. Level 16, he's tied for the highest in the game alongside the solo laners and Dardes and Vote. And I think that he's just been where he needs to be at all times. And Scream joining this team was obviously transformative for them during the regular season. And there's a great example. Without Scream, I think that the Warriors are you know, on a fire giant at this point. But just his presence, being present for every fight, not making sure to not just allow the ONI Warriors to do whatever they please, has really kept the Solar Scarabs close.
How are we 17 minutes? Where does the game gone? It feels like we're 5 minutes into this game, but here
Must
we
be
are.
having fun, Dave, because time is flying.
Time is absolutely soaring.
Breakneck.
Look, a game like Game 3 is exhausting, but that is some of the most fun that you can have in a job like this, right? I mean, it's just so much fun. A little bit of everything in this set. And if the ONI Warriors have their way, we'll have some more fun in Game 5, but a lot of game left to be played. A late game composition for the Solar Scarabs that still has time to dial up could prevent us from getting there. And this is not a set that has had a lack of potential throw moments either.
Right.
And so you can't rule anything out.
Yeah, it hasn't been a clean set from either side, but it's been a fun set. And as we all would agree, that's more important at the end of the day. I just wonder, you know, like I said, I don't think that you can just go to Gold Fury because of all of the secure from Baronic on this Scylla. But what are the ONI Warriors waiting for? You know, like when they're thinking about how this game is going to play out, when they're game planning from here, what is the next thing that they should be playing around? And they see Baronic on the right-hand side. This should be a commit on this Gold Fury.
It is a commit for the time being. Dardes separating out inbound from the Gold Fury. Massive moment, 18 minutes into Game 4. You need this one to be clean if you're the ONI Warriors. You need to turn it around if you're the Solar Scarabs. Dardes uses the apple, and then his beads on the other end to keep himself alive. Inbound has been sent to the nether by Vote, and he will crash down with 5 members of the ONI Warriors looking at him. Nika's the one who deals the final blow, and Scream left to invading red.
Love the idea from Scream. Dardes just plays it too well. It just uses that ultimate for the long duration CC immunity. Doesn't land the damage, but his relic usage was good. Plays to his team. Well done.
Still Baronic with I'm a Monster, though. The Gold Fury far from secured. Scream running away from Cubo Fred. This would be big, a 2-level differential that could then shrink down if Cubo Fred finds the auto. He sure does. Nilma, though, in the crush, in the I'm a Monster. That's a kill for Baronic, who's bought his time right around the corner. Great Aegis from Vote. Avoids the damage. And watch out, Nika's around the back.
And he already soloed Stewart, and he's looking for more blood. Baronic, no ultimate, knows that he can't really stick around, but where are the ONI Warriors without a tank? They aren't on the objective. They just take the 2-for-1 trade in their favor. Maybe a red buff, though I don't know if Inbound got it. They split them. So that's a win in my mind, for the Solar Scarabs. Didn't lose too much.
Did not lose too much, but add a Tier 1 tower onto the list. And so that is a moment now where you're starting to see a trend that the ONI Warriors are going to have to be concerned about. You brought it up with the secure of Baronic. That is that analysis materialized, where Baronic just bought his time around the backside of that wall. The ONI Warriors had to play around it. And unfortunately, Neomod just chain CC'd on away. And an important first kill of this game for Baronic, who's hit a good power spike here for himself as well. Divine Ruin into Deso. It's a flat pen there. And an expensive but very good item in the Rod of Tahuti third.
Yeah, it gives him some percent pen, raw magical power, which Scylla always loves. You know, she has such high scaling that just buying magical power is more efficient on her than most.
Scream, is he caught out? The three-man Fear No Evil would say no, but Cubo Fred has something else in mind. Right back into the apple. The combo is perfect.
It's spread.
And Dardes grabs the kill. Poison has spread out here. Baronic in the I'm a Monster. Time's out before you can find much with it. He will head out and away. So Scream now 0-3 on this Hunbats. The Oni Warriors have rolled through this early game. They will finally pick up a Gold Fury with no threat of a steal around the corner. Can Nika survive, though? That would be a silver lining for the Solar Scarabs. If you're able to get a kill onto this Achilles, it's going to take a lot. He is sidestepping just about everything. The dash is away, but there's a bandage on the other side. Cubo Fred, he's going big in the backline. Baronic will survive, and Nika likely will not. And so it's Gold Fury for one kill on Nika.
Yeah, but you get both of Baronic's relics. You know, that could have gone a lot worse, but Nika takes too aggressive of a path.
Pyro.
There, you know, you stop them from getting Pyro, you get it for yourself most likely unless Solar Patrol makes a play. You know, with this Pyro, I think it was worth it.
Taunt in from Cubo Fred, and the Oni Warriors do lock down the Pyromancer. Ooh, Apple close. That gives you an idea of the cooldown.
Yeah.
Apple got used earlier on in that same engagement and immediately comes back up. And
As
so
did Fred's ult.
And that's why you're talking about on cooldown. Sending these ultimates out, the ability to continue fighting in an early, I don't know if we're beyond the early game, but in a game state where you want to continue fighting. Oni Warriors have itemized themselves well. 3-0-4 for Cubo Fred on the Circuit. Neutral objectives go to the Oni Warriors. Fire Giant, 22 minutes in, has been where this set has lived and died, and the Oni Warriors have a great advantage going over to it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, you know, I was asking a little bit ago, what are the Oni Warriors waiting for? What's going to be their trigger to really try and up the pace of the game and push this lead? I don't think that they have enough of a lead to feel super comfortable based on how well the Scarabs scale. But, you know, at least they are ahead. They should be the ones with positional advantage. They should be the ones with ward coverage advantage. And if Nika can continue to put this much pressure on Baronic, and Baronic hasn't really bought a whole lot of damage since that solo kill, then that's going to help out quite a bit. That Baronic is going to be able to be zoned, and Nika can kind of take care of him on his own. So as long as they keep playing well around Scream's engages, and it, you know, it's a credit to Scream to be 0-3 and ahead of a 3-0-4 jungler on the other side. You know, the GPM king, trying to keep his title on that, but he has not been able to find the impact necessarily with this experience lead that he's been able to garner.
Solar Scarabs, far from, I don't know, maybe they're uncomfortable. Far from devastated with the game state, as you've mentioned, the ability to scale up and into it. You wonder if Nika and that Bulwark of Hope, Neoma, and that Pridwin, the extra shielding on the back end of some of these fights once you take some of that initial burst damage, if I'm a Monster, could get mitigated by some of those items. Of course, if Baronic has his way, he'll take down some of those backliners, but the mobility of Vote has to be called into, not questioning Vote, but the question is now asked to the Solar Scarabs, can you lock down this Heimdall? And Discordia can be pretty slippery as well. You know, not easy backliners to completely lock down if you're the Solar Scarabs, and that's why you need these Fear No Evils, the Sickums, the Whirlwind of Rage and Steel that we haven't seen much of yet this game to really hit their mark.
Definitely. I mean, they're putting a lot of eggs in the ultimate doing big things for us basket. They've got to be able to convert, because without ultimates, this composition is okay, but, you know, Nike doesn't have nearly as much survivability as someone like Achilles with his mobility.
Whoa.
It's not easy.
All right, so Stewart is pushing down a Tier 2 tower on left. The rest of the Oni Warriors are here by the Fire Giant. It's going to be a two-man rotation by Scream and Baronic around the backside of this fight. Scream is in. Fear No Evil gets absolutely nothing. Maybe the beat out of a member or two of the Oni Warriors. The Fire Giant has been reset. Inbound. Dodges out the execute. but Cubo Fred in range, double root. Inbound plays that as well as he can and keeps himself on the map. Meta's there as well, and all this time, Stewart has worked down the tier 2.
And look at the gold lead. It was 4,000 or 5,000 gold, gone. It's 1,500. And experience is actually in the Scarabs' favor because the Oni Warriors just don't pull the trigger around the Fire Giant. They don't force it well enough, and it lets Stewart get a ton of free farm. Vogt was level 20, Stewart was level 17. So they do the right thing. They group. They force him to come or take an uneven fight. But they didn't do the second part. They didn't take the uneven fight when Stewart didn't come over to the engagement. They let Stu get 2 towers, hit level 20, finish his 4-item power spike, and now the Scarabs should be feeling great about where they are in this engagement.
Especially when the fight started in the way that you said it needed to for the Oni Warriors, where Fear No Evil goes down, clips Vogt, who uses the beads, and that's it. Everyone else from the Oni Warriors able to walk on out of that one. Feels different maybe if that execute from Nika hits onto inbound. It's, a 1-kill difference. You're feeling less empty-handed. But big plays by the Solar Scarabs to not only stop the FG, but pull back some of that gold lead. You're at least going to send Vogt to left. He'll knock down the tier 1 tower on that side of the map. And you're left to only tier 2s here if you're the Solar Scarabs. But it's all about buying yourself a win condition, right? The Solar Scarabs have opened up that left side Phoenix. And that's now a win condition if you're able to grab an FG.
Definitely, an easy one at that, because they've got the ability to burn down this objective with the Freya and then secure it with the Scylla. Now they don't have great tower or Phoenix damage because they don't have a traditional hunter, and Hunbats is good but risky as a melee character to be that close. So it isn't a guaranteed end even if things go well, but certainly a good start for the Solar Scarabs. And the Warriors just seem so content to take it to these late games and coin flip isn't the right word. They've got a lot of tools, and the Scarabs have tools. It always changes, but they're always taking these high stakes fights. When you can just be more aggressive in the early game, and then if things don't go well, still scale to the late game that you would have gotten to anyways. This is pretty reminiscent of how they played on the PK and SK. A lot more. Waiting for the late game and playing patiently throughout the early, just ensuring that they don't lose. But really feel like the Warriors may have missed an opportunity. They didn't lose in the early game, but I think they might have been able to win in that stage, and that's just as bad in my mind.
And now we're at the point where Stewart at 0-2 has completed all but his final item. Stewart has been jumped on relentlessly this set. The AMC punished. The Freya's going to have to get punished, because if left unchecked, especially around fights like this, might just end the game. Banish goes down by Stu. Solar Scarabs has started up the Fire Giant. The rest of the Oni Warriors rallying, but they're slow. Look where Nika is. He's still coming back from base. Killing Red. Gonna have to make some magic happen. Solar Scarabs take down the FG. Fear No Evil is used as well. But the I'm a Monster went onto the Fire Giant. Can the Oni Warriors win the fight on the other end? The Solar Scarabs doing their best to disengage, and disengage they do. The Oni Warriors were there in name only. They didn't do much.
Hello? Oni, are they in studio still? Are they? I mean, it looks
They're
like
there.
they are
Right.
based on the cams, but the Solar Scarabs just walk up. I mean, they don't even have great ward coverage. Fred was able to get a really good flank off on the side, but Nika blinks in after the fact. Neil doesn't have easy initiation necessarily on Umoja, but Fred's got to be there. Nika's got to go in. I mean, the Warriors have just got to do something, and that's really been a major problem for them all year, that I think that they just have not, they've just let the game happen around them a little bit too often. And I mean, it's the worst way in an elimination game with your season on the line. You've got one death basically, and it just doesn't happen.
Will it be the fatal mistake that ends the year of the Oni Warriors? Cubo Fred lives, but the apple right down Main Street doesn't connect with anyone. Now Nika, as the juggling of aggro continues, Fatal Strike gets him out and away. Big. Nice strife on the end from Dardes. Slows down the onslaught of the Solar Scarabs, but mid lane tier 2 tower looking nervous.
I mean, again, the only 2 kills for the Solar Scarabs, but they are now in complete control of this game, and the Oni Warriors now going to have to decide what they want to defend. This tier 2 and mid, obviously not worth defending. I wouldn't defend the tier 2 and right either. I'd force them to come to us on the Phoenix and take the fight there.
Solar Scarabs have pulled the gold lead for the first time this game. And now the Oni Warriors on the outside looking in. You've got to turn this game around if you want to go to the Smite World Championship quarterfinals. The Solar Scarabs, after the year that they have had, have given themselves an incredible opportunity to make it to the quarterfinals themselves. Cubo Fred's around the back of this fight. SOT locked in place, good damage in, fear no evil. It is huge from Scream, but where are the Solar Scarabs? They're buying their time. I'm a monster down, but it's not there. Nika, he's found the opening kill onto Baronic, but watch out, Stewart. He is full HP. No one has touched this Freya yet, but the onslaught of the Oni Warriors continues. A nice up-down from SOT will delay the chase.
Cubo still going in, but just doesn't have the damage as Nika finds Stu, but I don't know if he's got it. He does!
He does. He's got the big damage, and suddenly the Freya is gone. SOT continues his chase here. Vote half HP. Cubo Fred is in the fight. The numbers are there for the Oni Warriors. You can effectively eliminate this Fire Giant with a fight win here, but buying their time are Scream and the rest of the Scarabs. Up, down, all the disengage used to get out. Mobility there from Cubo Fred. That taunts SOT right back into the front of this fight. Vote continues to find the auto attacks. It's the re-engage. Vote, Bifrost.
He's out.
This one's good. Vote, kites backwards, gets a kill on a Scream. SOT stunned. Double kill, baby, for the Heimdall, and now it's down to inbound.
An absolute masterclass on survivability from Vote as he stays alive again, keeps that death column pristine, and Cubo Fred also ends up living. That fatal strike's gonna land, and the Oni Warriors finally go back up to the table.
What is happening? What's going on?
Dave is Cubo Freding the chair, by the way. He's Cubo Freding it right now, though. Fred's was much more violent. I mean, the Oni Warriors, it's just like this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde of whether or not they're going to be there, and then if they're going to show up and actually press their buttons, because when they do, they're winning fight after fight after fight, but then they just don't show up to an objective. They get a little bit miscommunicated on what happens on the objective whenever they get there, like the last EFG of last game. But hey, at the very end of the day, they're still in it. Vote just keeping both his relics. I mean, I thought this fight wasn't going to go well anymore after he missed that ultimate, but his portal usage was really good.
So
this was a sick play from Scream. Yeah, going back in off the Sacred Monkey Toss, but just able to do enough, man. Unbelievable play.
SOT finally gets taken down. My eyes were deadlocked on the Fear No Evil. There was nearly enough time in that fight where Scream almost got his ultimate back up.
Yep.
And Vote did have to use both Beads and Aegis by the time that fight was over. Dardas has done the same. But you're looking about a minute and 20 seconds left. Fire Giant will be back up before that. Similar, though, relic state for the carries of the Solar Scarabs. You're right around the same time on all those timers. Obsidian Shard completed for Baronic. And I think completed for Dardas. It sure is.
Yeah.
So both of the mid laners at a similar spot in their bids.
And it's just feast or famine on this Scylla. I mean, he's bottom of his team in player damage. He's only got 2,300 more damage than Neil. And Baronic just has not been accurate. And that's I feel like this happens to the Scylla pick all the time. She's either doing what Paul did at last year's Worlds or this every single game. And I'm just surprised that teams keep picking it.
Second to last on the player damage charts. This is maybe the biggest Fire Giant fight that we have had so far in Season 8. Separates us from a Game 5 or the Solar Scarabs moving on to the main bracket of the SWC. We are officially in enhanced Fire Giant territory. All actives outside of Vote's Aegis are up for the Oni Warriors. All relics are there for the Solar Scarabs with no condition put on that. Dominance back and completed here for Vote. Cubo Fred gets a serrated edge. Nice power spike for both of those two of the Oni Warriors. Everyone in the game has upgraded their starter items aggro. You're about as close as you get to even.
And we're about to enter the trench warfare section of the Smite game where we're going to stare at each other for a little bit.
I'll stare at you for a little bit.
Until something happens. Dave, do you think I've been looking at this game once this entire time?
That's how we nearly missed the end.
Yeah, and that's why I keep saying what's happening, because I'm not sure. I'm just watching what Dave's doing whenever he's casting. But, you know, the Warriors, you look at in situations like this, the poke damage becomes pretty important. Can't end up taking a stray crush as a frontliner.
Yep.
Here, if you're on the Oni Warriors, you know, Nika and Neil cannot afford to just get hit by a stray crush. But that is exactly what I was about to say. Dardas has some pretty good poke as well.
I just tensed up. I mean, that was, perfect target. The only target, really, for Dardas, but a two-man strife chunks down some good damage. All year long, Nika's name has been called by this Oni Warriors team, and he is 6-1-4 in a pivotal game that could end your season. Vote has gone big in games all year long for the Oni Warriors. He is 3-0-4. Cubo Fred had to step up this week. Needed to see more out of the jungler. And he's giving the Oni Warriors an opportunity to push us on to a game number 5. The Solar Scarabs send out a crush. Inbound. Has he been caught out? I'm a monster.
Darda's dead.
But Stewart has got the damage. Darda's Discordia, he is gone. SOT, he'll get the kill on Anilma as well. Cubo Fred, he is alone in the back. He jumps out of the crush. You have to survive if you're the Oni Warriors.
What happened to Dardes? Vote has got to get knock up immune, and he does with the Gallarhorn, so I don't think there's a world where SOT catches him, but Dardes died and didn't press a button. Didn't press beads, didn't press Aegis, didn't press his ultimate. And that fight starts by Baronic whiffing and I'm a Monster off of the banish, and it still goes perfectly for the Solar Scarabs. I don't know, I must have been Solar Troll and Scream. I think that Dardes got knocked up by something and then just died before he hit the ground. Solar Scarabs make it happen, man. Dardes and Neil just get picked, and they might be able to make the game-ending play.
15 seconds on Dardes and 10 on Neilma by the time this sentence completes. Right side Phoenix gone. Mid lane Phoenix down low as well. A jump onto Vote, who knock-up immunes himself in the Gallarhorn. 2 Phoenixes down, but that's something the Oni Warriors have dealt with already this set. The Solar Scarabs have gotten what they came for, and they'll back off.
Yes. Home for Neilma and Fred. You know, just right back to the defense. This counter-punch style for the Oni Warriors that served them well last year, but, you know, obviously is not this year nearly as much. Nearly won them game 3, but they find themselves in this position once again. Yeah, I want to see what happens here to Dardes. Looks like we're about to get a replay of how Dardes dies. So it was Stu who did it. Whoop. Beads, and look at this.
Boom,
Dardes,
boom,
boom.
boom.
3 shots him. Yeah, Freya late game, by the way. And maybe
He's
this is why
untouched. Look at him.
we don't let this character just free farm the lane the whole time. You know, that's why you go and kill her early, because then she gets to late, and then she does that to you.
Yep. I think needless to say how pivotal it's going to be aggro for the Oni Warriors to defend this left side Phoenix long enough on the Fire Giant power play that the mid and right Phoenixes will be close to back up by the time the Fire Giant falls off. And the Oni Warriors will be able to defend the mid and the right Fire Waves easy enough around the next Fire Giant defense. But losing the left side Phoenix, that'll be down for another couple minutes by the time the Fire Giant is back, would just make this so difficult for the Oni Warriors to defend. No transformations this time for Dardes. He's going to have to get it done on a base defense on the Discordia. Both mid laners have been kind of sad on here this game. Seen good moments from both. Dardes has done a hell of a lot more damage. But a perfect target selection for the Solar Scarabs to get out of the fight first.
And everyone's got their relics now, but this game is all about this left side Phoenix. And even though I said earlier the Scarabs don't have great tower damage, that is out of the question whenever they've got an enhanced Fire Giant. They're going to do 1 million damage to it anyways. So where do the Warriors want to make their defense? Can they afford to just let this Phoenix go?
I'm not sure they can, aggro. Cubo Fred was in behind the Solar Scarabs over in the mid lane at least. Where is he going to rotate? Back into base is the answer. Right side, receiving some pressure from these fire minions. Someone from the Oni Warriors at some point is going to have to make their way over to the right. The Solar Scarabs. It has been a long year in Season 8. Nearly no hope at the end of Phase 1, but hope has risen for the Solar Scarabs and their chances at a Smite World Championship. Will it start here? Neilma is taken down to half HP. Apple splits the uprights. No good from the Oni Warriors mid laner. You got 1 minute left on the EFG.
And Vote still has to worry about these fire minions coming from the right-hand side. Fred looking to do his best to put some pressure on this team and keep them off that left side Phoenix. 49 seconds and counting on that buff.
And remember, the mid and right Phoenixes, they will respawn shortly after this Fire Giant buff wears off. So important to keep this Phoenix alive. Nika, the 6-1-4 Achilles, separating out the left side of this map as Cubo Fred hovers. He's got the bubble ready to go on his jump in, but the Solar Scarabs playing this one slow. You got a little time if you're the Oni Warriors before this next wave rolls in. 20 seconds left.
And the apple's almost back up for Dardes. So the Scarabs, you can tell that they are respectful.
Oh, it's a jump in from SOT. Is this it? Fear no evil. It's on to Neilma and Dardes. Apple out. Apple. No good as Stewart avoids it. Valkyrie's discretion is up.
Phoenix
Left
down.
side Phoenix is gone. Cubo Fred sends Scream out away from the base, and the Solar Scarabs disengage after getting the left bird.
But is that enough? We've seen the Warriors be able to battle back from this position. 3 Phoenixes down is not a death sentence up against this veteran squad. But the Scarabs, knowing that EFG is wearing out, and knowing that they've used a lot of cooldowns, decide that enough is enough and back it up and get ready for the next enhanced Fire Giant.
But again, this game is so different than the last, Dave, because the SCARABS have real secure.
Yep.
They can actually threaten doing it in front of your face, whereas they couldn't last game. Now they can. And I think the Warriors, it's the same discussion we just had, I guess a long time ago, because this game's been going on for 40 minutes. It's the same discussion we had a while ago, which is, where do you want to fight if you're the Warriors? Do you want to fight on the EFG, or do you want to fight in your Titan room where they can maybe just ignore you and kill your Titan? I'll say what I said last time. I think that you have to try and contest on the objective, because if the SCARABS get a whiff of that Titan, they're going to Worlds.
Couple wards will spot out Vote. The same defensive utility that the ONI Warriors relied on in Game 3, still here in Game 4. That is the Bifrost, the Crystal, out from the left side of the map to put Vote right into the fray as he is able to split push out these minions. One final fire minion wave in mid. Fire Giant spawns and is started by the Solar SCARABS, but is not fully committed on it, not just yet. Vote rotating out. Fire minion waves will work their way into the ONI Warriors base here at some point. Not fully cleared by Vote, but Vote drops the Crystal. Don't think it was down here before. Drops the Crystal, heads on back to base to deal with one more Fire Minion wave. That's going to put the Solar SCARABS onto the objective, but they're playing it slow.
Solar Trolls found Fred in mid, going to poke him out, get his Magi's. Fred still has no beads for a while. Same can be said for the
they're
SCARABS,
back on it. They're back on it. Enhanced Fire Giant started up again by the Solar SCARABS. You cannot miss this one.
Got it.
They do not. I'm a Monster down from the Solar SCARABS and the Enhanced Fire Giant in all 5 members' back pockets. The right side Phoenix still low. One more push for Worlds for the Solar SCARABS.
Nearly have it. They just have to make sure this siege goes well. But now there's all 5 members of the ONI Warriors, and Fred is in a good position. Don't think they know he's there.
Fear No Evil and I'm a Monster are both down going into this next fight. This might be your best opportunity in the next few minutes of this game if you're the ONI Warriors, if you can capitalize on the engage and the secure that are both now missing from this fight, but they're halfway to back. The Solar SCARABS just playing far back. They're just going to buy their time.
Buying time for their ultimates and for that left side fire wave to go in. This is so smart from the Solar SCARABS. They know the Warriors can't afford to take a fight without some sort of positional advantage, and now they've almost got those ultimates back up. Love their patience.
How important has Game 3 been? It has flipped the script on the way that this set looks. Solar SCARABS as 5.
And they go.
Down the right side of the map. Fear No Evil, not fantastic. That's a win for the ONI Warriors early on. What's a loss is Neomot being put down. Cubo Fred, he's got to jump out, and I'm a Monster deals a big blow. The Solar SCARABS has 5. Into the Titan room they go. Goodbye, Nika. The ONI Warriors have 3. The Titans got none. Solar SCARABS, say hello to Worlds.
We're going to need some pest control at Worlds, Dave, because there's going to be some bugs there. The Solar SCARABS destroy the ONI Warriors. They send them home, and they'll be going on to the SWC quarterfinals.
We have seen all sorts of ONI Warriors teams here this week. Saw some great from them here today, but all eyes have to be on the Solar SCARABS and the quarterfinals berth that they have bought for themselves. Rewind the clock to early in Season 8. We watch all of Phase 1 go by the wayside. It's a totally different roster from what the Solar SCARABS have now. And we are putting no stock in the Solar SCARABS. We are not, after Phase 1, no chance, right? This team's not sniffing Worlds. They make some roster swaps. They grow as a team. That's been what the SCARABS team has talked about all year long.
I know.
We're buying time. We're growing and we're learning.
And I think that last play where they don't have Fear No Evil, they don't have I'm a Monster, but they're right on the precipice of winning. And they know that they could just brute force their way in with EFG. The patience to stand back, not back all the way off. Make sure that they keep pressure on the Warriors. Don't let them go clear that left side wave. Waiting for that wave to come in and their ultimates to come up shows a lot of maturity, a lot of growth, and they've earned it, man. They're going to be at the World Championships, and they deserve it.
We have learned a few things about the Solar SCARABS over the last couple months, and it's that regardless of who's playing this team, crazy things can happen.
Always.
All you got to do is win an individual. You got to win a couple sets at Worlds. The Solar SCARABS could find themselves some upsets. Solar SCARABS, they punched their ticket to the SWC 3 weeks' time. Grand Finals, by the way. Congrats to the SCARABS. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll round out the set.
Benji is around the back. Good Rivers review from inbound. Keeps the back line out of this fight. Aurora's got the SCARABS blessing onto himself. Slice close spin. Ducks back down. It's a big engage from SOT. Over on the Oracles. SOT going massive.
The intensity was at an all-time high this set. We get a long game 3, we get a long game 4, and all of that favors the Solar Scarabs, who take game number 4, they take the set, and they will be your team going to the Smite World Championships over the ONI Warriors. A hard-fought victory here in game number 4, Mifflin. They were down for so much of the early stage of the game, but one thing that you were talking about when we got to picks and bans is that this is a team that's going to excel in the late game.
Yeah, they knew that the early game was going to be a struggle point for this team composition. I actually went back to the coaches. I talked to him. I said, Slaney, man, what's going on here? Generally, when we think of how the Solar Scarabs win, it's a lot of early game aggression. It's a lot of Scream getting involved in the jungle. And he said to me, and I quote, I asked permission to quote him, they went for this incredibly late game draft. They intentionally seeded the entirety of the early game because of the data they had acquired in this set. The ONI Warriors, even when they were able to establish a lead, did not push it hard enough to put risk on the Solar Scarabs. Slaney said to me, we are going to lose the early, and it simply will not matter. That's how strong the late game of this draft is, and he did not have faith in the ONI Warriors to close it out. Rightfully so. Clearly, that is masterful decision-making strategic play from the coach of the Solar Scarabs, and you cannot slate the players themselves. It is very difficult to go into a game realizing that you are intended to lose for the first 20 minutes and still play it at that level. Nothing but respect for the Scarabs.
And I let Gormaz know I was going to say this before it popped on. He just put a tweet out, and I've got to highlight it here. The Solar Scarabs have only won 9 games against the ONI Warriors this entire year. All season long, the Scarabs only won 9 individual games.
Is that including this?
And in 6 of those games is what it took to get them to the Smite World Championships. You only get 9 games that you win over them all year long, and it takes 6 of those to get here. And what a game, what a set, what a weekend for both of these teams, honestly. Solar Scarabs came out on top here in game number 4. They punched their ticket as the 5th of 6 teams to make it to the Smite World Championships happening in January. And what a way to go out on it, man. I don't think they could ask for a better set.
No, that just really impressive play. And it puts some onus on the rest of the league to start studying up on the Solar Scarabs, because now we've got different facets of this team. They'll blow you out in the early game sometimes. Sometimes they'll just wait for the late. They'll seed the early. Maybe it's the mid game. Maybe it's that objective-based play. Maybe they're just going for kills and running it down in every single lane. When you've diversified your playstyle to the extent that the Solar Scarabs have, it makes it so much harder to study up and figure out how you want to approach playing against these guys. They have set the field for themselves since the beginning of the year. They've been considered the dark horse. All of a sudden, I'm not even sure if these guys are just challengers anymore. They're not the underdogs that they once were. They are simply a threat.
And this threat is going to the Smite World Championships. Well, let's talk to one of the threats on this threat of a team. We've got the jungler Scream standing by for our post-game interview.
Scream, headed back to Worlds, my friend. How does it feel?
It feels great. Like, honestly, it's just I'm super happy. I didn't get a spot at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
And these guys, they took a chance on me, I guess. And I think I came in and I made a lot of impact, and I think I'm just really happy.
Look, this team has – I talked to Aggro about it. The beginning of the year, this roster looked totally different. Since you joined the team and Stuart joined the team has been preaching growth and maturity and just give us some time and we'll get there. I think game 3 and game 4 showed a lot of that for your team. Walk me through how game 3 was. A 55-minute game, back and forth. Any nerves in that one? You guys figured you had it.
Honestly, game 3, that was one of those ones where you're just like, hey, everything's going wrong, but some things are going right, and the game's not over. So we're just gonna keep trying things. We're gonna keep at it, and thank God we came out with the win there.
That's right. Look, you've been there and done that with Worlds. Stuart, I want to talk about him a little bit. First time, he's been in the SPL for 4 months or something like that, and headed on to Worlds. Talk to me about the growth that you've seen in Stuart as a player. He showed up huge here this weekend.
Yeah, Stu played great this weekend. I mean, he's a great player. His first time in SPL. I think we're a really good team for him as well, because I think that we're with the mindset we want to improve, we want to grow, and I think that kind of he slotted in really nicely. He's a really cool dude. He's really easy to hang out with, to criticize a lot of the time.
Right.
Which kind of is the perfect package, right? Great player, easy to criticize. Open to growth, and I think that's just kind of all there is to it.
Look, Scream, you guys got 3 weeks in the Smite World Championships kickoff. I'm sure there's a lot of work to be done. Best of luck to you. Congrats to your team. We'll head back to the desk to round out the set.
The Solar Scarabs, kind of the dark horse team going into the Smite World Championships, as some players and some teams and some fans at home kind of may coin them here. And this is a team that coming into Phase 3, they said, we're going to be a top 5 team. We're going to be one of those top teams. And they were so close every single set. They would take it to a 3rd game. They would take it to a 4th and a 5th game in those best of 5s. And they were just so close from actually sealing the deal. But today, this weekend, they finally done it. And they get to go to the Smite World Championships.
And no better time to figure out how to start closing out these sets than with Worlds right around the corner, man. It's hard not to get emotional for these guys, having so closely followed their trajectory throughout the entirety of this year, realizing the criticisms that have been levied against them throughout the year as well. A lot of the fans at home, I'll say it, have been calling for the Solar Scarabs to just not be in the league. They just eliminated the ONI Warriors. They just removed them for contentions to Worlds. Only congratulations to the Solar Scarabs.
Let's take a look at the schedule and the bracket so you can see everything that's happened here in Group A for the entirety of this weekend. I'm not going to go through everything because it'd take me forever. Kind of the 2 big ones to pull out of here, Scarabs and Oni Warriors earlier on in the week. It was a 3-2 for the Scarabs. They then lost to the Leviathans. Warriors beat the Winter Dogs, and now we get to have that rematch. And the Scarabs this time only need 4 games to close it out and punch their ticket in. A kind of a look at the bracket here for Group A as well, just so you can kind of get a more visual representation of how it all went through. But what a crazy kind of group this has been out here. I mean, Leviathans were kind of the fan favorites to come out of this group specifically, and then it was kind of that back and forth battle there. Both teams obviously with their diehard fans are like, yes, the Scarabs are going to make it. Yes, the Warriors are going to make it. But finally, when we see these 2 teams clash, it is the Scarabs on top. But that's just Group A, Mifflin. We have a whole other set to go still. We still have one more set and one more team to send to Worlds. And it's going to be between the Olympus Bolts and the SCC team in Sleekness. Who would have guessed that we would have an SCC team in the last chance matchup for their opportunity to try and go to the SWC in January?
I didn't think Sleekness was going to make it this far, and I'm a massive Sleekness fan. These guys are one of the most charismatic teams in the league, the most emphatic players you'll ever see. If anyone remembers that SCC playoffs recently, you can kind of harken back to some of Dude Man Bro's interviews. That guy is just a treat to watch play and to listen to how he thinks about the game. But I'll say I wasn't a believer. I didn't think they were going to make it this far, but they have got a mountain of a team that they have to climb if they want to go to Worlds. The Olympus Bolts, they're veteran. They will not make it easy.
And you're looking at what was one of the number one teams in the second phase of the SPL, one of the top teams in the third phase of the SPL, and now you got to face off against them in order to make it to Worlds. I mean, this could not be there are very rare moments where you have a true David and Goliath kind of moment here for these teams, but this could be one game, one set to watch. It's going to be a big one for Sleekness. It's going to be a huge one for the Bolts because they want to punch their ticket to the SWC in January. Make sure that you are staying tuned because we do still have one more match to go right after our break.
What is with us, man? And these reverse sweep sets. Yeah, somebody grab the broom, quick.
He'll find a double kill. And that's just clean play from the jungle. Look at him jumping through. He knows what he just did.
They have controlled the game at certain stages, but couldn't close it out. And right now, one fight in the FG, and that's all she wrote.
Been able to get 2 kills, but it feels like a hell of a lot more. It's back to the FG.